I'm familiar, but here we're gonna go live, and I'll let you pimp your game.
Oh, cool.
So
So, yeah, send over.
after I pimp mine, after I
Oh,
pimp
okay.
my book first, right?
Yeah. What you got going?
All right, so here we're live. It's the Alaboom. So this is kind of our standard thing. The uh Thanksgiving edition of the Wednesday before the Thursday that is Thanksgiving. Sometimes we have a lot of people show up for this. It's only 9 o'clock, so people can still be showing up, I'm sure. Sometimes we have very few because people are traveling or whatever. But this is when I encourage everybody to uh, pour a little snifter of whatever drink they happen to enjoy. And I used to when I was younger, the uh, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, man, in my 20s, that was just me and my buddies' night to go out and just get trashed. I mean, it was just like we would head out to the bar and we get there. I mean, it used to be like, oh, get to the bar at like 9, 10 o'clock, and then the bar closed at 1 or 2, depending upon if you were in North Dakota or Minnesota. But we would get there, and but on Thanksgiving evening, I mean, a Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, it was like 7, 8 o'clock. Hit the bar, bunch of change to play pool and darts and whatever, and just you know, and I used to live in a place that was I used to live in a place that was like a few blocks away from the bar that everybody went and drank at, and so here I'm just gonna say happy Thanksgiving to everybody that is in the chat right now. So but and so like the thing was is that I could walk there and I could walk back, so I could just have I could imbibe to my heart's content, and I wouldn't really have to worry about having to worry about how to get home, right? So um, and the nice thing was it was like on the way home there was a 24-hour grocery store on the road home, so it's like you starting to get hungry. You so it's like time to pick up like a rotisserie chicken
That's what
or
I
a
was going to say.
frozen
They have like
pizza
the
or
leftover lake chicken.
yeah, there you go. And just like they'd have those deli Subway sandwiches, that they make like that like, and they'd be always half price. That was the best part. It was just like because they've been sitting there all day, so it was like they've been sitting in that fridge at the grocery store for like 12 hours, and oh yeah, totally. Oh hey, I'm glad the initials went over well, Kabuki. I thought about doing initials today. I was gonna do like TG for Thanksgiving, but I ran out of time. I didn't do it, so no initials this evening. Anyway, so yeah, so this was always like the night just to go out and just tie one on because nobody had to get up the next morning, right? I mean, it was just like even if you worked at a job like if you were like a bartender, like I had friends who were bartenders, I had friends that like were like servers and stuff like that. Um, Even those people, hey Chris,
Hey,
Ahoy!
Chris.
even those people like because everything was closed the next day, right? I mean, everybody, so nobody had to go anywhere. So that Wednesday night was just the night to go and drink your beverages of choice and then crawl home. I was telling everybody to go ahead and pour themselves a snifter of whatever it is that they enjoy.
Ooh, I have eggnog, milk, and Kraken rum. It's quite good.
See, I've never liked eggnog. I tried some when I was younger. I don't know.
I liked it with Southern Comfort.
Yeah, it's definitely like I can't drink straight eggnog because it's too thick. Like it's just pure custard at that point. But like I like cutting it.
Well, and I don't like Southern Comfort. It's too sweet, most of the time. But somebody turned me
Right.
on to it with eggnog, man. It's good.
Yeah, no, it's like I can see it because like I think Kraken is the same way because it's a spiced rum, right?
Mhm.
So like you put it in there and it mixes really well with it.
I've never had Kraken rum. Is it good?
Mm-hmm. It's very good. I'm actually really bummed because we had a local like liquor store that I think they had like a distributor deal or something like that, because they would sell the liter and a half bottle for $10 less than what it was at the grocery store. I was like, I don't know how you guys are making money, but I am buying this. And yeah, they went out of business a couple years ago. So maybe they weren't making
money. No, so anyway, before we start diving into stories, because I want to ask you a question about Cracker Rum here in just a little bit, but let's hey Barry.
Hey, Barry.
So Van, take some time. I know your game is on Kickstarter right now, so I want to give you some time to talk it up, as it were.
Well, thanks, man. Yeah, Sea Rovers, SEAROVERS, all one word, is live on Kickstarter right now, and it's a game that I've been working on off and on for about 20 years now. Started it in 2000. Came out of a conversation I had at Nuremberg at the toy fair there, talking to a guy about designing another game. I was there with my game Moonshot, and so got rolling on it and licensed it in 2007, and that was to Brainy Toys out of Australia, and they were kind of on a big roll of buying up licenses and properties. They had done the B movie and bought Golden Books and licensed Hummer, and they licensed both of my games, and then the company had to reorganize in 2008 because of the financial crisis, and then me and my wife in September the same week found out we both had cancer, so that kind of sent things south for a good while, and been digging out ever since, and worked on the game quite a bit over the last couple of years, and really polished it up and launched it on Kickstarter yesterday, and it's doing pretty good so far. I really appreciate all the support everybody's giving it.
Yeah, I mean, you're halfway funded. So yep. I mean, and you've only been live since Tuesday. So yeah, man, Sea Rovers is going to be a thing, a real live thing. I remember when they talked about this game in like mythic proportions. Like it was just like it was that lost. I mean, there's so many stories I've told, and I don't want to tell them all again. But I remember when it was like when people were looking for a pirate game, Sea Rovers was the game that was the hidden game. Like nobody could find it. It was like, he was making, I hear this guy is making the games in his attic or in his garage, and you can contact him and he'll make a handmade one for you. And like, and this company was going to make it, but then they didn't make it. And all the stories are like, and I still talk about, I mean, this is like 3 years ago. Like, I mean, this was like one of my lost, like I always wanted a copy of it. I mean, so there were 2 pirate games. Actually, sorry, there were 3 pirate games that were like the lost pirate games that I wanted to get. One was Blackbeard, which GMT finally reprinted, and then I realized that the game wasn't any good. So I was like, oh, well, I really wanted this. Now I have it, and now I'm like, I
regret all my decisions.
Yes. So the second game was Sid Meier's Pirates, which like Eagle Griffin Games is going to make that, and it was like they had a big banner for it at like Origins, like 12 years ago, 14 years ago, and and Glenn Drover was creating it, and Glenn Drover was actually at that time had worked on like the most recent and still most recent computer version of the game. He had been like a part of the design team for it, and so since he had actually made board games as well. Like everybody was really high on it. They thought this game would be great. And I was like, I would have loved to have that game. And then as luck would have it, it's like I actually got to go and stay at Glenn Drover's house for a couple of days because he wanted me to come down and play test a game and help develop this game that he was working on, which has since become part of his Forbidden Games library, the game that I helped work on. But I was down there and I just mentioned, I was like, whatever happened to that Sid Meier's Pirates game? And he actually went into his storeroom and he took it out and he said, this is the only copy of it ever. Like this is prototype. And I was just, and then I was like, should we play it? And he's like, no, it's horrible.
There you go.
Like, Glenn's been great. Glenn's helped me out with Sea Rovers, and he's been a super friend.
But here you're stepping on my touchdown. So the last game of the triumvirate was Sea Rovers, and I had just forgotten all about it. And I was sitting in this hotel this Holiday Inn in Philadelphia, waiting to like the night before PAX Unplugged started, and I was still working for Tasty Mystical Games at the time. And all of a sudden, I looked at my phone, and I got an email, and it was actually like I got an email that was forwarded from my Board Game Geek mail, which used to be a thing. Now nobody geek mails anybody anymore, I don't think. But I got but it forwarded to my email address, and it was just like, "What's this? What is this?" And I was looking at this, blah 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 blah. I'm Van Overvey. Yeah, well, who are you? Whatever. I designed the game Sea Rovers, and I want to take it to Kickstarter. I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "Time out, back up." And then I realized that he was talking about like the third of my lost pirate games. So now, finally, Sea Rovers, which you describe it as a card-driven game, correct?
It's a card-driven game, and it's pretty simple, but it's got a lot of depth. I mean, the historical aspect of it, I researched tremendously. I mean, I talked to David Moore, the guy who's doing the archaeology on Blackbeard's ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge, just to get locked down some of the historic facts on Blackbeard. But yeah, it's card-driven. It's buckets of dice. You got up to 10 dice, you can build a ship up to. It's a pretty streamlined combat system, but you can take damage. It's a lot of risk versus reward, but it's a pretty open play area. I mean, you can go out and do what you want. You can attack other ships, or you can go for the historic attacks, which is the clear path to victory. I mean, you can't just go out and kill everybody and really, win that way. I've kind of kept mitigated that to a certain extent.
But that's the most fun way to play.
Well, you've still got that aspect, but it's basically the way it works. If you kill somebody else's ship, you only can recover 1d6 worth of the silver on it. So that's the way I mitigated that to a certain extent. It's going down with the ship, so you got to get it.
Right. Yeah. That's good, because like a frequent problem with like games that have a PvP aspect is like, how do you keep a player from getting like literally knocked out of the game?
Right. Well, and over the years, I mean, gosh, I started developing it in 2000. I mean, it's been played a ton. I sold it, to people, about 100 copies. I've taken it to a ton of conventions, and all that feedback I've gotten over the years, I've worked into it, and so there's actually, you have an attack row of 6 different attacks that you can go after, but there's also 4 community attacks that anybody can go after. So that adds more options, but it also adds a little bit more risk as far as interaction between players. But yeah, it's been fun, man. I met the people, like the guy that designed the Pirates Cove game for Days of Wonder. I met him at Toy Fair, and we talked pirate games back in like 2000. Richard Berg, that designed Blackbeard, he swapped me for a copy of Sea Rovers back in like 2006 or something like that. And I think that was kind of an influence on the GMT version. I was kind of on the playtest team. I didn't participate much, but they added in some card play and stuff, and we were talking a lot about pirate games and just game mechanics and what makes a fun game. And I think that kind of went into that GMT version, but wasn't executed very successfully.
So something wild I learned about pirates, that the reason a lot of them wore eye patches wasn't because they were actually like missing an eye. It was because if they had to go from deck to below deck, they could flip up the eye patch and their night vision would be there. Like
they'd actually switched the eye patch to the other eye.
Right. Yeah. So they can actually see below deck, because it's not like they have electric lighting on the ship.
Right. No, that's cool.
And it's just and if you have like if you're running down there and there's people down there waiting to kill you, right? That couple of seconds where it would take your eyes to adjust,
it could life and death.
Yeah, could decide if you live or die. Yeah, so
yeah, no, I thought that was wild, because like obviously we see the representation of pirates. They always have the
Yar.
Like yar. He was like, oh, they must have got slashed while they were swashbuckling, but no, it was a life hack.
That is pretty cool. Yeah. I've read a lot of books, but I haven't come across that yet.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, and the thing is, it makes perfect sense. Like, again, it's not like the hold of a 16th century sailing ship is a very well lit place. There's a lot of natural windows in there.
No, not many at all.
You got some cannon ports, but that might be about it.
Yeah, and
Well, did you incorporate that into your game? Do you have a switch the eye patch card? Or anything like that?
no, but I do have a buried treasure because a lot of times you'll hear pirates didn't bury their treasure, but there's actually a couple of really good documented cases, so that's something I put in there. Rock the Brazilian attacked a Spanish galleon and buried about 100,000 pieces of silver off of Cuba on the Isle of Pines, and so that's the one I put in the game. It's pretty cool.
Well, whatever works, right?
Yeah. And Captain Kidd, he supposedly buried treasure.
I don't think they had PayPal back then.
No, I mean, it makes sense, kind
What
of.
about Venmo? Did they have Venmo?
Right? Hold up, Duke of Leicester. I will Venmo you this privateer money I owe you.
But, I think one of the coolest things about my game is putting in I wanted a hex-based map because I love the old Blackbeard by Avalon Hill. And that was one of my main inspirations. And so, sailing was a huge part of a pirate's life. And, I'm not a fan of games that just are area movement, when it comes to stuff like that. I think it takes part of it out. So I wanted to stick with a hex-based, but have a wind system. And that took me a long time to tackle. And finally, using 6 points of wind was the solution that I came up with. And to me, that really was a breakthrough, doing it that way. And so that's something that's cool.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how did you actually solve for that? Because my dad tried to get me to get into sailing when I was a kid. So I, sailed a Sabbat around for a year or so before. I was like, please don't make me do this anymore.
Well, it's really tough. I mean, if you think about on a map and you're playing a game and, the standard system, you get to move a certain number of spaces. But now if you've got wind, you're going to get a modifier. But you still can't just have a simple you get to move 8 spaces, because people will game the system and they'll move, backwards and come back around. There's all different ways. Right. So I reduced it to a point system. So in the advanced game, instead of just, however many spaces for how many points, you actually, each turn you make, 1 hex space costs you 1 movement point. So that's what makes that system work as far as with the wind modifier and, being able to move and take that into account.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It works pretty simple. I mean, it all is simple and streamlined. It's pretty cool.
Very cool. Yeah, no, because there is a big difference between being downwind and having to back into it.
Well, and in the Atlantic, I mean, you got winds north of the Tropic of Cancer that are usually going east. That's the way the ships would go back to England, but then they would come in south, because that's the predominant winds that way. And so now I've got that built in the game. You've got winds north of the Tropic of Cancer you have to take into effect, and you've got winds south, and they predominantly work that way. So you have to plan, when it comes to that aspect.
Please tell me you called them the trade winds.
I just called it wind, but it is trade winds.
Oh, that sounds really cool though.
But one of the things, I went big and then drew everything in, simplified. I mean, I had lots of, shallow water and different things like that, and different, I was early on going for almost a rock, paper, scissors, where you had cannon shot, paper, which would be like navigation, and then sword, which would be hand to hand. So when you did combat, those different things, and then each one would scale. A certain ship might give you better navigation, but it got too complicated, so I streamlined all that.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about trying to reduce down complex systems into something that people can grok, for an hour to 2 hour game. Like this stuff really does matter, but do you as the gamer actually care?
Well, the Vauvel I came up with is awesome. I mean, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's like a calculating wheel, and so it gives you turn it to whatever course direction, and you turn it to the wind direction, and then it gives you the modifier, and it's all based on the vessel type and their sailing characteristics, and it's pretty cool. It took me, I don't know, a couple of years to get it, even just the design of it, because it's a mechanical and design challenge just to create it and figure out how to make it work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like the old PC games when everything was on DOS. They had the wheel you had to spin to get the password.
Well, I love stuff like that. I love the old.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah. Well, and the flip side has all the odds. So, my combat system, kind of works like Risk, where you take, if you've got sixes, those are your high numbers. So if you roll 5 versus my 3, and you get 3 6s to my 2, then you win. Or if I get 3 6s to your 2, regardless of the number of dice, then I win. But all those odds I got this mathematician guy I think he was in Switzerland, that figured it all out for me and gave me all the odds and stuff. So I built that into it. It's pretty cool. And there's some interesting curves because, in my system, if you have one dice, a tie, you can't lose automatically, just because you have fewer dice. So if you roll a 6, even if you have one die, you're at least going to get a tie out of it. Mm-hmm. That makes a difference too.
Very cool. That sounds like a strong system. I mean,
cool. I mean, and it's a card based. You start with a hand of 8 cards. You start with a starting vessel, which is 4 cards. You've got a crew, a captain, the ship, and then the guns. And so you can build up to 3. And like you were saying, people getting kicked out of the game. I mean, by having 3 ships, that kind of mitigates, you getting just totally blown out of the water if you lose a ship or something. It's pretty balanced.
Can you get new ships as you go through?
Absolutely. Okay. Every attack has a certain plunder bonus on it. So you may be able to upgrade either your captain, your crew, the guns, or the ship. And that's kind of based on the historical aspect of the attack. Mm-hmm. But it also comes as part of your strategy. If you go out and you lose your crew on the last attack, it gets taken off as damage. Then maybe the next attack you go after, you go for one that you can add a crew back on. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty cool. Oh, and you can upgrade. You can upgrade your ship the same way, or captain.
In terms of the actual material components, is there a bigger ship card that those go on, or is it more just they're all playing card size?
No, they're all standard. Like CCG size, 2.5 by 3.5 poker card size.
So, hold on, my wife is telling me I need to look at the Harry Styles Vogue cover. All right, I've looked at it. It's very important.
So many points now.
But the historical aspects are kind of cool because you have.
I apologize.
If you use the historical captain on the historical attack, like if you actually use Blackbeard to blockade Charleston, you gain a bonus. If you complete the attack, so that helps you in your victory points. And then also, if you pair a captain with his historic vessel, like if you put Blackbeard on Queen Anne's Revenge, then you get a movement bonus, which is kind of cool. So, there's a lot of different aspects to it that make it different each time you play, but also, keep it fresh, and it's pretty cool.
So you say.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect
interesting
I like
if true.
The designer usually doesn't say it sucks.
No.
I feel like after a certain point, you're like, yeah, that system sucked. We had to get rid of it. God, I hate that we included that card.
Man, it's that's the one thing about this. I've churned it around so much that it's really dialed into what I wanted. At least I feel there's no unsolved issues with it. I'll put it that way. Everything's honed in and really tight. Even the solo play, over the last year or two, I developed. I actually had to go back and redo some of the attacks to make it work. But you've got 5 different attacks for Blackbeard. You've got 5 different attacks for Robert Searle. So you can play either one of them solo. And the challenge is to complete their attacks in a certain number of turns you keep track of. But you can also build your own scenarios. You can pair up captains like Henry Morgan and Christopher Mings and take their 5 specific attacks and use those 2 and play the same way. Or you can play freestyle and just have randomized attacks and captains and play solo that way. So it's got a great solo system.
What are you doing there? Shuka.
Who, me?
You.
Hey, he is sanding his wood.
I'm sanding. This is what I do most of the time. Sanding or looking at wood, one or the other.
Is that what you're calling it now?
Yes. Wood.
And just so everybody knows, that how to play section is going to be up there, which I haven't finished yet. That's been the toughest one to get nailed down and succinct. But that's going to be up there here by Friday. So.
Yeah, I was wondering why I couldn't find anything to show how to play, but
it's like
no, Lance.
Of all the things,
You're You don't even know how to play. Just marvel at the play.
Hey, it's 25th Century Games.
Is that Mr. Chad?
I was just gonna say, I mean, hey, 25th Century Games is just chatting away. Hey, BGG and Kabuki. So nice to see that 25th Century Games is in the house, as they say.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the name of the game. There's one game of theirs that I really like.
Apparently not. I can't remember
Space
the name
Explorers?
of it.
Yeah, Space Explorers. Love Space Explorers.
Yeah, I've got the one with all the bells and whistles, man. It's cool. I love that artwork. It's awesome.
Yeah, love the Space Explorers. And then also Grant Lyon, if he's here, they're doing his game Curmudgeon, so I appreciate them doing the Boomers game, Grant Lyon's Curmudgeon game. So there you go. Board Game Grant, has Chris had a haircut? He looks even more handsome today. Is it okay to say that, or is that not allowed anymore?
I did have a haircut about 2 weeks ago, and I took a shower.
Oh.
Smokes.
Sooner than 2 weeks ago.
Because when you cut your hair, you were definitely rocking the flock of seagulls look.
Yeah, it's well. So I told the hairstylist to, like, I'm probably not going to come back for another 6 months. So give me something that'll like grow out okay. That's my basic haircut protocol. Is yeah, I'll see you in half a year.
Sounds good.
You know, you could just. I mean, my wife cuts all our hair, and she isn't like a professional.
I don't trust my wife with scissors.
I was going to say I can do it myself, but I don't know how it would turn out.
Are you worth more dead than alive, Barry?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a solid answer then to not trusting your wife with scissors.
She's a klutz to begin with, and then the murder thing.
That whole
Barry,
murdering. Well, I'm just going to tell everybody, go check out the Wanderer's Guide, blah, blah, blah. I did the RPG writing for it.
Cool.
We're entering into our last week. I think we just went over 800 backers, so I'm very happy about that.
Sweet.
nice.
Very happy that something I helped create from the ground up is going to be published. So
Very cool.
go give it money. And if you already backed it, back it again.
What's it called? The Wanderer's Guide?
Yeah.
So now is it its own system, or is it for a
What?
specific?
We mean it's on the system.
Well, it's an RPG, right?
Yeah.
But it's its own.
It's on Kickstarter. Trust me, you can find it.
50 plus pages of maps, NPCs, and plot hooks. Is that the one?
Correct.
All right. I'm looking at it now.
I'm trying.
Yeah, well, back it. Money bags.
Hold on. Can we bring the Kickstarter page up and break it down?
Forrest actually already did that. He did
I was gonna say it looks pretty good.
should, since I
Since you would yell at whoever was in charge if it wasn't.
the video is too long, which that's neither here nor there.
Oh,
But,
you have a video.
Now it's neither here nor there. Any other time is bloody murder.
I was outvoted.
Uh-huh.
They showed me their plan for the for how they wanted to run with the video, and I was like, "This is too long," and they were like, "No, it isn't," and I was like, "Okay." Wasn't my call on that one, so. But no, it's good stuff. The art's amazing. But anyway, so Kraken rum.
Yes.
if we're gonna go full circle,
We're coming back.
we're coming
Choice
back.
of drink for pirates in the 21st century everywhere. Are we in the 22nd century now? Is that what it is?
No, we're in the.
No, we're in the 21st.
21st? All right.
Let's think about that. It's the century plus one.
All right. 21st it is. So then how does Fox get away with calling themselves 21st Century Fox when it was the 1990s? Screw you guys.
I think it was like
They were at 20th at one point, and then 21st.
they just called them 20th Century Fox. They didn't call them 21st Century Fox, do they?
Never mind.
I don't.
I'll admit it.
There's the realty company too.
Anyways, back to Kraken Rum.
Well, yeah. So, no, I mean, a buddy of mine. I think I told the story. Like he runs the local game store in town. I told the story a little bit ago. Like I think last week or the week before, he like called me up. He's like, "Hey, it's my birthday." I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And this is like a month or so ago. And like a few days before that, he was having a friend. A friend came to his house and was staying with him, which whatever. And then they were out biking, and his friend went the wrong way at whatever like cycling path they went, and so my friend had to like go off road, like hit a stump or a post and went flying.
Jesus.
Effed up his legs, effed up his back, he's still like, having trouble getting around. And then like 3 days later was his birthday, and his live-in girlfriend of like 8 or 9 years said, "Yeah, I don't love you anymore," and he left. And she left.
Wow.
And so he's like, so I was like, "Oh, what can I get you?" And he was like, well, you could get me a bag of ice. And I was like, "Cool." And a bottle of Kraken rum.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right. So I went and bought him the largest bottle of Kraken rum I could find, and I bought him a bag of ice.
Oh, I thought you meant crack and a rum.
But yeah, but no, and like, but I've had a few people just say that that's their go-to rum. I've never been a rum guy. I don't know.
I'm not either.
I guess if I have a Long Island iced tea, I end up having the rum in those. But which that's a tasty drink. I do like
Those will mess you up in a hurry.
Yeah, Chubb's Pub in Fargo, North Dakota. Friday nights were $1.75 Long Island iced teas.
AKA, here's the dregs of all the unfinished bottles.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was not top shelf liquor, I'm assuming.
I don't think it came from a shelf.
I remember, like, we'd always say extra lemon wedges on it, in it, please, just to get a little extra citrus, something going on to cut it down. I remember though, like a buddy of mine, like he would always he'd pay the waitress an extra $1 or something, and he'd just say burn the first couple, and just because he said after that it's like they just smooth, it's just smooth sailing after that, it was just like so I did it. I was like same thing, and he's like, "Yeah, Sarah, burn the first one," and like, so she's like, "So you should put an extra shot of rum in it or something." I have no idea. I asked her to do the same thing, and I remember I took a sip out of it. I was like, I feel like I should be cleaning my car engine with this. I can see through time.
So when I was in college, I went to my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, one of her friends was having a birthday celebration, and they had invited both of us to come. And for some reason she couldn't make it, but she was like, "Oh yeah, no, you should totally go, hang out with my friends." And it was at this Mexican restaurant that had a bar. And so for whatever reason, me and one of her friends got into a drinking contest with shots of Bacardi 151. And so we're at the bar, and we're probably like 6 or 7 shots in. And there's this like grizzled old dude at the bar, right? Like, he's had a lifetime's worth of experiences. He's like, "You're not doing that right. You need to light it on fire first, and then you drink it." So he has the bartender pour him a shot. He lights it on fire. He blows it out, takes the shot. We're like, "Oh yeah, we got to do that." And so, we get our shot. Bartender lights it on fire. And again, bear in mind, I'm about like 7 shots in at this point. I go to blow, and I blow as hard as I can. And there is flaming 151 all over the bar. And I was like, huh. And then I just drink what's left in the shot glass.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a proud night for me. I ended up throwing up outside the window of the car on the 405. So we were going home.
Well, that's classic, and you got to
Yeah.
make sure you don't get any in the inside of the window. You know, like so it doesn't
Yep.
get jammed up in the inside. You know.
Yeah, I paid for the car wash. it was the decent thing to do.
It is the decent thing to do. It's the kind and decent thing to do in that
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, not my proudest moment.
My Thanksgiving tradition was always to watch planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yep, I was just gonna say I'm gonna be watching that tomorrow. Gotta watch Planes, Trains, Automobiles. Doot 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 doot.
I love it.
Doot, 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 doot. Did you know that they filmed like 3.5 hours full of movie of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and they had to cut a ton of it out.
Whoa, me and Lance watch the same YouTube channels.
Is there anywhere you can see
I actually had heard that before,
some of the deleted stuff?
but I saw that pop up in my feed.
Almost cult classics.
I had never heard of the channel before when I saw that there, but no, yeah, it's yeah, because I remember I was watching it. I saw an interview with when he was still alive. The director, I can't think of his name.
Zemeckis, was that it? No.
Breakfast Club director.
Yeah, John Hughes.
John Hughes. There you
Hughes,
go.
yeah.
I saw an interview, and then he was talking about how that movie, like, he said that there was so much ad-libbing and B-roll on that. He said that like he never got to make the version of the movie that he really wanted. So, take that for what you will.
Wow. I love it.
I always take that as a glass is half empty kind of, oh how I wish kind of moment, more than anything. So,
Yeah.
but that's just one man's opinion, as they
Now, I
say.
saw somebody posting about the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving and something to do with Apple. Anybody know what's up with that? What,
Yeah, it's on Apple.
is it
They have
only on
all-
Apple?
I believe so. They have all the Charlie Brown stuff. on.
Okay. So that's
Yeah,
what,
it's not going to be on regular TV. I think was
Yeah.
the big deal.
They're actually they're coming out with a TV show again. If I'm right, if I remember right.
Wait, what? Apple is?
Yeah, it's Charlie Brown or a Snoopy TV show. Yeah.
What? Oh my God, my kid's going to be hyped.
Will the Great Pumpkin finally appear this year? Who knows?
My
Yeah.
gosh. You just made my night.
I
Oh,
love-
that looks. I'm
I love
excited.
Charlie Brown's. I had all the little paperback books that collected all the newspaper strips.
They're doing a Foundation miniseries too. The Isaac Asimov.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I think I don't know who this is. I don't know if the 25th Century Games is a robot, but if they want to come on and talk games with us, they're more than welcome to join us. By the
Yeah, they
way,
got-
what happened to your standard tweeting out to people and sending the invite? Like we
Oh,
haven't done that in a long time, Forrest.
I forgot.
Yeah, come on, Forrest.
25th Century Games.
Doing a
is
lot of work.
live.
I am doing work right now.
Oh, whatever. Put the Grinch costume on. Let's do this.
I for real. I've changed like 100 of my videos, like the tags and all the thumbnails. Like that's what I've been doing the last 3 or 4 days to get prepared for the holiday season because I'm just gonna crush it. I told myself. I was
Good,
like
man. Good for
spending
you.
hours and hours on like tags.
Yeah, but you can still tweet at somebody right now.
All right.
And then 25th Century Games, if you want to, you can if you want to come in and talk with us, you're more than welcome. But if you don't want to, no pressure. One day we'll get Kabuki Kid to come in and say hi. One day.
Yeah, she doesn't need pictures. She can come on with just audio.
Well, I mean, but I also like I have been Kabuki Kid has allowed me to know like her real identity as well. So I mean, it's like she's a spy. Just so you know.
she's a legit deep cover CIA operative tasked with infiltrating the board game community.
It's,
Yes.
I mean, hey.
I
Why not?
actually never mind.
There's a lot of government cheese floating around. Might as well infiltrate the board game community.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't spend the budget, it's just they're not going to get it back the next year. So
You
they
can't
might as well just,
justify it if you don't spend it.
yeah, they're just going to burn through it all. I mean, come on, duh.
That's just the way the world works.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I got a grievance.
Oh, look at this! They're gonna come in. They're gonna send me.
Uh.
They're gonna send me a Facebook message. They assume I'm like a friend of the thing or whatever.
All right, I got one. I'm gonna send out. It actually makes sense too. Matthew Lillard.
Oh,
Actually, no, this is crazy. Has an RPG book on Kickstarter right now that just launched today. So this seems like a great potential idea.
Like,
He's got
what's the RPG book?
Complete Character Chronicles Pathfinder Beetle and Grimm's Complete Character Chronicles. Whatever the hell that means.
that's
Too
your
many
next,
words.
That's your next. That's gonna be your next video thingy, right?
He's the dude from Hackers. He's great.
Let's see.
Lance, I wanted to say I would like to apologize for my crappy behavior when I felt like I was losing.
Oh yeah, you are no.
I have a
Shane,
grievance against myself.
Shane told me once, like a long time ago when we were playing games together. He said, Chris played a professional sport at the highest imaginable level that you possibly could for almost a decade. He's going to be highly competitive. So when Chris can dish it out, but he can't take it.
No. It's
you're one of them.
I try really hard to rein back my competitive instincts, but sometimes they just slip through, and I apologize.
I was gonna start mocking. He's like, you know, when I was winning, I wasn't rubbing it in. It's just like, okay.
So I will.
And then
say,
he proceeds to destroy me by 50 points in the game.
well, this came after. So, Lance, I believe you will back me up on this. I had a garbage start to that game.
Well, see, no, I'm gonna say you
better.
you were doing fine because you're just trying to make it sound that it was even more.
No.
amazing what you did.
Like it was legit a garbage start. It was terrible. And then I realized after I started getting like the towers and the keep walls, I was like, oh, I'm actually doing really well for myself. I feel really bad about a dick I was earlier.
Yeah. Hey, it's Chad Akins from 25th Century Games, everybody.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, he is real.
What you got in the mug?
What you got? What you drinking?
Could you mute the YouTube feed first?
Yeah, hold on.
Echo.
First time with the webcam there, buddy?
Been a long day. What's going on, y'all?
What you drinking? We're all like comparing our beverages this evening.
Oh, just coffee. So keeping it light.
I have iced tea.
Like that pound of Long Island iced tea is like 21-year-old Lance up there.
No. I am actually just drinking. It for a cheap bourbon. Old Crow is pretty good.
All right.
Oh, are you drinking Old Crow? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Damn, I used to buy that in college up in New York because nobody else would drink it. I kept everybody from drinking my liquor.
It is a super solid, affordable bourbon.
It's affordable.
Just like I'll usually have it in my old fashions that I make because it's a really good one for that. But I don't have any. Actually, my wife bought oranges today. I'm gonna go upstairs and make I'm gonna make an old fashioned here in a little bit.
There you go.
I just realized I can have that because I have bitters. Oh, what a
go.
glorious day!
Matthew
It is
Lillard, the ball is in his court.
Yeah, it is Thanksgiving, everybody.
What's the Lillard thing? Didn't he got like a book or game or something out?
What's your
start
dog's
talking about it, I
name?
was off
Chad,
my
what's
joint.
your dog's name?
That is Toby.
Keith or McGuire, which one's it named after? You got to pick one.
I don't know what my wife named him after.
Which
He came
personality
in
fits better?
with the marriage, so he's
It was her last lover.
I think he came with it when he was adopted. So I think they already named him Toby, and she just kept it.
So he's like Toby Maguire more than. Okay.
By McGuire.
Beetle and Grimm's.
That dog is definitely enjoying its best life.
He'll sit there like all the time. Usually the cat will sit up on the desk, and so it's usually the combo.
Yeah, if I was on the couch, like ours would just come in and be like, "Pay attention to me! I need pets now."
Yeah, he ain't right. So,
well, I'll say this: I enjoy this guy's attitude. I enjoy Matthew Lillard's attitude because on Beetle and Grimm's website it says, "Hi and welcome to Beetle and Grimm's Pandemonium Warehouse." First of all, this webpage is horrible, but I'm actor Matthew Lillard. You've seen me in films like Scream, The Descendants, and SLC Punk. You've also seen my evil doppelganger in films like Summer Catch, Dish Dogs, and Wing Commander.
I like Summer Catch.
No one wants to admit they were in Wing Commander.
That's fantastic.
Wing Commander was but it's like now what was the first thing that went through your mind when you read that last sentence? If you thought to yourself, "Come on, Mr. Lillard, Wing Commander wasn't that bad," then well, right? It was good. Who else was doing cats as alien invaders back then? No one. That's who. You should totally come over and watch it with me sometime. I have like 19 copies on VHS.
Isn't there a new Scream coming out or something at some point?
Yeah, I think they're rebooting it.
There's the cat.
There's the cat. Yep. She heard y'all talking about Toby, so she had to come over and get some limelight. So this is Peaches, also my wife's cat. She was like 15. But if you watch our Instagram feed, you'll see Peaches pretty good bit because she's always sitting here in the office.
Oh, I see. These are the guys that sorry to interrupt you, but they made like the like if you go into RPG like places to buy RPGs, they have like the Curse of Strahd deluxe edition that comes in like looks like a coffin. Like they're creating stuff like that for this. So neat. I mean, I'll probably never buy any of that stuff too, but I mean good for them. And good for them and good for them. Interesting stuff.
So is Matt going to join us, or come on, Forrest? Are you on top of this? Like, what's the deal?
Well, I sent him a message. That's it. That's all I can do. I can't glance in it.
Yeah, I mean, well,
I'm gonna go chill out. I'll be right back.
We'll see I know what that means.
Got them all.
Tired. I'm retired.
I know what that means. Barry just does it right in front of us. I don't know why you're scared of it.
Several times a day.
Hold on, I gotta go to my garage. Be right back.
The one I just smoked was really strong.
It's like I used to back when you could have people over, I would have poker parties over here, and we'd start playing poker around 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and we'd play until 2, 3 in the morning. And there's always the one or two guys in my group that are like, I gotta go out to my car and check for something real quick. It's just like somebody would be like, oh, I'll come look in your car too. You're just like, who are you kidding? Just say your drugs are back in the car and you're gonna go do them, and then you're gonna come back inside and it's gonna be really easy to bluff you for like the next half hour.
Right? I got the winning hand. I've got this, guys. You're sitting on 2-7 offsuit.
I liked how that came out.
That is the worst starting hand in poker every single time, unless your head's up. When your head's up, like technically it's like a 2-6 is worse. Because the 7 high will win over a 2-6, more often.
That is obscure, and I did not know that.
It's incredibly obscure. I mean, neither of them are good, but it's just like, but 2-7 is like, in almost every situation except for heads up. It is the I used to have a couple guys that were always like, after we got done playing softball, they were doing stuff that was harder than the stuff that was in their cars. They would always say, after the softball, two softball games, everybody have a couple beers. Okay, let's head to the bar. And there was a couple guys that were always just like, I'm gonna go home and take a shower. You know, there was just like, so they couldn't head right to the bar. It was because they were just gonna go and do their extremely hard drugs, and then head up to the bar.
PCP? Like, what are we talking here?
Yeah.
I don't know, a little something that, like, you know, but not heroes.
I'm getting Dragnet flashback.
Were they sleepy or were they angry?
Sometimes they didn't make it. Let's just put it that way. But
Heroin,
like I'm a big fan of strong female heroines in my my books.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I feel like we should link
those are the days.
something to like a rehab center or something at this point.
Yeah. I always thought it was funny in the movie Wes Anderson movie Royal Tenenbaums that the rehab center that Owen Wilson goes to is in North Dakota, and he's there and he's playing with his lasso and he's like, "Oh hi, this is my sponsor, runs with 2 horses." Just like, I was like, "Hey, wait a minute, I'm from
What's
North
your
Dakota."
favorite Wes Anderson film? Do a
My-
top 3.
Oh
Favorite
well,
one, huh?
top
order.
3 are Tannenbaum's, Life Aquatic, and Grand Budapest. And Grand Budapest just barely ekes out Rushmore.
Aren't they all the same movie?
No.
Blasphemy.
Sorry, I had to say it. So twee.
I'd still put Steve's Life Aquatic above Tenenbaums, but Tenenbaums does come in second.
Yeah, Life Aquatic's really good.
Yeah, it's just
Movie's hilarious.
so many good lines in it. Like, it's just awesome.
I just there's little moments in Life Aquatic that I loved where like just the fact that like when Klaus gets mad and like he I forget what the scene is, but he storms out of the door and like he closes the door and then like you see his face is in the porthole and he's like this. He's pointing through the porthole.
So is it weird to think or to say that Wes Anderson movies feel like a cultured person's Anchorman? Like, does that make sense? That it
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, the weird thing is that like I remember I took my dad to Life Aquatic, and like both one of my younger brothers my younger brother and I and my dad went, and both my younger brother and I really liked it because it's just quirky and we liked it. And my dad was just like, this movie's garbage. He's like, why did you take me to this? Like it was you know, he needed it to be more on the nose. You know, like, you know, even though he's like one of the smartest people I know, he says like, he's like, don't make me have to think to figure out my entertainment. He's like, just entertain me. And I can see that. But yes, Wes Anderson. I mean, I just Hackman just makes Tenenbaums so good. He's just so blissfully, ignorantly horrible to everyone else. Like he just has no clue just how awful of a human being he is throughout the entire. It's like, it's like, I'm sorry to hear that, but when I heard your mother died, I felt very bad. She was a very handsome woman. Just like, and the kids are like, thank you. Just yeah, no, just such good stuff. So you're people are talking about Mandalorian in there. I am not. I mean, I'm not going to give out any spoilers at all because season 2 obviously is in swing. But man, some of the anger people are having about season 2, about how like, I think they want to have. They don't want things to take time. They don't want people to take time. They want just give me the answers. Do it now.
Who's mad about season 2? It's like it's been awesome.
Online, people are. I mean, first of all, I think what happened was the
Other
very
than
first
that,
episode.
there's issues, whatever. But besides that,
I think what happened is that very first episode was like, boom, here's our co-star. Boom, here's like a just rollicking space romp of an adventure. Boom, here's like a ton of Easter eggs. boom, here is a giant reveal at the end of the episode where you're like, oh,
Right.
you know, like, oh my gosh. And then you're like, where are they going to go with this? Are they going to touch on that? Are they going to do this? And then it was just like, and now we're just going to like pump the brakes and slow down. And we're just going to, you know.
I mean, the pace slowed a little bit. You know, the second episode was still awesome with the X-Wing like chase scene. I mean, it was just still cool, you know. But
Yeah. And
Well,
I'm enjoying it.
So here's the thing is like I feel like it is an entertaining show. Like I like watching it. Don't get me wrong. It's just like the dialogue and some of the writing choices, like they make sense from a Star Wars perspective, but they don't feel good. Like it feels like, okay, we were making this, we spent a whole crap ton on VFX, and then you get this like stilted dialogue where it's like, these people don't sound like they're talking to each other. Like they sound like they're reading lines off a script.
Oh well, how
Suppose
many
they
how many
are.
how many hit movies or TV shows have you made, Chris? I mean,
Well, give me some time. I'm working on it.
okay. That's, I mean, I
Wait,
think
no. If you're gonna bring up that argument, how many NFL games have you played in? So do you get to?
I just won the Super Bowl on Madden. So like earlier this evening. So
Uh-huh.
like
I'd be very careful about that argument.
I had to laugh. I had to laugh. There was a there was a thing where it was like, okay, you know, it's like here's like it was like the NFC Championship game, and they're like, okay, this is what you, it's like franchise mode or whatever, and it's like, and here's what you'll be good at, like here's the plays you'll be good at in this game, and here's the like defensive plays you'll be good at. Like defensive plays were like, you know 4-3 blitzes or something like that is the, and then the offensive plays I'll be good at is punting. Yeah,
Nailed it.
nailed it. We're gonna punt the hell out of you.
Like, well, and so again, don't get me wrong. Like I feel there is a space for shows that are entertaining, but just aren't like they're not great, they're not terrible, they're just okay, and that's fine. Like it's as long as it's entertaining, like that's fine. That's all I'm asking for from The Mandalorian. Like I want my callbacks to the extended universe. Like that was great. when they go to Tatooine, I'm like, oh, I was talking to my wife, and I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm like, they're gonna refers to something in the extended universe, and like, holy crap, they did it. Like that was a thing from the extended universe that I thought Disney was going to get rid of, but sure enough, there it is. And so it was just like I feel like there's a lot of love in that show, and it is an entertaining show. It just, I don't know, again, it doesn't feel like the interactions don't feel really well crafted between the people.
Parts of the show is kind of cool though, because hey,
man.
Jon Favreau being a fanboy himself is
Well, that's what's great. Like that's why it's entertaining.
exactly, because you get the fanboys. It's a fanfic film every friggin' week.
Oh, for sure. Like that's why I keep
I'm
watching.
trying to read what's on your board there behind. It's all smudged.
Oh, those are all
Get
my-
a better
those are all my
camera. I
games
want to
I'm
be able to
working
read
on.
your secret information back
Those
there.
are all my games I'm working on.
Right.
Right.
This is the code to the vault.
Yeah.
And who's working on them?
I remember when my wife and I were looking for houses, we went to we went to this house, and the house is kind of old and beat down, so there was no way on earth we were going to get it. But we were down there, and I went into the basement, and the guy had a mother-loving vault in his basement, like literally like Scrooge McDuck, spin the thing, open the whole thing up. It was like and I don't know what that guy kept in there. But it was like, I was like, is this seriously a vault? They're like, yeah, it's a real vault, and it was just like the whole thing. It was like completely like, there was like shelving on all the sides and stuff like that. I mean, it was just like, I was like, oh man, I was like, I mean, the house is horrible. There's no way I'd want to live here, but a vault. I was just like, I can have a vault.
So Lance, some friends of mine live in St. Paul, and they had, they're in the like bougie area of St. Paul where all the, the mayor's house is and the mansions and stuff like that. And like in the like second basement of the house is a legit World War II like fallout bunker. Like it is this concrete, tiny, just like 2 bunks on either side with a steel door.
That's super cool though.
Yeah, no, it's like you gotta like trek through the basement area to get there. I'm just like, what the hell is Minnesota? Like,
There was a trend there for a while where people were buying old missile silos and converting them into houses.
yeah.
In North Dakota, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, out in the Midwest there.
You guys ever see that movie Blast from the Past?
Oh, that's a great movie.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't it awesome? Christopher Walken, Brendan Fraser,
Yeah.
one of my favorites.
Favorites.
I feel like Brendan Fraser is criminally underrated as like a physical comedy actor. Like he is so good as a physical comedy actor.
Well, you know, yeah, kind of what happened to him derailed him. And I've never actually clicked on the link to see what happened to him, but I've seen like a million little things. They're like, find out what happened to Brandon Fraser to ruin his life. But I know
click like
whatever
60
happened
links
was-
just to get to the end and be like, yeah, you just quit acting or whatever. And you're like, damn it, all that.
He's in Doom Patrol now.
But what happened? Does anyone actually know what happened to him?
I liked him in Monster.
Now I kind of want to know.
He
I
was
think
really
Monster?
good in Monster.
Yeah.
He was
really
in
good.
Monster? I never saw it.
Monster. Like
That's
the
what,
Charlize Theron movie?
That's the Uma Thurman one?
No, the one about Frankenstein. The
Oh.
movie.
Yeah, about the director who made
Yeah.
Frankenstein.
Oh, that one. I thought you meant
No,
the
and it's
Charlize-
actually a very poignant discussion basically about how because the director was gay and so how and then that came out he was basically ruined, you know, when that came out and just a bunch of other stuff and yeah, it's a good little thing. And then Brendan Fraser is this person who is an avid film buff and he meets him and then and they have a friendship, and of course there's all these questions as to whether or not there's something more going on with their friendship and whatever. So But-
Holy shit. I found out what happened to Brandon Fraser, and let me tell you, they weren't lying. It's terrible. So he alleges that he was sexually assaulted by Philip Burke, the president of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, at a luncheon in the summer of 2003. The incident, his subsequent divorce, and the death of his mother launched Fraser into a depression that, combined with his health issues and a backlash within the industry over speaking out against Burke, he believes caused his career to decline. Holy crap. They blackballed him. Wow.
Yeah, that's shitty.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not worth clicking 60 links, but man. Wow.
That is not a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow.
No.
But he's a Doom Squad. There's the pot of gold.
There you go.
I
A
feel
show
like
nobody saw.
well, and the thing was, if I remember correctly, like he was like gonna be the man, like I'm gonna do my own stunts in movies and stuff like that, and then he like broke his knee and like did some other stuff where he ended up having like if I remember if I remember it correctly, that was like something that he like it definitely like he beat himself up or whatever. But yeah.
Underappreciated physical comedy actor.
Oh, Bedazzled is a great movie with him in
Oh
it.
yeah, it's really good.
Raul.
Have his mustache comes.
Oh, and like you see later he's got the Band-Aid.
And he's Canadian.
Cocaína? No me quiero cocaína.
We will hold
Cocaína?
that
Cocaína.
¿Cómo me hablo español?
Yeah, well, I won't hold it against him that he's Canadian. I mean,
Yeah.
not everything is perfect, right? So
That's actually
Filipino man.
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
He does have some stuff to answer for.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
The stunt thing's actually why you don't see Jackie Chan anymore. He beat himself up so bad. He doesn't want to do the stunts anymore.
Well,
is that
I
what
mean,
it is?
you can only do
Yeah.
so much, right?
And nobody will cast him.
Old.
Nobody will cast him.
At this point.
Gods and Monsters. Gods and Monsters
God.
is.
Gods
the-
I think he's like
Gods
60
and
or
Monsters.
65. Something. He's
Yeah,
up
like-
there. Him and Schwarzenegger are doing a movie in Russia or something, I heard.
Yeah, I think the preview for that or a trailer for it was floating around social media a month or two ago. Like it got some buzz for a couple days.
That's why Ruby Rose quit Batwoman too.
They're back, yeah.
Yeah, no, I can see it. Like trying to, especially if you're taking like 13 or 14 takes on a shot, and you're having to do that every time. Like that's a lot of punishment you're putting your body through.
Especially Jackie Chan, the shit he did.
Oh God, outtakes from like his freaking. It's amazing he's alive.
Tom Cruise is gonna die on one of his films.
I think he's got a death wish.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't, you know. I mean, what else has he got to prove? He's hung off a fucking airplane. You know. I mean,
I guarantee you, in a movie, he's going to send himself to space and try to skydive back to Earth.
he's trying to go to space now, from what I understand.
Like it's gonna happen. He's gonna do it. Oh man! All right, I'm gonna get a drink and contemplate my own mortality.
Oh, well. Sounds like a day that ends in Y for me.
What are you drinking, Lance?
Old Crow bourbon.
It's just like, I don't think I've ever had bourbon.
What do you bring you down to Tennessee?
I drink rye whiskey. I don't
Actually,
drink
Kentucky, but we got some good sour mash in Tennessee.
I
drank
did
up the last of my E.H. Taylors, so I'm actually pretty upset about that. My like E.H. Taylors are really, really good. I found some at Costco like a year ago, and I've been I ended up drinking about half the bottle the night of the election, and passed out on the couch.
Why? You knew where you were going to get results. Why would you do that to yourself?
I firmly believe it was my dedication to that situation that led to the results. So
5 days later, yeah.
It's so funny, you guys.
Don't minimize. Not all heroes wear capes, Barry.
Pennsylvania finally called it today.
Yep.
Hooray. Yes, Kyle Seal, Old Crow, it's bottom shelf, but it's good. Jim Beam makes it. They sure do.
Have you
On
ever
a
had?
shelf, but it's on a shelf. That's all it matters.
Have you ever had Elijah Craig? No, that's one of my favorites.
Never heard of
Yeah, it's not bottom shelf.
No, it used to be cheaper than Jack when it first came out about 20 years ago, but now
I guess I have had bourbon and I've had Jack Daniels. So
Yeah,
See, I don't really like Jack. I mean,
Yeah.
Maybe because like my pretty much all my early experiences of drinking Jack Daniels involved regurgitation on my part. So.
you don't know how to handle your liquor.
I remember watching
I
a
can at least avoid a
documentary.
train before it hits me.
You've never worked around one, under one, or in one, so how would you know?
Because I know.
I remember watching a documentary on how Jack Daniels was made, and when the time came to show the part about making or firing the barrels, they wouldn't show it because it was like a process.
Yeah. I actually think they char them twice. That's the difference between whiskey and bourbon. It's something with the char.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what.
I do think it is a thing where like when you're younger, it's like beer, drink, beer. And it's like when you finally get older, you eventually get to a point where you're just like, you don't have to drink like 27 beers. It's just like, no, I think I'll just slowly slide into this warm tub.
I started my D&D game tonight. I was showing Chad. It was like what was it?
D&D. You should back the Wanderer's Guide, the RPG book that
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, you backed it?
No, I didn't. It's Joe's too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back at Matt.
Joe and Andrew. Yeah, I really should.
Yeah, you should. Do it now.
But yeah, I started tonight with a beer called Metalhead. 9% double IPA. So I'm already like.
Well, then it should be easy to convince you to go back to Wanderer's Guide.
Yeah, sold. Check out the Kickstarter critique on it.
Yeah. Come on, man.
It's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. It's gorgeous.
$35. I realize in Canadian that's like $170, but I mean, could you just?
But I don't DM though, so.
But you could give it to your DM as a gift. You could say, "Hey, here you go. You're
It's
awesome.
pronounced
I wanted to get
gift.
you this thing."
Yeah, I'm actually I worked on another Kickstarter called Immersive Battle Atlas, and it's all these different maps you can pull out of these atlases and kind of
Yeah,
put them
well,
together.
we're not talking about that. Adam. Oh, let me get this straight. You want me to support your thing?
No, I don't care. It's not mine. I worked on it. I'm
That's like I already got paid. I don't care.
yeah. I'm getting one regardless.
So, Chad, what do you do at 25th Century?
Lots of
A
cool
little
shit.
bit of everything. So operations, day-to-day stuff. Kind of half-ass art direct and make Matt fix it.
Sounds a lot like my job at Gray Fox.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a one-man show except for I'm kind of like mission control, quarterback. So I just kind of feed stuff out.
Why isn't Grant here? Your guy. Why isn't he here?
I don't
Go
know.
pester him. Tell him to.
Been talking to him off and on all day. Should get him on here.
He's healing up.
Yeah, he had his
Healing up.
surgery.
Yeah.
Wah, wah, wah.
Those
I remember
Cody
back in the
men.
day. I remember like when the internet just started up. Like Maker's Mark had this thing where you could become a Maker's Mark like general or something like that, and then you could put your name down, and then they would actually put your name on a barrel, and then they said we'll contact you in 8 years, and then we'll send you.
But they still do it.
Yeah, they still do it, but now they're backlogged like crazy. Like people can't get their names on barrels. But I remember
2095.
but
Right.
I remember I
You gonna
got
will it down to
I
somebody?
got my free bottle of liquor from Maker's Mark. I got a package from them that was like it was totally free. It was just I signed up, gave my address thing, and like I had moved and like it was like so I remember it was like my parents' house. And the one day my mom called me, she said, "Yeah, you have a big package or whatever." And I went there and it was like it was crazy. It was like it was a bottle of Maker's Mark. It was, and then it had like an official, like it had a picture of the barrel with my name on it. It had a glass inside of it. It had a bunch of Maker's Mark napkins. It had these Maker's Mark swizzle sticks. It was just like it was crazy. It was just like, and all I did was just sign up, and like they probably sent me like $100 worth of stuff like 8 years later.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Barry,
And
where are
then,
you
and then I continued to get free stuff in the mail from them all the time. Like just every once in a while, I'd show up and hey, here's your Maker's Mark bar towel. I was like, oh, cool.
I saw something once profiling the ladies that actually dip the bottles in the wax. That was pretty cool because the dude could tell, oh, this one's right-handed because he could tell by the way the drips were and stuff. But that's a real specific, skill that they have.
Lemmy was that was his choice of if he had his choice. That was what he
Lemmy's my
drank.
man.
Motorhead?
Oh yeah.
Lemmy, it's like who would win in a fight between Lemmy and God? Trick question. Lemmy is God.
I love his cover of Sympathy for the Devil's awesome.
I remember Motorhead was not an amazing band. They had a few good songs. They were a little crazy, but yeah, that's the one song everybody knows of. But Lemmy had one of the greatest quotes of all time. Somebody asked him, it's like, well, why did you form the band Motorhead? And he's like, I formed you can't understand a word he said. Just like, but his words were, I formed the band Motorhead because I wanted to be in the band that if we moved in next door to you, your lawn would die. It's like, that's a great quote.
I mean, that's something.
He was real
That sums
deal.
you up.
Your lawn would die.
Let's talk about beer. I'm gonna go get one.
Can I just say that whatever Barry is working on looks amazing. Barry, what is that? Is that a cabinet drawer or something?
It's a jig. It's called a shooting board for my planes.
Okay.
Make 90-degree angles, and then these are marking gauges. Yeah.
What are you gonna make on it?
That's tools to make stuff with.
No, I know, but what's the jig to make?
The shooting boards to plane something at a 90-degree angle on its side,
Yeah.
just square off, wood.
Okay.
The marking gauges and all that. I'm about to make a table with that cherry, that live edge cherry behind me in a couple weeks.
Right
I
on.
still got to wait for it to finish moving a little bit.
Is that your main gig? Is that what you do?
No, I don't do anything. I'm still recovering from surgery from a couple years ago. Yeah, this is just to keep my mind occupied.
I was gonna say, like every time you're working on something, like it looks really cool.
Yeah, it does.
I'm trying,
He doesn't
I'm
even know
getting
what
there.
he's doing anymore. He's just
Yeah, I know that. I'm tired today. I did a lot of milling earlier, a lot of walnut and poplar and maple. For something, I'm going to go up the mountains for about a week. When I come back, that should stop moving. I can start doing what I want to do with that. And I'm working on all these things. I had to get back to that.
what's Aldi's thing?
Oh, a board game gig
Oh,
thing?
cool. Is that like an award or something?
It's a plaque. It was his. No, he faces this way.
Where is Aldi, by the way?
It was This year was Board Game Geek's 20th year,
Right on.
so I figured I'd make a
Cool.
little thing for it.
That's very neat.
That is cool.
I just
Is that mahogany? Mahogany? What kind of wood is it?
This is Red Heart. This is Purple Heart,
Ooh, that's pretty
and this is Osage Orange,
nice.
which I thought was going to be a little oranger, but I didn't. I got that during the pandemic. I didn't select that. I got it shipped to me.
Is anybody else locked into Matt? I can't change it. Matt's the only person I can look at.
So
Go to the
Lance,
view button up on top.
Yeah, go to on the right. Up to the
Lance,
top.
Lance
Why would
shifted
you want to change it? I mean,
I
So,
want to
so
look at what Barry was showing. Like, how do I get out of here? God, I feel like grandma.
Around
How
it.
do I fix the Zoom?
why is it flashing 12? Forrest, don't feel bad. I just switched mine like 3 minutes ago.
I remember that. What is it? I can't remember what commercial it was for, but it was all about. It was like the Best Buy or something. It was like, "What time is it at your house, Billy? 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock." Teasing the guy because his dad was like super analog and not with it.
So for the longest time, my mom, she was an anesthesiologist, so she had to type up doctor's notes at home, and she just did not get along with electronics. And she would ask me to come turn the computer off when she was done because she was worried she was going to break it. And like I explained it to her 100 times. I'm just like, Mom, you just close it and then you shut it down. Nothing's gonna happen. And yet now my kids talk about TikTok. And
Yeah.
When my mom first got her like a cell phone, she used to turn it off when she wasn't using it. She'd like cut it on, make a phone call, and then she'd like power it off.
My mother did that.
Like leave it on, like so someone can call you. It's part of the point of it.
That seems legit. I mean,
I can get that. Like, especially if you don't understand how the battery life works.
Yeah, it's so funny.
I've
my
often
mom-
wondered how like if I thought that like it was at all like realistically possible that like I did not have to worry about getting any kind of weird like my boss wouldn't need me for something at some point. And especially now, since everybody that I talk to on a regular basis, who I interact with on a regular basis, are all inside my house, it's just kind of like, oh, I mean, can you imagine just being able to turn your phone off, throw it in a drawer, and not think about it for a few days? I mean, like, it's like, and then like the actual like, I mean, would I just go down and sit in front of my computer instead?
Yeah.
And check and see if I got any emails?
I think you probably would. Or you'd hop on Discord and be like, hey, where's everyone at? Talk to me.
Speaking of which, go join the Grey Fox Games community Discord. over 500 members now.
Wow.
We schedule live games. You can play with Chris. You can be indignant when he thinks he's losing and then crush everybody by almost 100 points.
You can. You can hear me be a jerk. Come experience. See, Lance, I'm helping you sell your service.
Yeah.
I'm not always a jerk, but sometimes.
Ooh, Daniel says, I wonder what tech is going to completely bewilder us when we are in our 70s or our 80s. Well, if I'm lucky enough to hit my 80s, which I hope I am, I'm going to guess like we'll get to a point where not even, but like health wise, like most, like if you're born with any kind of like most defects will just be like, you won't have to deal with like right now, like my son, he's going to be able to like start wearing, he just got glasses this year, and they're like, yeah, so we're gonna get him into contacts here in the beginning of the new year. And like, you're going to get him. And then because there's contacts you can put in that if you get started on them right when your eyes start going bad, they can actually fix your eyes. Like the way that they actually will correct the how your eyes are conformed, and so
it's Invisalign for your eyes.
Yeah, basically. but they have to get you like right where he is, like the age of 9. They have to get him because I said, well, my daughter just got glasses and she's 13. He's like, yeah, it's too late for her. It's like it's a very specific tiny window. He said the tough thing is that you've got to get them used to wearing contacts, and it is really tough for kids to like that age to wear contacts. It's just tough for them
because your eyes like maybe like they only grow till you're like 13 or something. They stop.
Yeah, it's just basically like,
they have to like stretch into the mold.
He's like, yeah, but no, he's like, our optometrist is like, he will it's like, there's a good chance that if we can get him on these really soon, we'll fix his eyes and he'll never have to get corrective surgery. He'll never have to wear glasses until he needs like bifocals when he gets to his 60s. So it's just like, I mean, I got what was it? When I got my laser eye surgery, I got the monovision, so my brain turns off the one eye and turns on the other eye depending upon if I'm looking far away or if I'm looking up close. And like my doctor was like, with any luck, he said you'll never have to wear glasses again for the rest of your life. And I was like, is that because I've only got 10 years left? I was just like, he's like, no. It's like,
oh, and I forgot to tell you.
Come with a lifetime guarantee.
What's the line? Teach a man build a man a fire, he stays warm that night. Set a man on fire, he stays warm for the rest of his life.
Yep.
Yeah, I tried to ask for the whole laser eye surgery thing, and my doctor's like, can't do it. I'm not eligible.
Why? Canadian. Yeah, I know. we gotta save it for the real people.
I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was because I have it's progressive. My glasses are progressives, and the type of deficiency I have in my eyes.
How old are you, man?
I'm 47.
Dude, when did you go in and get your eyes checked, or when did you check with your?
I started wearing glasses literally like 6 months after I turned 40.
Okay, well,
same with me.
What I'm asking is that when did you ask your guy about it?
These are my newest ones, and these are probably about a year and a half old.
And he said no go a year and a half ago, huh?
Yeah.
That's really odd. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't give up, man. I mean,
I asked for contacts for one thing. He said nope, and he said no with laser eye as well.
He just wants that steady income. That's what he wants.
I don't even buy my glasses from him.
I feel like he's probably more concerned about his patient's health. Remember, Lance, up in Canada, they have health care.
Not for vision, we don't.
Yeah, apparently.
You don't have a provision, really?
No, fuck no. I if I wanted to get laser eye surgery, it'd be like $2,000 an eye.
Well, I mean, when you get laser eye surgery, you're not going to go to like the $2.99 with a coupon in the back of Papa John's ad, right? Like,
well, no, you go to the best place in town.
Yeah, you
Um,
went through that, would you, Lance?
So funny story. I used a Groupon for mine.
Oh no! Oh no! Come on. That's why your shit's all messed up.
It's like, yeah, I mean, no.
how
it
many
was
fingers
so-
am I holding up? Lance?
Right?
Did you find them on Craigslist?
No, okay. It actually gets
Met him
The
in a
radio
parking lot.
says, like, tell them Josh sent you. No.
Did you get it done in the back of a van?
You're stepping all over.
Flashlight.
Okay, I've told the story before, but just so the people that haven't heard the story, I'll tell the story again. I'll try to, as much as I do an abridged version, I'll give you an abridged version of the story. So my wife pointed out, hey, because I had talked about getting it done. My wife, this is like 4 years ago now, 3-4 years ago now. She said, hey, look, there's a Groupon for laser eye vision. And I was like, no way. And I looked at it and I was just like, huh. And I had this like kind of moment. And so then I saw which clinic it was, and it was a clinic that had a really good reputation and like, you know, whatever. And so I went in and went in and had them check my eyes. They're like, yep, we can totally do it. We can get this done. And I won't go through the whole process, but I remember when I came back from my actual surgery, there are doctors that do laser eye surgery that like very few actual clinics will just have their own doctor, unless they're super huge. They basically have a doctor that's on contract who will fly in to different locations and then just do the surgeries. And so that was the case with this place, right? And so then this guy took a look at my eyes and like he said, yeah, I need to meet with this guy. And he's like, look, we can't do LASIK. We have to do PRK. Now the big difference between LASIK is with LASIK, they actually like they basically they used to take like a little like knife where they actually would cut
They
the
cut
very
a slit, lift it
slit,
up.
and then they peel back the lens of your eye and then fix the stuff inside that and then put it back and then they, but now they do it with a laser, right? And so he's like, we can't do LASIK. We have to do PRK. And what PRK is, they actually just scrape the lens off of there, like basically.
That's what I got.
and
they just scrub it right across your eye.
They actually scrape it off.
Yeah.
They fix it, and then they let your eye heal back normally. That's what you got too, Chris?
Yep. It's the what is it, a month recovery period versus
it's like 2 to 4 weeks or whatever. And he said we'll have to do that, and then they also wanted me to sign this waiver that said like, it's like we can't be held accountable if there's anything that's wrong because we have to do all this, that, and the other thing.
It's like sandpaper your eyeball. It just
yeah. So
and you got to sit there awake while they do it and everything.
So
you're definitely awake.
Yeah, you're definitely awake. So
You're
I
awake.
get in there, right? And then I was like, so I ended up talking to this guy, and I actually Googled him later. He was telling me about his life story. He's like, he lives in Texas. He's like, yeah, I'm like, he's basically saying I'm super wealthy. I've been doing this forever. He said I do thousands of these operations. Like I'll do 10,000 of these operations in a year. He was talking about if you Google, and he actually gave, I forget what the names were. He's like, you Google this person and that person, you look for pictures of them, you will see me. And they were like Playboy playmates. You will see me on like taking them to clubs. You will see me. He's like, back when I was in my 20s and my 30s, he's like, I was in like the Studio 54 era. I was, like he goes, go ahead and like look me up. It's like there's all kinds of like crazy, and I did. It was true. He was a total like Playboy, real like just crazy like guy in the heyday of the like 70s and 80s, and he was just like, and he's like, look, he's like, and I was like, I don't really feel comfortable signing this, saying that like you can do this, and if you screw up, it's not your fault. And he's like, look. He said, we live in a litigious society, so that's why they are making you sign this. He said, he's like, I have to legally say there could be problems, but I'm telling you right now, I'll take care of you. He's like, you're going to be fine. And
is
I was
the
just
scraping version like more accurate, I guess? Or
it is. Like if you're in the military, they won't let you get LASIK because if you get hit, like you get hit like in your eye in a perfect spot, and you can rip that basically the
flap, right?
The flap, you can rip the flap
LASIK.
open.
I don't even know how many, like 15 years ago, 16 years ago. Like it was new, and so that was the only option. Yeah, it was just it was freaky as hell.
with PRK, they have to scrub down because the thickness of your cornea is not thick enough for them to slice through to create that flap. Like they'll actually burst through to down below. So like if your corneas aren't thick enough, you literally cannot get LASIK without them destroying your eye.
Yeah, so that's exactly why they had to do that to me. And
yeah.
and they say
an opinion.
No, and they say it's more accurate. Like, I mean, I have 20/15 vision now. I mean, and
I can't stand wearing glasses.
Like, well, so here's the craziest freaking thing about it though, is that like you're lying in the bed, you know, staring up this laser, and they're like, okay, you're gonna stare at this red dot, and then your vision's gonna go away, and then it's gonna come back. It was, I shit you know, like the laser, and then it's just gray, and then boom, 20/20 vision. Like just focusing back in. It was the weirdest shit.
See, I didn't
That
get
sounds
that.
a hell of a lot better than LASIK, which like a suction thing comes down and locks onto your eyeball and like holds it, and then you see this like, and then like all of a sudden they fold it up and it goes blurry as hell, and you're like, they're like, don't move. And you're like, whoa, you know.
So also bear in mind, part of the going to gray was the steel wool scrubbing across your cornea.
So all I remember when they did mine is that they were like, okay, you know, it's like, first of all, they give you a Valium, and they're like, you know, this will be, and then so then I went in and I'm laying down, and they put the little machine over, and like, but so like the thing is that they basically did Clockwork Orange, taped my eyes open so I couldn't close them.
You really don't want to.
And then literally like, and it was like one of those things too, where like they did all these things to like make my eye, and then like all of a sudden like I knew that I was drugged up because I was sitting there, and they're like, basically this guy's like taking like a Q-tip and he's just rubbing it on my eye and like going back and forth, and I was like, there is no way on earth that if anybody tried to rub a Q-tip on my eye, I wouldn't be like, you know, lashing out at these human beings for doing so. And no, and they did that, and then I remember they like, and then they just started going with this like it looked like a tiny piece of Velcro. They're like squish, and they just scratched the eye down and did the thing, and it takes about 2 to 4 weeks to fully recover, but once he does, it's just like you're golden.
I remember my wife got
not in everybody's case though.
Yeah, I know.
No.
Matt Paquette can't get it done either.
No. Not. I'm talking about my wife's.
Oh yeah.
Does she have LASIK
she has had a pretty nightmarish year. She's had her eyes readjusted 3 times now, having to go back in. Currently, the one eye that she had adjusted for near vision, she sees double out of at all times. And she just keeps going back every couple of months. They go, well, okay, let's try again. And they put her under and volume her up and zap her, and things seem fine for a while, but then they just degenerate again. Oh. And that actually, the first thing that went bad was because she had LASIK in her 20s. They reopened the flaps she had originally had, and apparently when they closed them, they didn't seal. So the mucus, whatever it is that's on the outside of your eye, actually leaked and started spreading inside her eye. So she was just basically, it's like she had cataracts. And so they had to open and basically clean the inside of her eye out. So it's been a very, very, very miserable vision year for Jen. Her distance vision in her other eye is great. And she is kind of regretting ever doing it because she does everything with her near vision. She does glass work right like this. And so, yeah, she's having to wear like literally like 2 pairs of glasses to kind of adjust and stuff like. No, that's not true. What she does now is, because her near eye is so useless, that to actually do close work, she wears glasses to readjust her distance eye to be able to see up close.
Oh man,
it is horrible, and it has sworn me off ever doing it. So that's the other side of the fence. That's the story that they don't tell you on the bus bench billboards.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is sucks that it happened to Jen. I mean, it is extremely rare that happens.
Yep. That's what he says. And every time she goes back in, he doesn't seem concerned. We'll get it. We'll just keep adjusting it until you die or until it's fixed. One or the other.
Or until we go out of business. Oh, that's the other thing. The place that I got my eyes done, they went out of business. And like when I went to go get my eyes checked or whatever, and I mentioned that to the guy, he was just like, "Oh yeah, they went out of business." And I was like, "Yeah, I heard that." And I was like, "Yeah," I was like, "I paid them $200 to have free adjustments for the rest of my life." He's like, "Yeah, you can kiss that money goodbye." Like, I was
Call
like,
that doctor up, dude.
I was like,
Where's the doctor, man?
I was like, "What happened there?" And he's like, "Oh no. I mean, they did good work." He said that just the guys that were the people that were running it were just robbing the company blind.
Up in the
just-
rent.
Yeah, cashing checks, out of the company till basically.
You said you were gonna take care of me.
Yeah, did he retire? Where'd he go?
No, I don't. I mean, he lives in Texas. It doesn't think I'm going to drive to his house and say, "Okay, well, he'd be
should.
like, yeah, go blow it out your ass." Is that
You want to drive to his house, stay at Aldi's place, you'd be good to go.
Yeah. Bring your
There you go.
$200.
Where is Scott? I wanted him to be here for the Thanksgiving episode.
He's probably enjoying his Thanksgiving.
Yeah, well.
From us.
I got a
How dare
laugh
he.
yesterday. I was on an email chain with. Oh, did I lose everybody?
No.
Okay, something happened. Anyways, I was on an email chain with the production person who was in Australia, one of the actual guys from the publishers in US, and this was yesterday. He's like, "Well, I don't know if I can meet for a meeting this week because the rest of the week is pretty shot because of the holiday." I'm like, "It's Tuesday. Like, what do you do? The whole week is gone now." Just because of Thanksgiving, it just makes me laugh because
Matt must be Canadian.
He is
Yep.
Canadian.
There you go.
We try not to hold it against him.
They don't have a proper Thanksgiving.
No, they don't.
On the sports website, Defector, it's the remnants of Deadspin. One of the commentators was like, kind of bemoaning the lack of sports coverage over Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. He's like, "I'm Canadian, so this is just the worst sports time of the year." Because there's nothing going on and America shuts down.
So, don't Canadians have like a fake Thanksgiving though?
yeah, it's a Sunday and it's like basically it's
But
like
what are they thankful for besides free health care and
the Harvest Festival and all that good stuff. It's nothing. There's nothing historically based.
wow. You can be thankful in 50 years when you're the world superpower, basically.
Yeah. With our Swiss Army knives and our plastic forks and knives in our
No,
arms.
with your actual livable environment that everybody is moving to.
They're the only
Because everybody has to move
Northern
north.
America that's got water. Yeah, all that kind of stuff.
I remember in the old board game Supremacy, Canada was the territory that had you would go into certain territories and control them, but in order to get the resources, you had to do the research on the resources to find the actual. It's weird to explain, but basically there's this deck of cards that have all these different like levels of resources, whether like grain, oil, and it was food, oil, and I can't remember the third resource. But anyway, but the Canada had the only 5 food resource area. I remember, and so like but you couldn't get it until you found the resource card in the resource card deck, and so people would sit there and there's actions you could do to like go through the resource card deck trying to get the right resource card, and then you could trade them back and forth between the different players and stuff like that. But yeah, 5 grain, baby, from Canada, and as soon as somebody had it and they put it, somebody would just nuke it. They didn't want you to have the grain. They would just nuke Canada, or they
Winnipeg.
or they preemptively nuke it too. The same thing with the Middle East. They nuke the spot that has the oil, just so nobody could get it. Man, what was the other?
Sorry to change the subject, but what is going on with Matt that he is the permanent
You
video window?
Yeah. Okay. It's not just me.
Oh yeah, no. There's definitely something wrong because normally you
No,
can
Lance
fucking
did
force
that.
it to be full screen on whoever I want, but currently it's stuck on Matt and will not change. The normal
Lance-
feature is completely gone.
Can you
And
see
there's-
the gallery view?
Yeah.
There we go.
Lance
Now it's
Big
Richard.
And now it is me. I think Lance might want to look into his thing. Or we can just go this way, I suppose.
I've got it on gallery view.
I brought this up about 30 minutes ago, Richard.
If you click on view and click gallery view, it'll go gallery view.
Yes, and when I do that, what used to be Matt is now me. I have a permanent yellow window around me, which means if I minimize, it doesn't matter who's talking. It's going to be a picture of me. It's permanently forced to be me.
It's in the upper right. It says either speaker view or gallery view.
Lance maximized Matt when he came on to read his thing and never went back.
Yeah. Oh, now it's Forrest.
Okay, there we go.
Everybody gets a turn on
the spotlight.
Yeah.
We have to give thanks to whoever is featured.
The
Oh yeah, let's give
participation
thanks to
trophy goes
Forrest,
to
who's
everyone.
been totally kicking butt lately and making videos.
Yes, Forrest.
and crushing it lately.
Good
Yeah.
job
Making
bringing
all
your
kinds
A
of
game.
videos lately. I feel like all your Kickstarter rundown stuff, and I feel like every time I get on, you got a new video out. It's awesome.
I especially like hearing your children crying for food in the background, and you're saying, "Be quiet! I'll make your mac and cheese later."
I missed that one.
I don't know if you're being serious or not, because that could definitely be something that's happening.
That could be your catchphrase.
Forrest, I told so many people about your Doritos story in the last week that
Doritos.
like there's this guy and he bought $1,000 worth of Doritos.
Jesus.
Wait, what?
But why?
So the succinct story. I'll let Forrest tell it, so Forrest can tell the story.
All right. Long story short, there was a specific type of Doritos that came out that would give you codes that you could redeem for points, and then you could use the points to earn the new Xbox One X that came out 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Wasn't this the plot of Real Genius with the guy in the basement?
Somebody
much.
said that last week too.
I watched that.
So I bought like it got $1,000+ worth of the chips from all over, and it made some money and got some Xboxes. Everyone was happy.
That is the very truncated version of that story.
Got the nuts and bolts. What more do you need to know?
I feel like this journey needs to branch out a little bit.
Hey, I haven't done airing your grievances yet, and I have like a huge doozy, and I was kind of hoping that like Aldi and Pete would be here, but they're not here. I have a giant doozy of a complete and total awful human that I ran into.
Uh-oh.
So
And you think Scott and Pete could fix it for you?
No. I just thought they'd be entertained.
Is this
Ah.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, well,
Well, it's gonna
apparently
be
you don't
on
care about
YouTube. They can
anything
watch it
us.
after.
Only the
No,
real
I mean,
boomers.
I'm
Do you
glad
bring
you
out the
guys are
good
here.
stuff for?
I'm glad you're here to be entertained.
is it the post office?
We're not worthy.
Yes, no, it is
Okay,
not.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
It is not the post office. It's the one I already told you about. Sorry, Chris, you already heard it.
Yeah.
So the other day I was just like, looking for stuff online, doing some Christmas shopping, whatever, and I found out, and like well, it doesn't really matter. It wasn't really it was like it wasn't really like their fault. It's JCPenney's, whatever. So I ordered some things off JCPenney's that they had this pick up in store option, and so then I was like, and I wanted the deliver to curb option, right? And so that when I went to I was like going there to pick it up, and I went on to their website or whatever to the pick up and the curb, like they were like, oh, like curbside delivery is unavailable right now. And I was like, all right, well, whatever. I'll just put on a mask and I'll pop in there and get my thing and that's fine. Whatever. No big deal. It's just got to go in, have to interact with humanity for a little while. Mind you, I had to go into North Dakota. And if you've been following news, North Dakota is like an exploding cauldron of COVID. So I go in, I walk over to the customer service area. I figured out which door was the door you wanted to go into, like right next to customer service. I go in and I immediately realized why they couldn't do curbside deliveries, because like there is a line of like 9 people at the place to do the for customer service. So I go and I get in line. I'm just looking at my phone, not really paying any attention. And like, I mean, the lady were behind the counter, highly taxed, lots of people. People are getting annoyed. They're waiting. but she was trying in no way to speed things along. I mean, like literally like having conversations with the people. Oh no, what were you doing? Oh, really? Was that how it was? You know, just having, and I'm like, come on, you have to realize there's like this giant, I mean, there's the customer.
You were stuck in a Saturday Night Live sketch, basically.
Yeah. And so I'm like, whatever. But as I'm sitting there kind of bemoaning this, I happen to look up and I realized there's actually 2 lines. You know, like how when you go to a hotel and there's the thing where it's like, oh, you can check in over here. Oh, but if you're part of our Premier Plus package over here, like here's the lane that you can be on and we'll come over and help you. Well, here's 2 lanes. One says returns and customer service. And over here, it says express online pickup. And I was like, did I have express online pickup? Like, was that a special thing you have to sign up for to get, you know? So I look at my thing online. We say, go to the express online pickup line. I went, oh, I'm fine. Cool. I'm out of this, right? I'll go to this lane. And I felt kind of like a dirt bag, right? You know, leaving and walking. And these people like, and I can see these people like looking daggers at me as I'm like walking up to this.
We thought you were one of us.
So I walk up there.
1%er.
so I'm sitting there and I'm just like, okay, well, whatever. Right. And this, I mean, and again, I realized that the lady up there, she's like doing like 4 different returns to like 3 different credit cards. And it's just this big, giant, convoluted mess. And they're just gabbing about the weather outside and this, that, and the other thing. And I was just like, good Lord. So finally, she gets done helping that person. I'm thinking, would she switch over to handle what I've got? Or is it like, does it really matter which lane I'm in or whatever? So the next person in line walks up and says, yeah, I want to return this. And I was like, that's cool. Whatever. I can wait. It's no big deal. I'm in the right lane. I'm in the lane with the thing. I got my sheet of paper that I printed off that's got my order on it. It's got all my stuff. I'll get it. So all of a sudden, this other woman comes in. She's got a coat on and stuff. Obviously, she'd been out for lunch because this is around lunchtime. I was like, oh, cool. Another person's coming up there. She goes to the register where like, and there was all this stuff on her register, like all these things. I thought maybe like it's possible like that would be like, oh, one of these is my order, but no, it was just stuff that had been put to the side for returns. And so she's grabbing this stuff and putting it behind her. And she gets up there and she realizes there's a giant lane of people. She looks me right in the eye and I'm standing there. I got my sheet of paper in front of me and she sits there and I'm getting angry already as I'm telling this story. I'm like feeling so she's doing her whole login to her computer thing, like to get like, say, okay, I'm working now or whatever. She gets done and she says, okay, can I help? Who's next? And I take like a half a step forward and this woman from like over here behind me, like I I'm guessing late 50s, early 60s, comes storming past me. Like she's got a JC Penney's bag in her hand. She comes storming past me. She's like, I'm next. And I was just, and I, it's like, and then she turns around and she just looks at me like fire in her eyes. She's just looking at me. And I just said, cause she's got a bag in her hand. She's like returning something, or at least that's what I presumed. And I said, I said, this is the lane for express pickups. And she turns and goes, that's what I have. And she like pulls out this thing, it's like, wait your turn, asshole. I was just like, oh, okay. So you were in the wrong lane. You didn't have your sheet of paper out, so I couldn't tell you had it. And I was like, but still, I was like, okay, Minnesota nice. I was like, hey, I had no idea. I'm really sorry. Go ahead. I will. Fuck you. and I'm like just feeling the anger like climb into my eyes, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, whatever. Who knows what kind of day she's having?
You said "fuck you."
Yes. Like in my mind, I had this image of me grabbing her by the back of her head and just slamming her head into the counter, like over and over again.
Oh my goodness.
And if I had done that, I would have been arrested. I
You
would have been
the bad guy.
Yeah.
I would have been.
You
the
would have
bad
been
guy.
the
What a
bad guy.
tipsy
Yes.
topsy world.
Was she wearing a mask?
No. Yeah, she was. She
She
couldn't
sounded
walk
like
in.
someone who wouldn't be wearing a
Yeah,
mask.
she sounded like an anti-masker.
Karen.
You couldn't walk in. You couldn't walk in without a mask. They would.
But did she have it, down below her nose?
Oh no, it's down below her nose. Yes.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, because and so instead I was just like I was getting really angry, and then I just said, she's probably having a bad day. And to her, she just saw me as somebody that was like barging ahead of her. Just let it go. Just let it go. And then I look off to the side, and I see the people waiting in line. They're like,
All behind masks, just all with their eyes.
Anybody got their phone out recording?
no, I just kind of sat there and I just let her do her thing. And then she walked off, and I was like, maybe she'll actually turn around and say something like, "I'm sorry, I'm having a bad day." No, she just stormed out. The lady says, "Come here." And I was like, this. She handed me my stuff. I was like, "Thanks a lot." She's like, "Sorry about the wait." I was like, "No big deal." Got
My wife
stuff
always.
But not sorry about the bitch in front of you.
I was just like, well, I mean, like I said, I mean, like, I don't get angry easily, but I was just like, holy cow. It's like,
Matt's over there like, this never happens in Canada.
yeah.
Oh, it does.
Mm.
Not too often in my experience, but yeah, my wife always says, well, people like that, it's like, must suck to be them. Be able to go home and have to live like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
They say the best revenge is living well, but man, that isn't really satisfying.
Yeah.
I mean, the best revenge is really sticking it to him at the perfect moment. What was the Norm Macdonald quote? He's like, they say the best revenge is living well, but I found stabbing works pretty well too.
Well, it's like it's when she says, asshole, like, okay, you're having a bad day. But when she escalates to the fuck you.
That turned around while she handed the sheet of paper, she's like, okay, sign this. Turn around and look at me. Fuck you.
That was like several orders of magnitude
Right?
beyond reasonable.
Like, I feel that's where it kind of goes off the rails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. We're only hearing one side of the story.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
To be fair, I mean,
We don't know
fair,
that.
I mean, when
clearly
she
you need
got
to get this woman on the show.
Oh, I will say, to be fair, I was a dick to Lance earlier today, and he took it. He was like, okay, we'll play the game. And I mean, I can see Lance keeping his cool in that situation.
I've seen people's, I mean, I guess, like, I remember one time, like, when I was younger, and somebody like said a few wrong words to the wrong person at after the bar closed, and they got sucker punched as they're leaving and got their head cracked open on the pavement. I was just like, after that, I was like, life's a lot easier when you just let things go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was
Yes.
blood?
I will say this, extremely minor grievance. Whenever I there are very few games I care a great deal about whether or not I'm getting copies of them or whatever, or when I'm going to get my Kickstarter copies of them or anything like that. But Dwellings of Eldervale is something I've been waiting for a long time, and every single day that they're like saying, whenever they're saying, "Oh, we're down to the last 15," I'm always in the last. I'm always in that last 300 that need to go out. I'm never first printing right off the bat. It's like of all the times I've traveled, I've only once only have I been the first suitcase that comes off the line. And when it happened, I was like, oh, that's what this feels like when yours is the first one. And you can grab it and you can say, "See you later, suckers." Because every other time, whenever I'm waiting, I'm like, come on, I really want mine to show up.
You're an
I really
enigma
want
of
mine to show
probability.
up.
There he is.
Oh, Grant, of course, comes in after my angry lady story, but
All right, Grant, you have to log out, rewind about 10 minutes, watch,
Come
and then
back.
you can come in.
Are you kidding me? Dad's been giving me updates about when not to join. And then he was like, okay, the story's done.
Okay, we're just in time for initials. Now!
Yeah.
I won listicuffs,
I'm
by the
actually
way.
out now that Grant's here because I have to go play games with my children. So
All right, see you. I'll see you on Saturday, Christopher.
yep.
It's like
Hey,
midnight.
man.
Hey, Chris.
I guess it's 9
Merry
p.m.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's 9 p.m. Yeah.
Well, it must be
Yeah.
like 4 a.m. Canada time, right?
It's midnight.
You're in Eastern time?
He's on the east, yeah.
Cool.
Yes, it's me and
Yeah,
Chad. are the
time
same.
zones go vertically, not horizontally.
No, Rod,
It all depends on
Rodney,
the strength of the U.S. dollar. It could be.
But Canada goes
3 a.m.
horizontal.
You don't know.
Rodney Smith is actually an hour ahead of us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's in PEI, so he's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, that's actually further east than East Coast time.
Yeah.
Is that one that like 15 people have to deal with or something like that?
no. That's like there's I think it's Newfoundland that has like a half an hour ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Really
it was
strange.
something weird, yeah.
that's Canada. Typical Canada.
Yeah, my father-in-law's in New Brunswick, and they're an hour ahead of us.
Yeah, typical Canada. But I'll be the first to admit, on election night, I was searching moving to Canada just for the first few hours, just to check my options.
Okay, I know a lot of you guys like joke about that. Is that like a serious thing for some people though?
Sure, some,
In
but
2004, Jen and I got on a plane the day that George W. Bush Jr. was reelected as president.
And I know
Is that when you
multiple
moved?
people-
That was coincidentally that was the day we were getting on the plane,
Okay.
and they were the announcements were happening in the airport.
Was
So-
your move prompted politically, or was it?
It was one of the reasons we didn't particularly want to stay. We were not happy with the state of our country at that time. There were many other reasons to move to Europe, though, but that was certainly one of them.
If you don't like it, you can get out.
Well, I did.
Yeah, a lot of people
He
move
came
to-
back.
And why did you
came
move
back
back?
at the worst possible time? But
Are you
Gonna
gonna?
say, hey, Nathaniel Robinson said, speaking politics, now that the transition is begun, I can safely look at copies of 1960 Making the President without making a panic attack. I might buy a copy. How about you get Campaign Trail instead? The pre-orders will open up next week. So
I get the other one.
smooth operator.
Welcome to Out of a Show, everybody. What is that? Flashlight?
go,
Lance
go.
needs his bell every time.
Why don't you go make a joist or something?
Not yet. I am going to build a shed in the spring.
For what it's worth, Daniel R says, for what it's worth, Canada is pretty awesome. I think Canada has wonderful fishing. I love fishing in Canada.
It wasn't so cold.
Yeah, too fucking cold.
I had to
like it.
shovel today, which really sucked.
Grant, have you ever done comedy in Canada?
Yeah, I've done Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Victoria,
Wow.
Montreal, a bunch of different cities. I the only real major city I haven't done is Toronto. Actually, I've never done it.
What? You done
Grant,
Ottawa?
yes would suffice.
No, I haven't done Ottawa either. I mean, I guess that's your capital, so I should put it in major, in the category of major city. But
And if you do come to Ottawa, you got to come say hi.
yeah, I've had, obviously I had multiple actual dates in Canada that got canceled because of the pandemic. Not just because. Actually, some of the comedy clubs stayed open, but it was like, well, it's probably not financially worth it for you if you have to come here and quarantine for 2 weeks before you can do your shows,
Could you even get in the country?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
border wasn't even open
Yeah, I
then.
could
Yeah.
get in the country, but at different times, obviously there've been times during the pandemic where you couldn't, but
Oh, I didn't realize they opened and closed it.
yeah, no, at some point you could, but you had to quarantine for 2 weeks upon getting there. So it's like, well, if I'm doing 5 shows, I'm not going to pay for a hotel for 2 weeks to wait to do my 5 shows.
No.
So yeah, it hasn't made sense.
I was watching a news report on a U.S. city that is landlocked by Canada and then the ocean. It's the only city that's not accessible by road in the United States.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
kids on school buses have to go through 2 border crossings through Canada and come back out. Yeah,
Yeah, it's nuts.
That's
We
a
also
wacky
have-
town.
You know, the continental United States has one major city that sits north of Canada. The continental United States. Anybody know that what city that is?
Buffalo.
Detroit. Because
Ah,
Detroit's on a bend in the river, and Canada comes in
Ah.
south of Detroit.
Oh, Windsor. Yeah.
Yeah.
that point in Canada is closer to my hometown in Kingsport, Tennessee than Memphis is.
Yeah.
My buddy Gary, his brother is he went to university in Windsor, and his brother was playing for the Flyers, so he would go see the games all the time. Or the Red Wings, sorry, not the
Red
Flyers,
Wings.
Red Wings.
Yeah, Flyers are Philly.
Not a sports guy, sorry.
Mhm.
You know, Grant, I was going to say something because I was just thinking about you doing comedy and what have you. And you've
Yeah.
probably heard, God, these damn dogs. You've probably heard this joke before. So I apologize if I'm going to tell you a joke you've heard, but it's the only joke I know that is actually about comedians that kind of makes fun of comedians.
Okay.
And it says,
Oh, meta.
Come
Yeah.
at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
no. And so don't ruin the punchline. So comedian gets done doing his thing at the club, and it's he's just relaxing and he's having a couple of drinks and he's watching the other people perform. And this really good looking woman comes up to him and says, "I just got to tell you, I've been here watching this all night, and you were the funniest person I've ever heard. You had me laughing. You're like, I find that just so sexy. I really like to take you home tonight with me." And the guy was like, "1 second, what did you see the first show or the second show?"
I mean, that's very true about what comedians are like. So what did you like the best? Tell me how I'm good. Okay. I don't want to just know that you think I'm funny. How am I funny? What specifically was funny? Oh.
That's and the only other what was it? It was a joke that Anthony Ricano told me, which like it works on a few levels that doesn't. But I miss Anthony a great deal. I got to call him. I haven't talked to him in a few weeks. But it's like he's like it's a joke that like a Jewish person can tell another Jewish person, but only Jewish people will get it. And it's like, and it says, so it's like, and the whole joke is a genteel businessman runs into his friend, a genteel businessman on the street. And the first one says, "Hey, how's business?" And the second one says, "Great."
Oh, that one really
it's a super deep joke, but if you know it, like it works on a bunch of levels.
I'll tell you one of my favorite like street jokes. We call them street jokes. That's what these sort of things. What's the difference between a gross Greyhound bus station and a lobster with a boob job? One's a crusty bus station, the other's a busty crustacean.
Oh, I have to go tell my wife that. She will love that.
I mean, that one's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Have you ever met Norm Macdonald, by the way, Grant? That'd be like the one comedian I'd want to know if you never met him.
If I ever met who?
Norm Macdonald.
Oh yeah, I did a whole weekend with him. It was one of the coolest experiences. He loves to just talk and hang out. So literally after the shows were over, we would sit in the green room for like 2 hours and he would just tell stories of Saturday Night Live and stuff like that. Yeah, it was really cool.
That's very cool.
You know, you can really tell the difference. Guys that that do stand up and then get famous are usually really cool, and people that get famous and then start doing stand up afterwards because they can sell tickets with their fame usually are dicks.
Who does that? Like, who's an example of that?
You know, like I feel bad speaking ill of the dead, but a guy that had a real reputation of that was Charlie Murphy, Eddie Murphy's brother, who got famous he got famous on doing the Chappelle show and stuff like that, and then he started doing stand-up afterwards, and everybody said just terrible things about him as a character. Chris Kattan is a guy like that who's just
Okay.
out of, you know.
Chris Kattan from Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, he does stand-up.
Night at the Roxbury guy?
Yeah, he does stand-up now. Because, here's a great example. Dustin Diamond, Screech.
Isn't he in jail?
Oh, I don't know. He should be.
I believe he is.
I don't know. I mean, he's not only, he charges people to take pictures with him. He's a jerk to everybody that's on the shows, and he's also not funny. Like, I worked with him one time early on, and I'm not joking. I can't go into like, you know, the details.
Yes, you can.
No, I just mean I don't remember all of the joke, but he did so much about going down on a grandma is like pulling apart a grilled cheese sandwich that's been under your bed for a year, and like, but like doing that a bunch and then continuing to come back to that imagery throughout the show. And you're like, why? We didn't need to hear that the first time. Why are you coming back to it? You know?
Oh,
So-
I thought maybe like you didn't want to dish or whatever.
No, I'll dish. I just saying, like, he went so into all of that. It's just bad.
And he's not part of the reunion show or the
Yeah.
reboot. Just-
because nobody wants to work with him.
exactly.
Yeah. But usually the people that like were stand-ups and then you know got famous, like a Norm or you know Robin Williams was always super cool. You know, people like that where you're like, because there's a sense of camaraderie where it's like, oh, you know what I know, like you've gone through some of the crazy things that I've gone through, and so there's just a bit of camaraderie with it, I think. You know.
Well, you do your time, right? I mean, like it's
Yeah.
like I think that goes for so many industries.
Yeah.
Where like I mean, like it's nowhere near the same, but I worked for 20 years in the service industry, and it's very much the same way.
Yeah.
Where you start off as a busboy, and then you go to a server, and then you go to a bartender, and something like that. It's like you cut your teeth in the industry, and there's a certain respect that goes with that you earn as you're doing it.
And there's like a mutual understanding where it's like people that haven't been a busboy don't know what that experience is like, but we, you know, so you know, you don't know what it's like to literally fly to Edmonton in November and have to do a corporate Christmas show for 40 people who are super drunk, and you're there for one night and you fly back the next day. Because I did that last year. I had to leave my family early Christmas. I flew out Friday morning, flew to Edmonton, did a show that night, Friday night, and then flew back on Saturday. Oh, last year.
You don't know what it's like to be hired by a Hong Kong businessman to dress in a Grinch costume and dance around a tree for $60.
Oh no! I don't. You say that, but you don't actually realize I actually do have to dance. Like they gave me.
I want to know. Tell me the story, Forrest. How did this happen?
I got my Fiverr. You know, it's $5. Does the Kickstarter critique, $100 for the video, like a Kickstarter video, and the guy reaches out to me and he's like very broken English, and he's like, "Hey, I need you to dress like the Grinch and do some stuff, but I don't want to pay you the full $100." So he offered me 60, but I get to keep the costume.
He sent you the costume.
It's a full body costume. I'm pretty sure he got it on Wish. It's not Amazon. I'm pretty sure it's Wish.
You don't have it?
I just got it in the mail today. I haven't shot my video yet.
Oh, this is like a
I need to know, what does he want you to do, and is it safe for you to tell us?
Oh yeah, it's all safe. All right. So here is his list of requests. He wants me to, quote, push to the Christmas tree, first express anger, sit with the dog, because I showed him, he's like, do you have a dog? I was like, yeah, I got a big St. Bernard. Express loneliness, and finally you can play music and dance with the dog or family to celebrate Christmas. And the scene must have a Christmas atmosphere. So I'm getting paid $60 to do this.
So this is just a guy that found you on Fiverr and was like,
Well, you're providing no voiceover because I assume they're going to do that in Korean or something like that, because this is for some reason they need this video.
So I came up with some questions. Is like, do you have a Dropbox where I can send this? Do you want numerous shots or one consecutive shot? Do you want any speaking? He said numerous cuts. You can say anything. So I guess
I think I have more questions than just where to Dropbox the file.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that sometime over the weekend. It's due in 4 days, so yeah, I'll grab that. I'm gonna check out that costume actually now. I want to see what it looks like.
Go get it right now and put it on.
What are you waiting on? Go.
I'm
Or
waiting
just
for
the
one of
head,
these
if nothing
boxes
else.
to be.
$20 is $20.
Lightly grab the base of your tail between your index and thumb, and slowly travel up to the tip.
This is now immortalized on YouTube.
His St. Bernard needs the little barrel under his collar where he can mix the martini. I don't know.
A Saint Bernard is the wrong dog, though. Grinch had a little tiny
Like
terrier type thing.
Yeah, it was like a.
That's
Yeah.
that is some poor verisimilitude.
Remember what the dog's name was on Grinch?
Dog.
Oh God, I have no idea.
Max.
Actually, as soon as you said that, I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
I should have remembered that.
Lance, here's another good street joke for you. All right.
Now, why are they called street jokes? Just because you can tell them on the street quickly?
Yeah, because they're not stealing them from anybody. They're like common knowledge stuff. All right. This one particularly works well in written form, but it's still really great. A priest, a monk, and a rabbit walk into a bar. The rabbit looks at the bartender and says, "You know, I think I might be a typo."
Ah,
That's cute.
Oh, come on.
that's a good one. I thought you go something where like, do I need to take my tea off, or
Yeah. But when you see that written form, it's great.
No, I like that one. How's your knee, by the way? Or whatever.
Well, I'm still on crutches and stuff, so
Does it hurt?
I'm restless.
You just hear
I know, I just hear him
Is
clap.
that Forrest laughing?
It's amazing. Like, this is an expensive costume.
Does it fit?
It better be worth at least $40 because you'll be getting paid less.
Oh, this is worth more than $40. Oh my goodness, this is amazing.
Well, the anticipation's really building.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Forrest is really working this. Very nice.
But Forrest is
Natural.
going to now go around the children's hospitals every year with his Grinch costume.
Suspense is killing me.
Everybody got completely quiet. Just
Yeah,
waiting.
no,
Yeah,
we're all
we're all
waiting. Wait a minute. What? Hold on a second here.
Oh,
Way to go.
yeah, yeah.
Chad, you got to show up for this more often, man.
Who?
Chad, the guy Chad, he runs 25th Century Games.
Believe me, our game just came out today.
Yeah, just today. Hit retail.
Is it just today?
You never were on before, buddy.
No, I appreciate the invite. Yeah, Curmudgeon hit retail stores today.
Hey,
Hey,
Scott.
you went on well, actually, I'll give you the invite into the secret society, and so you'll just have the link every Wednesday night.
Yeah, right on. Does Forrest have a picture of the notebook on his wall? I think he does.
Yes.
I see.
You don't watch
Steve
enough
in
of
there.
this show. You're not up on the the bingo as it was.
I see Deluxe Scrabble, Stratego,
Also, notice how
Stargate.
larger the notebook poster is than anything else in there.
Right?
It's like the
Wow.
Oh,
Wow, that is
Get
fantastic.
costume. This is great.
That's like the Yeti version of the Grinch.
I was not expecting a mask.
What?
Gloves and a belt. This thing is
And
so.
a belt.
There's a belt. There's a big old belt. Big old Christmas belt, man.
Well, you know the nice thing about that, honestly, is that you could be it as Santa or the Grinch because that's a nice suit.
Well, I got the green legs, which kind of do the not very.
Oh, are
Santa.
they attached to the pants? Oh, you got no pants. You
This is
pantsless?
great. No, this yeah. He just goes boom, like that. What's up?
Is there like any like holes in the front or back of that thing?
Yeah, I gotta take it all the way down, but it
Pee-hole?
zips up too. This is really nice. I'm gonna wear this forever.
That's worth the $40.
It'd be nice if it came with
20
with
bucks.
pants though.
40
$20.
bucks is $40.
A Grinch outfit is a Grinch outfit.
However you gotta get one, go get it.
Hey, Scott.
Now you gonna put
What's up?
the antlers on the dog?
Oh, I need to. Yeah, I should. I should see if I can have that.
Scott, what are you drinking?
That'd be a diet Lipton green tea.
Oh, come on. We're all like drinking something.
I quit drinking.
Really?
Well, alcohol.
Well, good for you.
Why?
It just feels weird to
Why-
drink
why-
during COVID and like at
I like
home
how
by
you-
myself and like. I mean, I'm not no judgments against anybody. If that's what you're doing, fine. But it just felt weirdly. I don't know.
I like how
Weird
I like how Scott specified that. No, I haven't stopped drinking liquids entirely, just alcohol.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know,
Drink water.
I'm not an
I might
alien.
actually I might drink tomorrow. But I got Thanksgiving and stuff. I'll drink some wine.
Are you
What's everybody's Thanksgiving plans?
going anywhere for Thanksgiving?
I got smoked turkey. Picked it up today from the barbecue.
So is it just you and Michelle?
Yeah.
All right. Well done. Is everybody observing proper COVID Thanksgiving protocols? Or is anybody going out? and
Everybody
big
but that
thing
lady who told me to fuck off at JCPenney.
Someone told you to fuck off.
It was my grievance.
Here we go.
What'd
No,
you do
no,
to
I
deserve
was in the
that?
customer service line, and this lady
my,
was in
here
the
we go.
wrong lane.
The quick
And-
version.
Yeah, she was in the wrong lane, and so when the person said to me, "Are you up next?" This like lady like burst by me, mask below the nose, because she's indignant about having to wear a full mask or whatever. And I was just like, I said, "Hey,
It's
this
the
is for-"
partial. Yeah, it's the partial.
Yeah. And I was like, this is for express pickup items. And she didn't, and she pulls out this piece of paper. She says, "That's what I'm here for, asshole." And I was just like, sorry,
Thanks,
I
Karen.
didn't.
Good luck, Karen.
Sorry. And I just said, sorry, I didn't know. I apologize. And then she handed the thing to me and turned around and goes, "Fuck you."
Is that the way the world has become now?
No.
Sure.
But like I said,
Like you can't talk to anybody now either. Like you can't just say something like.
I envisioned
Yes, that's what it
smashing
is.
her head into the counter a few times. And
To mouth off to you too. I mean, you're tall and like a big
well,
dude.
and that's
right?
just
mean,
it. I mean, she felt invulnerable, and I was just like, whatever. I should have said something. I mean, I should have been like, but I just
believe me. But if I have to go to is it Target, JCPenney. If I have to go to JCPenney, I'm already in a bad mood. I don't want to go
No,
there.
so I let her go. I figured I was steaming. I was steaming mad because I was already annoyed that I had to be inside a building, and then I was just like, you know what, whatever. I let her go. So
JC Penney isn't bankrupt. I guess not.
I thought so too.
it's
Yep.
it's getting there.
It's like Sears, right? Sears took forever to like.
They
finally
just closed one in
close.
my hometown.
Oh yeah, I remember when the Sears shut down. Extremely quick story. When the Sears in our area finally, the Sears in our area was one of the last Sears in the world. It was like the last clinging by the fingernails. And when they announced that they were bankrupt, when they announced it was going under, like the vultures went in, right? Because
Yeah,
everything
of
was
course.
on sale. And I remember my wife and I was like, let's go check it out because it was still attached to the mall. And I was like, let's just go check
Is
it
that
out.
where you
and
got
see
the
what it's like. And I
suitcase
remember-
full of money?
Yeah. I was just like, I was like, let's go in there and check it out. And I was like looking at it, and like I thought maybe I could get some tools cheap, but they were still selling like Craftsman tools. Like those were only like 10 or 15% off. So that was the only thing I was interested in. but everything else was, and I was like, oh, and then we ended up in like the luggage area, and I was just like, oh, and this was the weird thing about the Sears is they actually like it was from like still from the 70s, so they actually like had walled off the areas of it, so this is the home area, and they had big walls, like they wasn't open. It wasn't like you could see everything, so it was like walled off, and there was like little corridors that you can go through to reach wherever. And I remember I was like, oh, okay, you know, and I remember I went to I was like, oh, well, here's a nice suitcase or whatever. And I still to this day, I was like, I wonder how big it is. And I unzipped like this roller suitcase that I was thinking about getting. And inside were like a half a dozen or more of those like basically like the showcase like jewelry boxes for watches that somebody had obviously shoplifted from the store, that they had jammed the like the empty boxes
They took the
inside
boxes
the
off, took the watch off, and then
took
jammed
the
the
watch
box.
off, and then put the suitcase, and then just threw the suitcase off to the side.
Huh.
Like, well,
Interesting.
I'm not gonna get this and get arrested for having it. Yeah, good times. Yeah, man, we've been all over the place. So Thanksgiving, you're just staying home with you and Michelle, huh?
Well, my dad and family are in Memphis, which we thought about it, but no, I don't want to fly. Fuck that. Especially now. I mean, we didn't want to fly 2 months ago. Now I really don't want to fly.
Are you having a
I don't
blue
want to
apron
drive to
Thanksgiving?
Memphis. No, there's this great, he's semi-celebrity chef in Dallas who doesn't have any restaurants open right now, so he's doing curbside barbecue, and it's amazing. Like, I've ordered it several times from him. He did smoked turkeys and then also all the sides too. So we just ordered like one of everything.
Nice.
Taste. We're gonna have a taste test
great.
of everything.
Cool.
And the smoked turkey,
You got deviled eggs.
which I don't think he did deviled eggs. I was thinking about making them. I've never made them before.
I gotta say, it's a highlight of my day to see your
my blue apron. Well, thanks, Matt.
They do look good.
I was wondering,
I do enjoy it.
am I being too annoying with that, or is it?
Oh
fun?
God, no! You
It
know,
looked like
it gives me
restaurant
something to do.
quality, too.
It gives me something to do.
oh man, like I'm not cooking much these days because I'm stupid busy and pandemic and all that stuff. But to see other people partaking in really great food is awesome.
Also,
I average like 2 or 3 meals cooked a day now.
We never cooked before. We went out almost every night. Because there's like a million restaurants in Dallas, right? Like,
Think
you
of all the
can
money
have different
saved
cuisine
making that.
every day of the
Well,
year.
there were a million restaurants.
Well, yeah, no, it sucks because our 2 favorite ones are gone now.
Oh, really? They have
Yeah.
completely shut down.
Yeah, completely gone.
Wow.
And I feel like all the taco places are going to shut down too. Like you go there and it's like to pick up or whatever, and there's like nobody there. Normally it would be jam fucking packed, right? Like any time of day. There's this place called Taco Deli, which I am addicted to, and it's from Austin. It's a chain, and they've cut their menu in half.
I think you took me there at BGG Con one year.
Not Taco Deli, maybe. Was it Taco Deli?
I think it was because it was amazing. And
Velvet Taco? Velvet
I was
Taco?
immediately annoyed that I wouldn't be able to get it like again.
Dallas has like, I'll probably say 10 top tier taco places that I would go to at any given time. But
I don't know where you took me, but it was amazing.
Yeah, I don't remember either. But they've have their menu, so they cut off all the tacos I liked. So all I do now is just get their ground beef taco, which I never had before, but I tried some of the other ones and I'm like, yeah, I don't like them. But the ground beef taco is pretty darn good. And they used to have an al pastor taco, which is like pork.
Oh, I love pastor.
Cooked in like a citrusy kind of flavory, kind of, like really nice. I don't know how to describe it, but
like
they
the
cut that off the menu.
Let it all like drip down.
Oh, it's so making my mouth
Good.
water.
You ever make your own tortillas, man?
The tortillas are all fresh.
I mean, you make your own. I bought like
No,
a cast iron press last year, man. It's awesome to make your own.
Is it much work?
No, it's easy.
Oh.
My wife's done that. That's real good.
Yeah, you buy that Mesa flour, which is really cheap, and it's pretty easy to make.
Make balls of dough and press them.
Yeah.
I always love to go to Nada in Indianapolis when I'm at Gen Con.
Where is that? Is that on the street?
It's on Maryland Street. It's really good. I've been there like every year when I go to Gen Con, I go there.
I'm always struggling to find something good at Gen Con that's not
What What kind of food is that? Nada.
It's so good.
It's nada.
Is it so good?
Yes, it's not.
Nada.
Chad is
Have
one
we,
of
have we done a prediction if Gen Con's going to happen this year?
We haven't, but we can. Do you
I don't want
make
to
a
talk
case
Is it
about
time to think
over
about that
again?
stuff yet?
Maybe with the vaccine, you know.
Yeah, I don't think so though. I would my money would not be on it.
Well, Gamma's already going to be.
Gamma's out. I mean,
Gamma's already canceled.
Gamma.
Oh, the Gamma trade show.
They reached out to me to like, can you make a logo for us that's like the Gamma on Expo online?
Yeah.
And by the time I got back to them, like, no, never mind. We're just going to do it ourselves. I'm like, okay.
Really?
So here's my theory on this one. Here's my theory on
Say don't mention my logo.
so I think Origins is a no-go.
Yeah.
June, right?
Just June is too soon.
June's too soon.
And if June is too soon, then
August.
how
That
in
means
the
July
hell
is
is
too soon.
August?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be
Okay.
the first one, Gen Con, with 75,000 people.
2022
0 to
is-
75,000.
Yeah,
I could
2022 is the earliest I can see any conventions.
I could see like PAX Unplugged maybe. You know,
Yeah, but
consistent
they're like
days
they're
of no
jerks, so they
cases,
do it.
right?
Yeah,
We
but
need
decent
consistent-
attendance though. Decent attendance. 2022 for sure.
yeah.
You got like
Here's the deal with Gen Con though. If you were running Gen Con, like rumor has it, and this is totally unfounded. I don't know if this is true or not.
Making up a rumor now.
Well, no, I have heard this from more than a few people that like I trust their opinions. If Gen Con doesn't have a convention, they're talking about going bankrupt.
I'm not surprised.
way.
The
Yeah.
organization, the Gen Con.
Yeah, like the LLC.
Okay.
That's
Like-
sort of an impossibility.
Well,
Why is
maybe.
It kind of is. I understand what you're saying because
Because they have 10 years of I mean, I don't know what happens in a bankruptcy that like if you have a 10-year contract and you
unless
dump
they've
out
got
of
like
it.
a bunch
If you can't fulfill your
Yeah,
end
if
of
you
the-
can't
that
pay your
you-
bills,
I would.
right.
That's a question for lawyers. Which
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how it
Yeah.
all works. Hopefully I'll never experience that.
Well, yeah, but that's just like like basically having a shutdown and regroup and going back to the more like instead of the 75,000, like having a 25,000 person like convention type of thing and a lower key thing. And which I'm not cheering for them to not work, right? I mean,
No.
This kind of makes me.
We're all
wonder
friends.
What the average turnaround time is on a successful vaccine, like, because this is such an odd case. Like, when will things go quote unquote back to normal after we get like mass-produced vaccine?
I have a prediction. Unfortunately, since I think about half the country will not take it, you're going to have daily COVID rates, which sort of masks the efficacy of a vaccine. Saying, "Well, shit, it's not doing anything," but like maybe half the people aren't taking it, so you
why
don't
would
know,
they not take it?
dude.
Government, man.
They're
The government.
talk
People
to some
don't even
people.
wear a mask here, Matt. What
They
do
won't even. Do you think they're going to take an injection?
Something?
That if the
Yeah.
government tells them to take an injection, there's no fucking way.
Okay.
They think it's in
it's the government.
The microchips go into you. Then once the microchips are into you, they're going to get rid of the currency. And without the currency, they control you, Matt. They control
this was
you,
Bill
man.
Those
Gates'
5Gs,
plan
man.
all
Those 5Gs.
along.
5G.
That's why Bill Gates was in Wuhan getting this thing going.
It's the
And we
government.
laugh.
We're flagged on
It
some
fucking
list
takes
somewhere at this
hold.
point.
Yeah.
I almost fell for one of these conspiracy theories recently, and I can't remember which one it was, but it was like, oh yeah, I remember reading about that. That was true. It was a thing.
Not
And
the
then
world is
found out
flat, I
it-
hope.
And it wasn't. What?
Not the world is flat, I hope.
No.
I found out that somebody that I know, well, Facebook know, and did sort of respect is a flat earther.
Oh shit.
Oh,
I was like,
Respect
mean,
gone.
Yeah, and what of it?
Have you guys ever seen the
Have you watched that documentary where they cover the flat earthers pretty well? Like it was, I think it was about a one and a half hour thing, and it's pretty
Yeah.
good. And it's interesting because there's this couple, they're doing like tests, right? They're shooting a laser, like at a far distance, and they basically keep proving that the Earth is round, right? With the
Right.
results are
I
like
saw
something must
that.
be wrong. Something
I
must be
saw
wrong. Like they keep going. We need to shoot it further. We need to,
Yeah.
or something like that. Like
Exactly.
Laser.
What about that monolith they found in the desert?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
crazy.
that's awesome.
Said that was
It is
hard.
super awesome.
You know,
Someone has a very
That's
badass.
super awesome.
I
Yes.
actually read an article. They said that Bigfoot's put that there. Like, I'm serious. Like when it was.
I
'cause
thought
it was a
Bigfoots lived in the
well-forested
forest.
area, and they put it there as a landmark to commemorate their race. That
This is the space Bigfoot.
Right. The quote from like the federal government was kind of funny. Like, it is kind of wrong to trespass and put something out there, but they're not also kind of like it's kind of awesome at the same time. So
Well, they don't want people to go out there because it's like in the middle of fucking nowhere, and you can get trapped. Like you could get seriously stuck there and have to get rescued.
Aldi with the potty mouth tonight.
Oh, sorry.
I don't
I'm a
care.
potty mouth, but I hold it back sometimes.
I don't think I've heard you swear so much. That's fine by me.
Get me and Richard going, man. Watch out.
I remember like when Scott and I, like we had met for the very first time ever, and we went to like the first Gen Con ever. We were hanging out, and then we met up at the
bar.
Well, the bar underneath the
underground bar.
The underground bar at the train station, and
the secret bar where you could actually
got
get a drink and service.
Yeah, we got trashed down there. That was a good night.
I don't think I've ever been trashed at Gen Con. I can't do it. I have to get up at like 7 a.m.
Well,
There's-
I mean,
it's just-
I was feeling it. I was
There was definitely
like,
drunk
I was
people in the
definitely
area.
skipping along as I head back to my room.
That underground
my gosh.
parlor that they have the nerd night in every year.
Yeah.
What a beautiful, beautiful venue that is.
Yeah, it's really
Well,
nice.
especially when they had the lights on. God, Lord. Remember, like, how tough it was like, why aren't the lights on? They were like, well, it costs extra to turn the lights on. I was like, you got to be kidding me. It costs extra to turn the lights on?
I sponsored it several years.
I know you did. You paid the money to have the lights
I couldn't
on.
believe how
Literally,
lame
like,
it was,
folks
too.
at
You
the
come-
tables using their phones to be able to play.
That was amazing. I was like, everybody's playing with a phone, like a cell phone on their table. Like what? Are you really that desperate to game right here in the pitch dark?
Yeah,
that's funny.
I guess they were.
But that area though, that is really nice. And the bar that you have to walk down because it's an old train station, so it's like it's like you got to walk down this like kind of maze of, and there's like big giant rooms down there, people like playing games, which is kind of neat. It's like kind of the same thing with BGG Con where it's like, oh, you go to like the sixth floor and you go out and like there's people in these like big giant rooms playing games that you didn't even know existed, right?
There was people LARPing when we were there. It was pretty interesting.
It was good stuff. It was enjoyable. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
It was a fun little bar.
Nerd Night was always a cool thing.
I guess it's not going to happen again.
Well, was Gen Con going to happen again? I mean,
for sure, but
way back.
Well, yeah, you didn't stop. You didn't finish your train of thought there, Lance. You were pointing out you've heard from people who would be in the know that
they don't have another Gen Con.
That they don't have enough operating capital.
They don't have any
So
money.
does that then lead to the assumption that in 2021 they're going to try a Gen Con light?
Well, I mean, no. What is that if they can't, like, I think they are like down on the. I mean, me personally, my gut says, and what do I know? I don't know. And they're probably somebody's gonna report that I said this, and then I'm not gonna get my press badge. But my gut says is that they're on their knees begging to whatever god they want to. Oh, great flying spaghetti monster. Please allow us. Please give us a bona fide cure that like they can like and so people will feel fine. Because seriously, who wants to be around 50,000 people? Nobody.
I don't want to be around any.
Yeah, nobody.
We were picking up a turkey. And there was a maskless person there, and I'm like 20 feet away.
You notice that like all like if Aldi had a ponytail holder, he could definitely do the Steven Seagal little ponytail.
I don't have any of those scrunchies.
No, dude, get a scrunchie.
It's getting there. It's getting long.
Seriously.
Your wife doesn't have
visible length
I
there.
want to see you in a
Aldi, tell us We may be above the law, but we ain't above yours.
Is that the line?
Yeah.
I'm
You
gonna
ain't
take
above
him
the
to
law.
bank.
What was
You
the
may be above the
line?
law, but
The
you ain't
blood
above
You may
mine.
be
bank.
above the law, but you ain't above mine. Is that how it went? I never saw it. I never saw
No,
it.
but he has that one. I forget. I forget what movie it is, but he says, "Yeah, I'm gonna take him to the bank, the blood bank." Seagal. That guy's
Oh.
insane.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't mean to keep it short, but I'm gonna jump up. I'm up at a cabin with some family for Thanksgiving, and because I can't do stairs very well, I made them all go downstairs. So I'm up in the living room.
Oh.
So I feel bad. I can't take up too much.
Are you ashamed of us? You don't want your family to know about your friends?
Grant, I can see the beards coming back slowly.
Oh,
I'm back. Filling in.
This is me being
How did the filming of the pilot thing go?
Oh, it went well. Yeah. I got a couple things. I booked a part in a new show on the Sci-Fi Channel called The Movie Show. So that premieres, I think next week maybe or something like that. So
That's awesome.
yeah, it's a small part, but it's a fun part. I play like a crew guy that just always looks like he's gonna punch other people. So that's
Nice.
fun. And then we'll see what happens with with pilots. It's like, it was funny. It was a funny script. I enjoyed it. Who knows if anything will happen? And quite frankly, I'll be the last to know. Like they don't tell any of the actors anything until.
Are you letting the beard grow out again then, or what?
Probably not. I'm sorry, buddy. I know that's devastating news.
Join the beard club.
That's devastating news for you, but I don't know. I'm enjoying the mustache right now. It's just it's funny, and I got some good bits for it right now. Honestly, I don't know if I told you guys this before. This was one of the funniest things so every time I was meeting with my surgeon before having surgery, I was wearing a mask. So she had no idea that this and like this doesn't fit with the rest of my face at all. Like this is not what you think when I have a mask on. And so I was like joking around my friends beforehand, just like, I feel like, how you have to write on your like leg, you got to be like, not this leg,
Right. Like big X.
I feel like I had to put on my forehead, like I'm the right person, right? Because I'm going to be wheeled into the operating room and she's going to be like, oh my God. When she called me the day after my surgery just to check in on me, no joke, the surgeon, the first thing she said was, wow, I really wasn't expecting that mustache. He was like, if I had known you better, I would have shaved it off when you were under anesthesia. So I'm enjoying.
Oh, you won't be growing the beard again then. That's what you're trying to say.
I mean, not right now.
If
but
the right role comes along.
Totally. If the right
If
role
this
comes
movie
along,
show becomes
it's like
his
a woodsman.
Dwight Schrute, definitely you can see that over a multi-season arc.
They're too itchy.
I think. Oh no, they're not.
You get used to that after a
Quiet
couple.
down, Nancy.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the words I'm looking for are "you're dead to me."
I'm sorry. And I'll always love you, even though I'm dead to you.
He's talking to me.
Yeah. But happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Oh yeah, you
Good one,
too,
Grant.
man.
Happy
Take care of
Thanksgiving,
yourself, and I hope you
Grant.
enjoy soon, buddy.
All right.
I actually told him the other day. I was like, one of the things that sucks is that like I didn't get to know Grant until after COVID started, because Grant would be like a totally cool guy to hang out with at gaming conventions.
There's no
Totally.
fear.
And I don't know when I'm gonna get the chance to hang out with him in real life.
How long have you known him, Chad?
We met at Origins I guess it was last year. Yeah, Origins last year we met. He stopped by the booth, him and Adam, and they were just saying, hey, I got this game. I don't know if you're interested in checking it out or not. And so I got their info, they gave me my car or whatever, and we after Origins, they sent me a copy of the game. And I kind of tried it out a little bit, didn't really spend a whole lot of time with it. And I happened to bump into him at Gen Con at it's one of the restaurant pubs, not too far away from the thing. I think it was like after like an IGA event or something. And so we were there, and I was like, oh, hey, I remember y'all like, and they had the game with them. I was like, hey, I haven't had a chance to play that game very much, so let's just play. And this is like maybe midnight or so, and we had been drinking at that bar for hours, right? And so we're like, let's play this. We went upstairs. It was like downstairs in the basement with this IGA event. Went upstairs. There was like 7 of us playing. People were walking by like, what are y'all laughing about? Whatever. And we just played this game and with people that there's other game designers that were with us. And I was like, these guys are going to hate this game. Like they're going to absolutely hate this game. There's no way they're going to like it. They sat down and threw out the craziest zingers. And it was just awesome. Like even the point like waitresses were walking by, like trying to throw out insults. Like Grant had on like his bright blue glasses or something. And I don't know if you've seen any of his videos. And this waitress comes by and she's like, where are you from? And he was like, LA. She's like, yeah, I could tell by the glasses. We're just like, you're like, and so we had a blast. And then
Do you have to make up your own insults? Or
what?
Is it fill in the blank? Do you have to make up your own insults, or is it sort of fill in the blank?
So it's different from most party games, which is what I like about it.
Way to ask about questions about the game after the designer leaves.
Well, we talked about the game before.
So the game itself, everybody has like life cards in front of them that are like attributes. And you've got a hand of just insult words. So you've got to beat the point value of someone's card with these words that you just string together and make up your own insult. So whether like most party games, all you do is just assemble cards and then that's the joke, right? In this one, you actually have to be creative enough to weave it and make it stupid or funny or whatever. And then at that point, you go into a retort battle, which is like, oh yeah, well, and you make up kind of Mad Lib style. So then you get like a battle for retorts based on iconography and colors of cards, and then pretty much if you can win the retort battle, be the last person to throw a card down in the retort, you win that live card and score the points. It's kind of one of those points don't matter, but like the journey is the fun part. Yeah, we had a blast. And actually, then Grant happened to come down to Atlanta, which is where I'm at, maybe like 2 months later for a show that happened to be 2 blocks from my house. And so we basically just hung out, while he was here for that. But yeah, the game is really like, people are like, well, I'm not funny. Like it actually, the stupider your insult and stuff is, like actually can be even more funny than what's not. So it was, yeah, it's a good game. I'm really excited about it. Hopefully it'll do well.
Cool.
I like the old
Grant's a super cool dude. Like very, very nice guy. Like one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Yeah.
Well, as they say, cool.
Is he from LA or is he?
I don't think so. No.
Is anybody?
He doesn't sound like he's from LA.
Anybody's born in LA.
Actually, Nikki was born in LA.
I don't know where he's from. I guess, I know he's visiting family somewhere else that's not LA, or not in California. So I think wherever that is. But,
cool.
How's your campaign doing, man? How's your campaign doing?
Good. Just hit 250 backers while doing the show. So
you launched it?
Yeah, I launched it yesterday.
Oh, cool.
are you finding it? You're getting close.
I'm over halfway. I got a pretty high goal, I think.
Yeah, it's a little higher than a lot,
Yeah, I bumped it up just to have kind of a safety net there.
But it's a hefty game, so I think that's a smart move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upside down on it.
I've still got to do my how to play section. I just wanted to get it launched before the holidays, and I'll have that up here in a day or two. I probably shouldn't have.
Interesting. There's a campaign now called Sea Rover, 2 words.
A what now?
There's a campaign called Sea Rover, different campaign with 2 words. Sea
Somebody's
Rover.
Doing
it's
that
active right now.
Yeah.
Because somebody.
I think. No, it's not a board game, but I typed Sea
Rover.
I
see it.
That came up. Because I typed it as 2 words.
Right. Mine's is 1 word. A cost-effective autonomous
seafaring vessel. It funded on October 3rd. 2013. Why does that come up in the search? Like,
Yeah,
why
their
would
search
that?
is
Like,
stupid.
it's so. I don't. I mean, people give me shit for our search engine.
Well,
And
somebody
then,
was
like, when you
saying,
look most
No, I agree.
popular, and it's like, oh, this was like from 4 years ago. Like, why the fuck you showing me this? Like,
I know. Like, what? I
but
mean,
now for mine to come up like that, I would have to have it as 2 words in the title, right?
right.
So, well, no, not. I mean, not necessarily though. I mean, you could sneak somewhere in the text of the campaign, like
Like,
written text. You could sneak it in as 2 words.
Yeah, like a meta tag.
or what, like in
That
the
might
list of
search on it.
challenges or something, or
Because the search should scroll
Right, I bet that-
content. That's why you shouldn't have everything as images. So if you just
bet.
write
I've got all images.
somewhere,
It's because Kickstarter fucking sucks
well, yeah.
when it
I
comes
know,
to
man.
putting up
Do you
page.
think the new system will make a dent in any Kickstarter?
Oh, the new game found.
The new
system?
game found, yeah.
The new what?
No.
The new system, the new game found,
Yeah, Game
crowdfunding
Found has-
system.
Oh, that thing. Yeah,
we talked about it last.
Yeah,
We talk about it every couple weeks, I guess.
yeah.
Well,
I'll
we'll
say,
see
I'll say what
next
is awesome
month.
though. Can I tell you what, guys,
Uh-huh.
what is awesome though?
Starts in December.
Well, no, its first major game is in December. ISS
It's the-
Vanguard, the latest thing from Awaken Realms. Yeah.
Well,
These
that'll
guys are
that'll make.
awesome.
Oh yeah, the chips.
From what?
The official Board Game Geek poker chips.
Oh, those are beautiful.
So
Yeah,
I made
now that you
an,
mention it, like Lance, when you did your review, I was like, yeah, they are like the brightest colored poker chips I've ever seen.
But now
Totally.
Like the colors.
you mentioned mine's all pictures. Now my first campaign, I had a ton of text. And
Oh, geez, bury the lead.
yeah, but listen, the text limit on Kickstarter is 35,000. I learned on the
Characters.
first campaign. Yeah. And
That's
now
why
this-
everybody uses images now. No.
I know, and now I've got
for-
all images.
It's
I just wanna
ridiculous
say-
because it's completely inaccessible.
So I just,
And I mean, it's such a
it's like old school web design, man.
When you put a picture in Kickstarter, you have to provide alt text.
The what now?
you don't have
Alt
to
text. Alt text is basically for blind
You
people that
can,
can't see it.
But
Yeah.
I don't.
for screen readers and stuff.
Right.
The old system on Kickstarter used to be so much better.
Right.
So what you tell me all this. We need to find somebody who's blind.
So Lance or Van, go down into your risks and challenges.
Right.
Just spell Sea Rovers down there in your text.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
No one's reading that shit anyway.
Risks, challenge, whatever. You're gonna make the
So
They're
I
all
made
lies.
challenges.
I made a really interesting observation today when I was doing one of my videos.
You're sexually turned on by Grinch costumes?
No, it was
That's a
I noticed
given.
that Lance's game, Lance's Wonders Guide to the whatever the thing, is higher than Nemo's War, which is made like $130,000, and yet you have to scroll down to like the 5th group of 3 to get to it. Like it's not trending
Ordered
as
by
one of the hottest
popularity.
games because, and I think I figured this out. It's based on how active the campaign is on a day-to-day basis. It seems because Lance, you guys got the stretch goals up the wazoo. Pretty much everybody in the top has stretch goals that are like micro that they're getting hit on a routine basis or daily things. And the fact that they didn't have anything to come back to the Kickstarter, I thought was really interesting and a poor choice.
So
for an otherwise spectacular
as
Kickstarter.
far as like I did a lot of the writing scripts, and I gave the other 2 guys who are basically creating the whole thing, like Andrew and Joe, I gave them like my ideas is like from running Kickstarters, like this is what you should do, this is what you should avoid. But for the most part, like it's hands off for me. I'll just depending on how well it does, I'll get a little bit of money, and I'll just have the excitement of the fact that it is something I created, right? So that's kind of cool. But the thing about that is that they've been doing like all kinds of crazy things. Like they just said, hey, you want this free map, you want this like free extra NPC. Like they wrote me and they're like, hey, we need plot hooks for this Master Thief character, write these up for us. And I was like, all right, cool. So I wrote up a bunch of stuff for it, and it's because they just reached out and said, use this link go to all of your places that you talk about RPGs online and say, hey, go back this. And as soon as we get 100, if we can show that 50 people used that link and came to our thing and pledged for and backed it, then we'll unlock that, and then we'll just give you another free map. We'll just give you another free NPC, and which worked. It's like all of a sudden, boom! It was like they got 100 more people. It was like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just usually those things when they share, it's like, oh, please share our thing, please share our thing. It's like it never seems to do any good. But for them, it's, I don't know. They got a very, very excited fan base.
It was a very well ran Kickstarter, despite the fact it stretched on forever, but it was really good.
I just
I was
backed it.
impressed.
Well, it's about damn time, Matt. Support your artist friend, Andrew Bosley.
There you go.
I'm working with him on a couple of games right now, actually.
Yeah, well, now he's.
So did the people actually have to back to make the unlock with that
yeah,
tag?
It's like
Wow.
if
It's like
you
a
were proof that
referral.
there was 50. They can
Right.
show that 50
For a
people
link.
backed it at that whatever. Then
Yeah.
How can they show that? Is it?
You can put a tag on
Oh, you can, okay.
the link, and
you
it'll
can
say
Google
where it came
Analytica
from.
Tag, and then you can.
Doesn't
actually
work.
know where
I mean,
this-
sometimes
that,
it
that
does.
tag will follow through to people who actually backed or just looked
Not you can't get
They have to
traffic
back
with
it
that.
on
You
that
gotta back it.
click.
on that view.
If they don't do it, if they back later, you won't get credit.
Yeah. Wow.
I caught a spammer. Oh, not spam. I don't know what. An enthusiastic user who wanted to make a stretch goal, a social stretch goal, happen on BGG. So I have a little thing, and I'm not going to give details, but if I basically get alerted when that happens. So I caught him. It's like 2 a.m. I forget which game it was. Gosh,
Meaning
it was something
that-
recent.
Oh,
Well,
you're not
like-
going to say, but you're saying he was like creating a bunch of dummy accounts.
Yeah, to get 50 likes on, and it was a pretty good stretch goal for this project, and I can't remember what it was. I wish I could remember. I was like, man, I want that stretch goal, and like, he's.
Can you say what it is that you detect to notice that, or is that giving too much?
I'd rather
away?
not. It's not that. It's not that sophisticated, but it's.
It's probably like IP or something.
Meaning it'd be
No,
if
nothing
you
like that.
told people what it is, they'd be able to circumvent it. So best not to say.
If I should, I mean, I hate to say it, but if nefarious people, like if just anybody with nefarious thoughts on the internet understood how VPNs work, we'd be in deep shit.
What does that mean?
Virtual private network, like VPN, like where you
Yeah.
cloak your IP address, like on every
Yes.
load.
I use
And if you
NordVPN.
don't use a VPN, you're a moron.
But what?
Well-
Meaning that if
you
spammers and whatnot were properly using Nord or any of the other ones instead of yeah.
well, there's some
Hey,
VPNs that give
we have
you.
30 people watching live right now. If you haven't clicked the like button already, I hate you. Well, I don't really hate you, but please,
I pay for a VPN, but I don't use
That's
it.
the way to get subscribers, Lance.
please click.
Clicker, I hate you. Die.
I mean,
And that goes for
I
all
don't know.
you jerks who are in the thing talking to us right now. That like you click on, you're watching the comments. There you go.
another
However,
thing
you don't
people
have to click like if you go and back Wanderer's Guide. One or the other.
Lance,
Yeah.
Or
Well,
see
why not do both?
Or
Why
you could hit this
Wanderer's
link.
Guide
Why
twice.
not both?
Mhm.
Lance, sell me on the all-in pledge versus the World Builders box set.
Well, so oh, King Fat, what a jerk.
why are Supreme Court decisions coming out at midnight
I
on the
don't
day
know,
before Thanksgiving?
because so they can sweep it underneath the rug.
Yes.
Absolutely just came out. Another thing people don't realize is your browser is almost 100% unique. All your plugins, all of your little doohickeys, whatever you do to your browser, generates a unique signature. So even with a VPN, you can still be tracked
But what if I'm
Stuff like that.
incognito?
unless you write your. I don't know how incognito works with that.
I am absolutely positive that if it is a right click, open an incognito in like Google Chrome, there's somebody has figured out a way to.
I'm pretty sure Google knows who you are even without incognito.
But I'm incognito.
Oh yeah, definitely.
To
Give
answer
it
your
up. You're
question-
nothing secret anymore. I read an article about it, and then if you go to this website, it tells you how unique you are, and you're like, you're the most unique person we've ever seen. One in 980,000 or whatever it is. Yeah, so there's that too.
Matthew, to answer your question, the biggest thing in my opinion is the fact that you're literally getting the FOMO, all the FOMO. You're getting the stuff that like won't ever be reprinted again, even if they launch another version of it. Which means like you are going to get the exclusive dice, the exclusive bag, the exclusive pin,
Don't
just
do it.
like all the stuff that
Don't fall for it.
that you would never get otherwise.
Yeah.
Whether or not that's something you even care about or want is up to you. But
It makes a great holiday gift, Matt.
yeah, so it makes a great holiday. Buy 2 of them.
Yep.
I will point out that 71 people have said, you know what, I want the World Builders box set, but 114 people said, you know what, I want to treat myself. I want to give them $150.
That is fair.
I want
$150. Wow.
For a book?
Yeah, and I do want to support my friends, and even at the $99 level, which is $129 in my dollars.
It's like $129,000.
And his fake money.
Jeremy,
Jeremy!
Hey, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
what are you
How's it
drinking,
going?
Jeremy?
Oh, he's back in the dungeon.
What am I drinking? You know I'm drinking, dude.
Well, no, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking Oban 14 Scotch.
Nice.
Straight from the bottle?
Why
In a
not?
gla-
You know, I
I'm
got
sure there's a glass involved.
They've been making fun of me because I just been drinking Old Crow.
Oh, look
Right out of the bottle. In a glass.
Girl. I love it.
I have a question. Has
Had that
anybody-
over since 85.
Did anybody back to Etherfields and got it?
I just bought it from somebody. I just
you
arrived
bought it?
yesterday.
Is it worth me? So I got Wave too, and I have always do this, but and then I regret it because I want the game like when it's out. Is it worth getting another copy to get it now, or should I just wait? It's like, I don't even know how long I'm supposed to wait. Like
Just
Wave
buy
1, Wave
another
2.
copy from somebody, and then you'll get it on the front end, and you'll get it on the back end. No question.
I have like.
Will I like that
have-
game if I didn't like Candy Crush?
Am I a horrible human being? I have like zero
Yes.
interest. Zero interest in that.
I went zero
Why?
interest to that one to 100%
It's supposed to be like Game of the
interested
Year.
after I got feedback from people in the know now. The major flaw of the game is this fucking board. It doesn't even make sense. Like the way it's set up doesn't even make sense. I don't even know why they even allowed it to be that way, but some people are actually cutting the board to make it fit a certain way to kind of have it lay out right. But I mean, other than that, like everybody's enjoying it. The rule book, the rule book is bad. It needs a translator, basically, somebody who could have translated it better.
American English.
Yeah, American English. So that's why it's so rough.
What,
But
I constantly. I mean, I know nobody watches the show, right? Like, but like,
Hey,
how do publishers not take? They've Awaken, especially these guys. They have like so many followers. Wait, is this Mythic or Awaken Realms? I can't.
no, it's
remember.
Awaken Realms.
I don't
We
know.
can throw them in
Awaken
there.
Realms.
We can address
Send
Mythic
people
after
your
this.
goddamn content and have somebody proofread it. That's
No, I mean, like some
There's so many
publishers.
followers who will happily do it for free.
I
So
know.
many publishers.
Professionals who will do it for free.
Oh yeah, so many professionals and also backers. When some publishers actually have a Google Doc, and people just go in and put notes
and fix it.
in all their stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
and I'm like, that's
Blows my
like
mind.
that saves you editing for.
It's
Blows
stunning
my
to
mind.
me the
Amount
steps
of-
that many publishers won't take.
Where are they
Foreign
from?
publisher,
What country are they
yeah.
from?
Poland, I believe.
Poland, I think. I should know. I could look it up.
Poland. or
Yeah, it's
Czech.
Poland. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, I'm really excited, but I got Dwellings of Eldervale. I'm like, when I actually held the copy in my hand yesterday, I was just like, this game makes me happy. Like,
There's a lot of shit in that box.
I know it's a good game. I know it's a great game actually, but I was like, this is actually the game that I like. That's the reason why I'm happy about the hobby. Like that game is that game because it's almost way too much, but everything going on makes sense. Everything, and it's a cluster of a lot of different mechanisms going on, and it just works. And just hearing what that guy said, that guy that was a friend of Luke Laurie the other week we were talking, and he was just like, I don't even know where the hell he came up with this design from. Like he just found it mentally, and he invested in it years into it, and then boom, there it is. And it has his trademark of engine building on it, and it works, and area control, and worker placement, and and the way he uses cards, everything's there, and it works. But yeah, Etherfields just literally came out of nowhere. I was so not into the game like at all, and then as people started to get it early, Jeremy got it, and when I was there,
You are Jeremy, though.
Some of the things that he was doing in the game, and I was just like, that's really, really smart. And he was just like, yeah, this is like, it's blowing me away in actual. He explained some of the scenarios that happened, the dreams that happened, and I was just like, yeah, that's fucking great. So
yeah, the prototype I had, there were very, very clever design conceits.
Yeah,
and the core gameplay, it's different than Tainted Grail, but it's the same kind of card-driven symbol matching type stuff. So yeah, it's very well done.
Where should you get your
what was the game you asked? You started to ask, Scott, will I not like it if I don't like
If
something?
I don't like the core loop of Tainted Grail, will I like this game?
This game does not have that. Oh, you're always trying to stay one step ahead of the.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
You are more free to explore.
Okay, that's what I want.
The
game is trying to stop me from having fun.
Here's the deal, Scott. This is awake and not awake stuff.
Right.
There are short scenarios where you're just like a spoiler. There could be, how like you wake up and you don't really know whether you're asleep or woke up yet sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, neat.
There are things that happen like that.
Okay.
Quick nightmares. I
want to see the content. Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Like
is there an annoying thing in the game that keeps me from seeing the content?
That keeps
where like I'm grinding a thing.
I didn't hear anything about grinding. I just kind of heard like
that's
in and out of dream
and I'm
state.
not like totally against Tainted Grail, but I was just like, and I've only played 2 scenarios in Tainted Grail, but after the second one, I was like, is this how the game is going the whole time? Like
it's not
run
like
around the map and then run back to the thing to light it back on fire. Like, is that the whole game? Like,
I would tell you
30
that
hours of it or
it's
whatever.
not like
it is?
that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it.
All right.
Yeah, based on the intel that I have, I wouldn't have bought it if it was like that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I like Tainted Grail for what it does, but like I know what I'm getting into with that. This is a little bit different, and if it was anyway same treading, I wouldn't have touched it.
Like, I think I would like Tainted Grail if the combat wasn't in there and the negotiation wasn't in there and the Minears weren't in there. I just want which totally makes it not a game, right? Because that's all the game part. But the investigation is the fun part. At least that's what I thought was fun.
Play tested. I was like, yeah, if you took this out, you took this out.
It's just a choose your own adventure book. I'm terrible.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's your money. Shit, you're gonna be paying if you buy it.
The time is the problem.
Yes.
Right? Like I want to be hit quick and fast and deep.
But all the
is that an impossibility in gaming these days? Like, because
Aeon's
Flux Aeon's Flux. Remember that show? Aeon's End
show.
Legacy was perfect.
Yes,
it was
perfect.
Perfect
Amount of content, how long it took to play it, and
I told you it was going to be.
You're right. You're 100%.
It's so hard to compare stuff to that game as far as like.
Aldi, what you probably want to do is give up on these ones and just go over to Arkham Horror Card Game.
No,
I like Arkham Horror Card Game too. I find that has a grind in it though, but
that game is.
I haven't played it since the first expansion, but
I mean, it's just you get in, you do some adventuring, you're done.
Did you get Outcast? Did you get Aeon's End Outcast?
I did.
Okay.
Is that another legacy type thing, or is it?
No.
Did you get New Age that has like the kind of the campaign that you can make up?
I remember.
Jeremy shows up and we just start talking about games, and I just like.
I know what the hell.
I know. I've woken up.
Forrest, go put the Grinch costume on.
Did anybody get Alter stuff? Put the Grinch back on. Did anybody get the Alter?
No, you know what? We got 9 people now. I apologize. We can go back to talking about games. I'll be happy to cede the floor, but it is Thanksgiving. Ooh,
you can talk about games too.
Barry? Barry, what are you drinking? Barry, you're muted.
Ogre's blood.
I was talking to Jen. I forgot. Tell him we're due.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. So just like, hey, yeah, just cheers. Just so like when you were forced to do it when you were before you
Uh-oh.
could eat like somebody's got everybody's got to say something they're thankful for.
Oh, phew. Thought we had to play Among Us
What do
or
you got there,
something.
Matt? What do you got? What is that?
Akintoshin.
Is that Japanese?
What is that?
Single malt Scotch whiskey from.
Sounds like it's Germany or Japan.
No, it's Scotland. I'm not sure where.
Scotland.
I've never got into Scotch.
So I got a bottle of
God,
this.
you
And I
have
turned
no
40.
idea.
to a friend of mine.
It's so good.
Uh,
Oh God.
So, Jared, have you had regular whiskey and scotch? Well, I know you had scotch, but regular whiskey?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you had Tullamore Dew?
Yeah.
Somebody told me that's like a scotch. I never had scotch, so I don't really know.
Yeah. It's a feel of the hybridness of the yeah.
Okay.
So I remember so before we do everybody gotta say something they're thankful for. When I really got into playing a lot of poker in my like mid to late 20s, and Poker Stars was still a thing, and you could play it online still before they took it away from everybody in the United States. A buddy of mine, like a $25 entry, he finished like second, and he made like $5,000. And so he took the $5,000 and like I don't know what he did, but he bought a poker table, like a traveling poker table, which cost him like $1,000. It was like literally like like a folding table that was a poker table. And he bought like a $300 bottle of scotch. I don't know what it was. You could ask me 1,000 times. I don't remember what it was. But I remember like the next time we played poker, like he brought the poker table over. It was at my apartment, and he set it up, and he had this, and he poured everybody like some of this scotch, like literally like he's handing people like this much scotch, and it was like, hey, that's like $10. It was just like, that's, I mean, it was like that was how much he had. And I remember I was sipping, I was like, yeah, this is horrible. I don't like this at all, but I do remember that we were like playing poker, and a friend of mine, his name was Mike Weekland, like literally like, because the guy was just like, yeah, enjoy the scotch. He just like, it's like I wouldn't have played poker as well as I had if I hadn't played all you guys as much as I played it, blah, 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 blah. Like, so the bottle was sitting there, and there was a couple of times when people were like forgetting to put the cork and stuff back into it, and they're like, hey, put the cork back in there. So Mike poured himself a little bit of a drink, forgot thing he's dealing, hits the bottle of scotch and pours about $50 worth of scotch onto the poker table, ruining the $1,000 poker table.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's like everybody at the table is like this. Like, what do you say? It's like we would still play on that poker table, and there was this huge stain right in the middle of it from where the scotch had been poured by accident.
Oh.
It was just like
I remember watching
what do you say? You don't even know what to say at the moment. You're just like, not only
Not the same, but I remember watching that tabletop episode with Ticket to Ride. They had the guy from Eureka on there, Colin Ferguson, and Will Wheaton's wife was playing. She's like, "Oh damn, boom!" and she hit the table, and all the trains went boom, and they all just kind of like got disheveled.
Yeah, they milked that for a while.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like that's one of the cases where it's beneficial to be filming what you're doing.
They rolled it back.
And now he's in charge of USAopoly or whatever, or I don't know.
Bicycle games. He's the brand ambassador.
I watched this
global brand ambassador.
Stuff. It was really good.
It's weird because they didn't publish that YouTube video.
Time of day where
I know
to check it out.
All right, so I'll say what I'm thankful for. My incredibly patient family. The fact that I'll have my mother over at my house tomorrow, and I'm going to grit my teeth and enjoy every minute of it with her. Because is Richard okay?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You're boring them to
He's
death.
enthralled by your thankfulness,
No, I am.
hanging on every word.
Look like he had
I
like a
am- I
glitch
am,
in the
uh,
matrix.
I
He's just stuck over there. He's like,
No, I am extremely thankful for my wife, my two kids, my friends who have taken way too long since the last time I seen them. I mean, like literally now I'm like, I mean, yeah, Gamma's coming up, which I kind of saw a few people, but really BGG Con was the last time I really saw everybody, and that's like a year ago. Like that's just
Exactly
like
a year ago.
that's so like I mean I hate to bring everybody a little bit down, but I mean it's just like I literally felt like depressed over seeing all of my like pictures from BGG Con popping
They're
up.
coming. I was gonna say they're coming up.
Yeah.
They're coming up. Your memories are coming up starting next week. They're gonna come up. So
I mean it's like all the stuff where I'm just like, oh man. I mean like it just stinks. And like I said to everybody who will listen, I am the person that I'm like I get to a I get to a convention like the first day I'm super jazzed, second day I'm super excited anyway. By the third day I'm like I wish I was home, but I missed those first 2 days of being super jazzed and yeah. So I'm thankful that I'm still with the wonders of the intranets and stuff like that. I'm still able to connect with everybody. I'm still able to talk to everybody. And I'm really thankful for everybody who keeps showing up every Wednesday night for this show, and just to hang out and talk, and all the people that watch it live and this, that, and the other thing. Anyway, that's what I'm thankful for. Forrest, you go.
I am thankful for the obvious things, my family, the health. You know, my mom's side of the family is terrible. They're all pre-existing conditions. So the fact we've gone this far without any scares makes me happy. And but I mean, I'm really happy at just overall the direction, and thankful for the direction my life is going in. It's just, you know, as bad as it sounds, I feel like COVID is going to be one of the best things to ever happen to me on a personal level because of the dominoes that fell and the way they fell. And I think that
$60 to wear a Grinch outfit. Take some video.
I don't think you're alone in that, Forrest. I think a lot of people used COVID as a way to reevaluate. You know,
it's a reset button.
yeah.
I mean, it really is for a lot of people. And I think a lot of things were not going as well as I would have liked them to 6 months ago. And with the extra time, and I've turned some corners that I like. So I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful for Wednesday nights because this is a good release for me. I spend 18 hours a day with my kids every day of the week.
Yeah.
So Wednesday nights, nice.
Matt.
I gotta say, I'm thankful for finding a community and a career that I can not only be, you know, competent at, but really enjoy being part of. And this is something that has been eluding me for my whole life, and then until I found the gaming community, which is really, really special to me. And I'm really thankful for that. All the amazing people that are in it. And, you know, like you all have said, like, of course, you know, my family and friends that are all healthy and happy and everything like as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you speak. I mean,
Awesome.
It is really amazing that the gaming community is as welcoming as it is.
When did you get
across
into
the board?
Matt?
Pardon me?
When did you get into it?
I got my first gig with AEG in 2017.
Okay, so fairly
Oh,
recent.
you're like a young pup.
I know he's a pup.
Yeah.
He's just that cute little doggy who's like chasing his tail right now.
I have really kind of put 100% of myself into it in the last couple of years.
So I'm gonna go to somebody else real soon here, but whenever I like quick glance up at Matt's background, and I know that it's a dry erase board, and I know it's like a and like it's a thing with the erasers and the markers and everything. But when I glance over quickly, for half a second, it looks like it's a big door. Like that's like the latch that you push to open up the door. Like he's in some like weird like
I
office.
thought the same thing the second I saw it.
Yeah. Like,
don't see that at all.
it's like the craziest. Like
I thought you were in a hotel or something.
yeah, it's like I glance over and it's like he's in like a meeting room in a hotel, and like
with 3 cats.
there's some guy to come
In a
through
bed.
and ask him if he needs to replace the water, or fill the water cups or something like that. All right, Chad, you're new, but go ahead, tell us what you're thankful for, man.
Let's see. Probably it's to say patience of my wife. So we've been married be 2 years next month, and
Attaboy.
so like what she puts up with for, I mean, I work probably like legitimately 18 hours a day, right? I mean, like with this new business, like it's just me, right? And obviously the people I work with, but there's no, like I answer every email. I have to do literally just everything. So the fact that she's tolerant about that, understands that, just trying to keep pushing this forward. So at some point, I will have help, and I will have, been a place where I can hopefully not work 18 hours a day. Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing. And I was actually thinking about this earlier today, because I was actually going to pack up a box of like a sample of like one of like every game, because this licensing agent for an IP I'm trying to go after wanted to see a copy of like every game, like those currently I had a copy of. And just to think back over, the 3 years or so I've been doing this, like I like literally I assembled it and took a photo, because I'll probably share it tomorrow, on the 25th account, just to say this exact same thing. But just to accomplish that, they go from nothing to accomplish that in just a few years, and looking at those titles and being proud of those titles and proud of that work, and really thankful for, the support for people in the community, that have kickstarted or bought a game at retail, or bought it direct, bought it at a con, or done a review, or, just designers who have trusted to help bring a design to life, and artists to help work on things. I mean, just every person in the whole spectrum that has helped me do what I do, like just make it's humbling, right? I mean, I'm not like the biggest publisher, right? But just to get to that point where I'm at now, I'm very thankful for that.
Yeah, man. I mean,
You're here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy world to dive into and go full on, right? I mean, that's and I mean, obviously, I mean, you've got a lot of titles out there. I mean, the one that, I mean, like Space Explorers is the one that like put you guys on the map for me, and that game's awesome. So
Space Explorers is fantastic.
Oh,
Fantastic.
fantastic.
There you
Within
go.
arm's reach. Within arm's reach, by the way.
You notice it's still in shrink. You're getting a lot of
Yeah, you didn't play that
this
shit?
is actually
Come on.
going
Got
to
the promo
Forest.
tape to it.
This is going to Forest.
Winner, chicken dinner.
This is going
Oh,
to Forest.
cool.
One thing I want to say about Chad is he recounted to me, he puts, having worked with him on a couple of games, he puts something special in every game. And the thing that really touched me
Is it
was
COVID?
when he told me about Space Explorers and what he did with Space Explorers for the little special add-in, and that was the mission patch that was included in the Kickstarter version. He went to the people that designed the mission patches for NASA to get this mission patch created, and that kind of dedication to put that into a game really speaks to me.
Yep.
Anyways, enough of that. I just wanted to shout out to Chad.
Yeah.
There you go.
Those patches.
Actually,
I wound up with 2 of them somehow. I love those patches.
Van, what do you got for me? Come on.
I'm thankful for my wonderful wife. We just hit 26 years this past October.
Wow.
And
You're
we've been
here.
through a lot together, man. We I'm thankful to be getting back into the industry. In 2007 and '08, I was doing freelance for Academy and Z-Man and Eagle Griffin, and had my stuff licensed. And gosh, I'd just flown out to Fantasy Flight for an interview with Christian, and then of course everything went south health wise. We were actually separated for 5 years up until a couple of years ago. So it's been really climbing out of a hole for me the past 12 years. Origins last year is the first time I've been able to get to a convention in 12 years. So I was glad to see Lance, you for the first time. Jeremy, met you, and Scott, kind of knew Scott, but got to meet him in person. So, and I'm thankful for my wonderful daughter. She's 24 now, and just inspires me to keep going, man.
Nice.
Awesome.
Where do we meet in person? Was it Origins or Gen Con?
Yeah, we met in Origins.
Was it Origins?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only one I was able to go to, man. I'm really bummed
Okay.
because this year I had planned on getting to Origins and Gen Con. Probably, do you go to Dragon Con, Chaz?
I did. Yeah, I mean it's a
Yes.
couple miles from my house.
Right. Yeah.
Convenient.
So I usually go down to it sometimes.
Is it in Atlanta? Is that where
Yeah.
it is?
They didn't do it this year, obviously, but
It's like a big cosplay convention.
Oh, huge cosplay from what I hear.
Yeah. But they had pretty good gaming turnout too. I had gone in 2005, and you remember the game Anachronism that was licensed with the History Channel?
Vaguely.
It was a card-based game, and met those folks in Spin Master and was talking to them about licensing back then in like '05. It's pretty cool.
All right, I'm gonna make Barry talk emotions.
Oh, great. Oh, I'm fucking Irish. I'm thankful, the family's in good health and all that. My wife. I'm able to walk.
Your long suffering wife. I should
Yes, she has. We've been through a lot of shit, especially in the last 3 years. Yeah. Like I said, I'm able to walk again, and my hands are getting there.
Wife's thankful for that.
Yes. Thankful you're fuckers and the guys in the peanut gallery. This is one of the highlights of my week. I'm also thankful for those that are alive. I'm also thankful for those that are alive, and I'm thankful that we will recover from this, and I believe we will be stronger, not only as a country, but as a world.
All right, we got 3 left. Who wants to go? Richard, Jeremy, or Scott?
I'll go.
Go, Scooter.
Yep. Michelle, number one. My wife,
He
Michelle.
is amazing.
Yes, and this year has been really tough. It's like our first real big, my first real big tragedy that I've had in my life with my mom dying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she, I don't know how I'd do it by myself. That would be a rough one. She drove me to Florida and back, which is 6 days on the road, and she did all the driving. So, I don't like driving. So she did it all.
You outkicked
that's
your coverage.
great. What's that?
You outkicked your coverage with your wife, just so you know.
Thank you. Let's see. It'll be next year is 2021, so 17 years next year, January. That's all I can. Obviously the team, the BGG team. It's super frustrating because we basically had a meeting in January where it was a 3-day retreat here in Dallas, where we outlined this amazing year of stuff, and to almost accomplish none of it, and then have them all be so positive about that. And not dwell on the negative, but how do we pivot to handle that like that? Because I don't think I could have done it without them being there to come up with all these ideas that we accomplished this year. I don't know. I get stuck in negativity, so I need positive people around me to kind of get me out of that. And I'm thankful that they were there to do that. No conventions basically, and 90% of our year is traveling to conventions, and having none of that happen is pretty rough for us. So really thankful that we pulled together and got something done for the board game world. The team is amazing. So everybody's been awesome. Thankful for friends who have all, been there for me when my mom died. That was pretty great. Feels good. So yeah, there you go.
Well said. All right, Richard.
I am thankful that I am able to share my favorite thing to do in the world with my favorite person in the world, my wife. I am incredibly lucky that I've got my best friend in the world who happens to love these board games as much as I do. And I'm very, very happy that I stumbled across them by accident about a decade ago, because it totally changed my world and my life for the better, and her life and our relationship. And I am just in general incredibly thankful for how insanely lucky I have been for my entire life. There's nothing semi-charmed about my life. I made video games for 20 years. I was very successful with that. And now I've turned this weird thing I do into something very successful. And I work hard at it, but I do think I do recognize I have been insanely lucky and insanely privileged. So I am very, very aware and thankful of that because it's been a great ride for 51 years so far.
You deserve everything you got, man. I mean, I'm just going to tell you right now, I still remember the day when you were starting to do your videos and you were doing your thing. And I was I think it was a Gen Con. And I'm not trying to speak ill of Tom and anything like that, but Tom walked up to me and we were just talking about whatever. And he was like, hey, so I know you're getting this game. I know you're getting that game. So like, hey, let's schedule out, like, let's try to make sure that like we don't step on each other's toes as far as the release dates of these games. And we were like talking about who's going to do what video first and that sort of thing. And I remember then he was like, so, it's like, what do you think of these people that are making all these games and stuff like that? And I was just like making videos now. And I was like, oh, well, I think this, that, the other thing, this, that, and the other thing. And he was just like, and I remember him asking, well, what do you think about this Richard guy? I just remember, and I remember him saying that to me. And I was like, man, I said, I think he's the real deal. I was like, he just really loves what he's doing. If he keeps at it, he'll get a really good following. And Tom said, yeah, I think so too. I think people really are going to really react to him well. So, and that was like right after you got started. It was like you were like 3-4 months into your channel.
Yeah.
So,
and it was garbage. It was
compared to what else was being made at that time. It wasn't garbage, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, just appreciate that. All right, so now everybody take a nap and let Jeremy tell us a story about what he's thankful for. No, seriously, Jeremy, I left it up to you. I know you're very loquacious, but also charismatic. So I wanted you to go last.
Oh God.
This is the self-deprecation before he starts. Like he's like, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna say, and then now he's gonna totally destroy us with like how he feels.
First and foremost, man, Mrs. Howard, without her, oh boy, I'd be a fucking mess. There's a different Jeremy without Mrs. Howard, because she deals with my mental illness and stuff like that, and she deals with a lot of things, and she helps manage me and she challenges me. She holds me accountable, so I love her for that. And she raises my son by day, while working, and I really am proud of her for trying to do this and manage it in a time where I can't necessarily help her from work. I actually go to work, so. I'm really thankful that she's supportive and she does, not what a wife's supposed to do. She does a great job of taking care of our family, and she has to deal with me when I get home. So I'm a ball energy. So yeah, I'm thankful for that. You know what I'm saying? And my son, he's done such a great job trying to stay focused. He's gifted. He got accepted, gifted, and talented, and he's bored out of his mind. But I'm so glad he's working hard. I'm so glad he's working hard because it just sucks. It sucks for him. He likes being around people like me, and he can't. So it's really tough. But I'm also thankful for my job. My job has been stable. I've had a good COVID-19 period of time in good health. I'm very appreciative of that, and I'm appreciative that I have a good job that provides for that. But off the clock and all that stuff, I have a hobby, and I get to do something that I love. And the big thing is I get to share with a lot of fucking people, like a lot of fucking people. Like I made a point to do that and I got it. And I love that. It helps me. goddamn, there's a lot of people that are so kind. There's a lot of motherfuckers here that are so kind. And a lot of you are right here, right now. And I don't think people know how kind some of you guys are. Like, I don't think they understand. So the community, shit. Like, without them, I don't even exist. I'm just another dude, you know, like that is true. It's just, I'm serious. Like, I still am. It's just that, like, I am blown away by how big and strong this community can be when they do work together. And like, I'm just a tiny cog in that. And like, it's just like that, for people to even recognize that me or something, or single me out, it's just like, holy shit. Yeah. Like, I'm not over that. Like, it doesn't fly off my side. It's like, I did, you know, I'm just so appreciative of the people, man. I really am. And that, like, I really fucking mean it when I say that. You know, I just really appreciate the people. Like, yeah, when you put this much in, when you put a lot of work in, like, you know, like all we do, these content creators do, and like to have just a little bit of that positive feedback, it just feels great. You know, even though you're not necessarily like waiting, like, is everybody going to like me? Everybody's going to like me. You know, you definitely, like, it feels good to know that you're part of this welcoming community. And yeah, you know, it's the best way I can put it. I'm kind of overwhelmed. I'm doing helping families in need right now. And I started with giving away some of my own money and my own stuff or whatever. And like, so many people, so many of you have donated money. Random people have donated money, you know, publishers, you know, fellow people. And like, we're helping so many folks, man. And it's just like, shit, like, like, these geeks, nerds, businessmen help so many people, man. We can help so many people. That gives me faith, like, in a lot of things during this time. So I'm just, you know, thank you. That's it. You know, fucking thank all you motherfuckers. Yeah.
Oh, gotta drop an MFer there at the end. So just
yeah, no, I have to throw it. I can't. I'm 2 scotches deep in this Oban. Jesus.
Oh, have some rub some dirt on it.
All right. Can you just not edit me? I'm too deep. Okay.
No, I mean, this has been a shitty year, man. I mean, it's been.
I don't have shit to complain about, man.
It'll get better.
It makes you feel like,
shut up. It's not going to get better. It's just
going to get better.
Well, why?
I mean, going forward, I mean, I'm 50 years old. Like, I mean, I will be next year, but like, I'm going to treasure every year. I mean, I think for the past 10, I feel like I'm an autopilot. Like, I'm replaying the same year every year. Like, I got to mix it up, right? I got to do other things.
I teach that. I'm a development teacher. I'm like, reinvent yourself every 2 years. And I don't.
It's important.
I haven't, you know, like, I haven't. Like, you know, I look at my wife, I'm like, hey, do this, do that, like, whatever. And I'm like, I'm not doing much different either. Like, you know, like,
haven't you?
Here I am, Mr. Advice.
I mentally figured out, I was like, okay, so my son's 9. So in like 14 years, he'll be out of college. I'm 48. So okay, so I got to be here till about 63, 64.
That's my math. I'm
just hanging in there.
I was like, I want more than that. I want every single year I can squeeze out of life. But I mean, but get my son out of college and on his own, then the bus can have the brakes fail when I'm crossing the street, right? I mean, that's the happenstance can happen at that point. I mean, which I'm not morbid. I'm just like, it's one of those things where it's like, I want every day I possibly can get, but as long as my son is out of college, that's kind of my measure.
Set that bar.
After that is gravy. Everything after that is gravy. I can really stop and smell the roses. Other than that, I got to make sure I'm still around.
Hell no. I'm greedy. I'm going to 170. I'm getting modern advancements.
You might live that long.
Science.
I don't know if I would want to live that long.
I have a friend who his wife's grandmother just passed away. She was 104. And she said
my brother's was
the last like 5 years of her life, she told anybody who had listened that she wanted to die.
Yeah, I thought like 104 or 5 was like the max. It happens to be, I think it's 113. is the oldest person alive.
They're going to be able to reverse aging. I'm telling you, they already got stuff. They're starting on it. It's going to be a thing.
Lance, I'm with you, man. I swear to you. Somebody said this on Twitter, and they were asking, like, how would you know you've successful life? I was like, I think there's a moment where I'll look at my son and I'll go, all right, man, you're good. And then I can just like go walk in a park and just die. like, okay.
Well, no,
you've done everything I think you're gonna do, and you're probably just gonna be better than me anyway.
So I would hear stories. I would hear stories about people that were like,
I can go.
that had like major health problems and stuff like that. They were in their 80s and 90s, and they just didn't really have the will to live anymore.
Yeah.
They're like
a couple people in my family do that.
You know, and it's just like, and I think it is a real thing. I mean, I think it is a real thing where you get to a certain point where you're just kind of like, yeah, okay, I've done my thing. And we are still young enough, because I mean, I'm not speaking for everybody, but like you know, like Richard, you know, Scott, me, we're all in the same. I'm sure Van is right around the same age as us too. You know, we're like I turned 49 in December.
I think I'm older now.
You know, so it's like it's one of those things where it's like, all right, you know, it's like I'm like sitting there and it's like, I still like, we are the Generation X, and like if you look at every single, and I've said this before in the show, but I mean if you look at every single like thing, the people that are willing to stay at home, wear masks, self-contained, whatever, they're like the most common of the people are the Generation Xers. I mean, it's like you're the ones like the baby boomers, people older than us, they don't care because like I've lived that long. I mean something's gonna get me. I'm not gonna like spend the last 5 years of my life in under a glass bubble. I don't want to, you know, and the people that are younger than us are like, have still the, I'm going to live forever. Nothing's going to stand in my way, you know? And we're all like mortalities right here. And we're like, I want every single year. You're not taking any of it, COVID. Screw you.
Yeah. No kitty
feel
crack.
lucky if I get 5 or 10 more.
No.
Yeah. I don't know.
I just want people to like, my father-in-law, he passed, and man, it was a heavy fucking moment because I went to go see him. And I stopped seeing him because I was having a hard time not seeing him be him, like being his silly and filthy self and whatever, right? I just loved him, you know. I loved him for that. And I went to go see him. He was in the hospital one time, and I remember him grabbing me. I mean, he like cuffed my forearm, and he looked at me, and he was like, you know, I never like lived. He's like, I'm dying. I don't feel like I lived. And I was just like, holy shit. Like, you know, and he's like, take care of my daughter. You know, I trust you. Like, I was like, he's quitting. Like, he's quitting. Holy shit. Like, I'm like watching a man like act like an animal that's dying or something. Like, it's weird, you know, like telling me I'm going to die. Like, hi, I'm an animal. I'm a squirrel. I'm going to die. You know, like it was weird to watch like a man say that to me. And like, I was just thinking to myself, like he said, I have not lived. Like I'm going to die. And I don't feel like I've lived. And I think because he may have had moments where he was like in and out, or because he had a lot of hospital visits, passing out, falling over, And I think he had been in and out of it so much that he had felt this feeling like death, you know? And I thought to myself, it's like, that was like a really affirmation. Like now that I'm older, of like, man, I got to live. You've got to live. You can't be telling yourself what you can't do. Like there has to be some forward motion towards the things that you want to do. Still, as you get older, you're not an advanced age. You got to keep the fight in the tiger. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a comedian always said, like, he's like, tigers be in the cage so long. They're like, I don't even feel like a tiger anymore. Until somebody jumps over the gate, you know, like, so I want to be like that tiger no matter what. I still want to feel like a tiger. I still want to feel like I'm doing something, but it's so easy to be a lazy lion and just let life pass you by. You know, it's so easy. We do it so easy, but like, I have to find a way to keep that alive. I have to.
Yeah.
There's
conquer goals still and create new goals and conquer them. Like I did when I was half this age. Like, there's no reason I can't do that now. There's no reason. except for what I told myself.
There's a fantastic movie that I can't remember the name of it, but it's actually based on a real life thing where an elderly man, I can't remember, he was like, it made the news in like the 70s and the 80s, whenever it was, who found out that his brother was very, very sick, and he wanted to go visit him because he thought his brother was going to die, and so he didn't have a car or the money to pay for a plane ticket. So, but he had a riding lawnmower. And so he got on his riding, and this is like in the 80s. He got on his riding lawnmower and he made like a 2 or 3 state trek to
I remember that movie.
Yeah, and then they made a documentary about it. Like it's like a movie, like kind of fake documentary. And they talk about, because the guy actually kept a journal of the people that he met along the way, the people that he camped with and he talked with and everything like that. And there's this scene where he parties with these people that are in like their 20s, and like they're all like drinking beer and they're talking to him. And I always remember this one line where they asked him, they said, "What's the worst part about being old?" And he looked at them and he said, "Remembering when I was young." And I was like, oh man. And I remember seeing that movie when I was in my 20s, and I was just like,
Straight Story.
What?
The Straight Story.
The Straight Story? Yeah.
I need to watch it. Never watch it. I heard about it.
Yeah, and I remember like, and that was like, it was just like, wow, that was just, I mean, that line stuck with me. What's the worst part about being old? He's like, remembering when I was young. Yeah, and just like, oh.
Yeah. Youth is wasted on the young, or what is it? Life
but no, well,
to pull all of you sorry sacks out of your maudlinness, I will have to agree with Forrest that actually in most of our lifetimes, aging will not be cured, but will be significantly rolled back. And when you're going to live to 150 or whatever it might be, it won't be in that broken down, decrepit mode that as your body starts to fail you, you start feeling like you are the tiger in the cage. You start feeling like it is time to shuffle off stage right. But it is going to be different. It is changing daily. They are making such huge breakthroughs. The world, Lance, that your kids are going to inherit is going to be insanely unthinkable to us at this point in their lives. The world is changing so fast.
And we've had this conversation before, Richard, where we're like why couldn't I have been born 100 years from now or whatever like that?
Yeah.
But like you and I have both said to people that have said that, it's like, and because you told me, it was like, if you compared your life that you have now compared to like the life that people had 100 years from now, they're like, you're an emperor.
Yeah.
It's like, really, like you have ice anytime you want.
Air conditioning.
You have air conditioning. You have, it's like, what sort of, what nation are you king of?
Check this out. Just when you said that, I'm going to let you guys speak about Clement J. Zablocki, our medical center. The Clement J. Zablocki, the man, although a doctor and whatnot, he was most known for this. In 1953, he provided air conditioning to the hospital.
There you go.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And it's so weird when you see movies and of people, they wore all these clothes even though they didn't have air conditioning.
Oh man, when you live down south, man, you can wear a mink coat in the summer. You know what I'm saying? Some people just don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Some people are so swagged up, full suit.
Yeah.
I wore a long sleeve shirt.
You know what I'm saying? Hat, everything. Sweating it out. You gotta have that sweat rag, cool sweat rag. Hey, ain't nobody trying to take a day off. You trying to look fly. Trying to take a day off. You gotta be kidding me. Like, it's the thing.
Jen and I were watching Kingdom, which was based in California. And she's like, why do these guys have like winter gear on? And I'm like, well, California has a winter. But she's like, it's only like 80 degrees. Right? I was like, I guess.
Hey, man.
It's cold.
I was like, I guess if you're used to a climate and the temperature changes, you're going to be cold no matter where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
all I'm saying is, Lance, once you hit your mid 60s, keep looking both ways for that bus before you cross the street. I think you will find it will be worth hanging on past the kids graduating college.
Well, like I
And-
read a stat like a couple of years ago. They said there's a person that is born today. There's somebody living today that will live to see 150 years old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably.
No doubt in my mind. It's gonna be me.
I would just say this. I don't know if that's true. I know that we work towards that. Like we were working towards that. But that is more of an example of continuously living life to try to get to experience whatever that experience is. Whatever it is. Like, and I think what happens is like we've sold ourselves on a very closed-minded idea of like 20, 30 years. Really, all you're saying is that your fun in your life is really condensed down to 10 to 15 years max. Because everybody says high school sucks, right? Everybody says high school sucks. Then you're like in your 20s. And then for some people, like that's it. Then some people like the 30s. So I'll give you 35. So for 15 years, you're supposed to be having all this fun, all this wild, crazy fun. And then now for the rest of life, you're sentenced to get old. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, there's just so much life. There's so much life. Whether you're rich or not, some people, it just depends on what your life is. Like enjoy your life. Find out what it is. Redefine it. Redefine what joy is and happiness is for you. Like, don't quit. And like even career, like you said, Forrest, like some shit just makes you shift.
Yeah.
Like if it falls in your lap, you know, let it shift. One thing I tell people in our course is just like, man, you know, like for my class, you get 2 hours to just think about you. Like how often do you ever get to think about just you? Not your wife, not your kids, your heart, your heartbeat, your energy, what you're going to do with you. And you can even come back to your partner and be like, I was thinking about me. And I want to do, like, I was actually thinking through some of the shit I like and want to do. It may sound a little brand new to you, but I've had time to think about it. It doesn't just like sound like some random shit you just bring up while you're watching a Netflix show. You know, like really think it out and then find it. And then your partner who you love and you trusted your whole life, y'all can talk it out. And I mean, I just feel like there's so many times in your life you can just reboot, you can learn, you can continue to learn. You know, I
live so much younger now. You know, when I was a kid, man, people over 50 were like old. They looked old. They acted old.
Yeah.
You know,
and that, like,
felt
to me,
old.
that feels like a choice now. To me, it
Right.
feels like a choice.
Yeah.
Like it feels like me and my wife, we challenge each other. Yeah, I used to be like a very good athlete, like a good athlete. And like, I don't do that. I used to incessantly work out. I don't even do that at all. I don't do nothing. I do a crunch to get up in the morning. That's about it. You know, I can still balance. I still don't sit down when I put on my socks. To me, that's exciting. You know, like that kind of stuff. But like I challenge my wife, I'm like, we're going to be here a long time. If we're going to be here a long time, like we can't be, you know, unless autoimmune disease and all that stuff, like we can't be just sloughing around. Like we got to get moving. We got to be active. We got to be, you know, like as much full of life as possible. Like mobile. We're not immobile. Let's be mobile. You know, like I think that's the thing. It's like we get so set, you know, it's so set. And we don't have that engine that we need to be like that anymore in America anyway. Like we don't have that thing where we need to constantly be lifting and running and moving, and
Yeah.
you have enough that's slowing us down and making us sit down all the time. So it's like
Ollie.
it's hard to be up against that. It's hard to be up against that.
What he said.
Yep. There's a good place to end. Good night,
Are
everybody.
we allowed to talk about games anymore?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
we
talk
got
about
C-level.
games.
Hell no.
Hey, do you want me to get it? You guys want to do the fake initials? I can get
Hi,
the
Matt.
box out.
See,
Bye.
Bye, Richard.
See you,
Bye,
Richard.
Richard. Happy Thanksgiving,
Bye.
brother.
Happy Thanksgiving,
Thank
sir.
you.
Scott, before we get in the games, it's about games, but I'm curious. Like, I got a shit ton of games to get rid of, and like the price on, I went to Board Game Geek, and I'm curious if, like, is that how you guys do it, or like I went to Board Game Geek and took
We
the
sell everything for
average.
$10 and donate all to charity. I mean, do you need the money? Do you want the money?
It's some of
You
it.
want to
You know.
do you want to try to get max value? It takes work.
No, I'm just,
Yeah.
you know.
You can just go like to a game page, look at price history, and see what stuff's selling for, like on average.
But I mean, is that what you guys usually use? Is just Board Game Geek or
Me personally, like-
in general?
I don't know. I mean, I don't sell anything, but
I mean, I go to eBay and look at sold items to see what they're going for.
yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to get high top dollar, but I'm not looking to get gouged. I want to recover something.
Sure.
I'm getting rid of like
BGG,
200-300 a
are your
game.
best 2 bets.
I saw your list actually. It's quite a good list.
I had to go back because I started that 3 years ago before all this shit happened, and then I
Yeah,
went
fix
back
it.
and reevaluated the prices and all that.
What are you saying, Chad?
No, I said, I mean, BGG and eBay sold, probably the best way to gauge like aftermarket value.
You could,
Okay.
yeah, and you could start high and drop it down if you don't get any bites.
Yeah.
Like start at $10 higher than when you think, and then go drop it like every week.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
don't look at like the Amazon
Or try to find someone to buy the whole thing.
price.
My
Yeah, I
move,
like that.
have a
I'm
price.
serious. Like if you really want to get this done, price that shit to move and
Yeah.
watch it move.
It will move.
Yeah.
Like I
Go
price
crazy.
I price every damn thing to move. The first 2 days, I'm usually done. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't have value to you. It does not. You're actually getting rid of
Nah, it doesn't.
it. It
But-
doesn't. Like it has no value. It does not have value. You actually you're reintroducing yourself as if you're buying again. You're not buying again. You're getting rid of it. So it's like get rid of it, and
Yeah.
you will accumulate some funds for getting rid of all that shit. Like,
Yeah.
and you'll be relieved, and you'll have money in your pocket,
Yeah.
and you'll have space. That's all you need. Like, I watch people do that stuff online on Facebook. I'm like, dude, what are you trying to do? You are not miniature market. Like, stop.
Yeah.
If you price
no,
that
it's-
shit to move, you could get somebody to buy 4 of your games because they're priced right. You know, like my friends, when they buy games for me, I don't sell for anything over $30. Like nothing's over $30. They're like, God damn. I'm like, it needs to go. It needs to go. I don't
If
have
it's just sitting in a box in a
Right.
storage unit,
Yeah,
or
I
sitting in a
don't
box in a
have
closet,
space. And I'll even like, they'll be like, so what are you gonna do with those? I'm like, I'm gonna give you this one for free just for buying a bunch of stuff. Like it needs to go. Like I'm not holding it captive. Like, no, that actually that's worth $30 in the open market. No, fuck that. I need to go. So yeah.
And that's how I feel about most. I do have a couple out of print games and
yeah, if it's like a rare
Yeah,
title,
list,
Yeah,
list those at
yeah.
normal value, but underprice
Yeah.
everything else if you want to make it
That's
happen.
what. Yeah.
if it's a common game available anywhere,
Yeah, just
$5, just get it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's on
get
Amazon,
the
just
price.
go $10
Cut it
under
down.
Amazon, $5-10.
Yep.
I still have Massive Darkness, which I didn't because I don't know exactly what's there. There's a couple with add-ons and shit. I don't know exactly what's there, but it's the first
You
edition.
could run that as an auction.
Yep.
With a
Yep,
min
that
bid.
market will tell you that right there.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
kind of stuff, it'll tell you. Hey Scott, you want some more solo shit? I got to get rid of this stuff.
More what? Solo?
I got solo. I got to get rid of some shit, man. I got a stack of a good 50 games or so. I need to get rid of
Wow.
some stuff. So, how about? Okay, no, I'm not giving you a trip like that'd be ridiculous. You wouldn't like that. Do you have Colony?
Nope.
That dice drafting game?
I remember that one. That was Bezier, right?
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I don't have it personally, but it's in. I have to look. I think we got it in the BGD library. Is that a good solo game?
He left.
Okay.
He said, "Fuck you, Scott. I'll be able to ask you a question and bail."
That's all right.
He's probably going to look for it.
Some boxes. So here we go. You have Obsession.
I didn't like it as much as everybody else, but I think it's okay. I mean, I
You're an
think
asshole.
it's good.
You're an asshole. That's why. That sucks.
I like Downton Abbey.
I mean, I think it's fine.
You're a mean man.
I think it's good.
Circadian Light.
That one I love. I have that.
Yeah, that's a really good.
Yeah, that's good. That's a really good one. In fact, I think it was like the first solo game I ever played on my own last year.
All right.
I got it.
Skills game.
I backed them. That's back from Kickstarter day, right?
Forrest.
Is that game good? Have you played it yet?
I
played
love Formal Ferret. I haven't played it.
All right.
It looks like a pretty complex
That's the cardboard
game.
version, though, right? That's not the plastic
Yeah.
version.
I haven't played it, so whatever.
Oh, you haven't played it?
No, I'm just gonna send it to you, dude. All right.
Scott, is the solo? Notice like all the solo videos lately. Is that new, or is that something that?
Yeah, I've been doing it this year on my own. Just kind of.
Yeah.
I need to put them on YouTube because they're going to disappear off Twitch. Like, but I feel like they're so unprofessional. Like, there's so many guys out there doing solo that are like
Just
really
clip it.
slick.
You just clip it, man.
Yeah, I'll just have to clip them.
That's
But I'm
exactly
talking to the
it,
chat,
man.
right? Like, will people want to watch that on YouTube where I'm talking
Yeah.
to the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, I get zany with those and I screw stuff up. People still like them.
When did you start doing videos for us? I feel like forever.
8 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
8 years.
Dude.
Wow.
Not
I saw your
quite
video
as,
where you went through your videos, top 50.
Videos.
Oh yeah, I really like this. I shot another one today where I just went so in depth, and I actually did it on my computer, so it's much smoother, about exactly what I do when I post a video and fix a video and how to tag and the little tag game and all the behind the scenes stuff. Like I'm enjoying making those.
So, Ford, how did you rate it? By like viewers or by how you felt about the video?
This particular video, I will be, I believe that if you want to start a YouTube channel, that the video that I'm going to post probably tomorrow or whatever this weekend is an absolutely brilliant video that you would be like, holy shit, this is so useful. And then it's a great video. But honestly, I try not to look at the views on videos anymore. Because when you put a lot of effort and heart into a video and then it just does nothing, it's just like, fuck. Whereas like, I got one Maury Povich game. It's just a random interview, and it's gonna get thousands and thousands of views over this Christmas holiday, and it's just
It will?
so weird.
Really?
So weird. What?
It will?
Oh yeah, like
Maury
that's what I've
Povich?
actually been doing the last 3 days. Is I have updated over 100 videos of mine, tagging it, doing the thumbnails, doing descriptions, leaking into Board Game Geek, doing the cards, specifically ones that I know are going to be popular over this time period because of they were popular last year, and they're just going to continue to get more popular as they're like that type of market. And I updated all of them so they look better, they're easier to find, and I expect huge. I'm excited. I probably worked like 24 hours in the last 3 days on the stick.
You want to sell that?
I'm not selling. I want to send it to you if you want it.
Valley of the Dead.
Oh, I've got it, but I think that's an out of print, or is it out of print?
Export is not out of.
Oh,
Actually,
it's
it
not out
might
of print.
be. It might be.
You might want to hold on to that because well, I know they just did their Kickstarter where you could add it in.
They did just.
But I don't know if it.
This is actually
in
the
print.
first printing. He sent me some for the first print, and he wants me to give away as many people as possible.
I want to play that actually. I played it once and I freaking loved it, and I need to get back.
It's
And the guy who
fucking
knows
great.
how to play it is not. I
I'm
mean,
trying to tell
obviously, I'm
people
not.
it's great.
It's fucking amazing.
You know what? For
What's up?
it's gonna be a heavy box, man.
Dude, I feel like
Oh, yeah.
Christmas, man. Thank you so much. Like I'm excited. I am excited for this to come in the mail.
It's gonna be a heavy box, man. I'll see how much it is. It's gonna be a big box. It's gonna be
You
heavy.
might wanna split it.
You know what?
You
I
might
want
have
to say one more I'm thankful for, and that is for Jeremy, you joining the Alaboom. You and Richard and Lance talking to me, like just really breaking it down has, I mean, I think it's just going to send me in a completely different direction. Like my arrow was like, nudging forward, like at a snail's pace, but then like all the advice, it's just bam. I feel like a rocket.
You need to wear that Grinch costume on one of your videos.
You need to wear
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh, that's
Yeah,
totally.
that'll
All that.
rush.
I was like, I expect nothing less at this point.
All your Christmas games that you're going to review this month. Wear the Grinch.
Look at this mask. Look what
I know it looks real.
They're glass eyes. Like, oh my god.
Where'd you get that from? What was the story?
Oh,
So-
you missed it. You missed the story.
All right, I
I'm
missed
doing the
everything.
I forgot when you joined.
I was dealing with some stuff.
I
had to
do,
work. We're doing a Black Friday sale. I was actually working on that.
Nice.
Sorry.
Hey,
So I was
Ford,
What are you selling, Roddy?
I don't know anything about that game. Yeah, I'm not against it. I love dice games.
That's Leader's game.
That game's good. I played it.
I know it's my friend's game. Here we go. He'll be fine. It's being reviewed. Jesus Christ.
No, but I do my Fiverr now is how I'm going to do Kickstarter videos. It's $100, and this guy was he lowballed me down to $60 to do it, but it wasn't like an actual YouTube video. It's just me doing like some acting. I'm going to dress up in the Grinch, and I got to keep the costume and go to the Christmas
worth, like,
tree.
$50
It looks
right there.
sad, and then dance with my dog. It's bizarre.
What? This is
So
for
you're-
Kickstarter?
Yeah, no, I don't know what the hell it's for. It's for some guy in China.
Some guy in China?
He already paid me, and he sent me a costume. What is that?
Wait, you got a costume from the guy in China?
He said it. I think he got it on Wish.
So first, you're pantomiming the.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Christmas for-
Yeah, he's gonna end up on some like weird fetish.
I
site.
know.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what he needs it for, but he wants me to dress like the Grinch.
Maybe it's for his kids.
I have no clue. It was for. It specifically says for a Kickstarter video, but he was just like, I just want you to do some acting. I was like, okay, I'm down. I mean, whatever, man.
Whoa.
It's
for his
easy
kids.
money. I'll just sit there. I'll run the camera for 15 minutes, get into it, get super, get emotional, dance with the dog, and send it to him, and boom, 5
And he gave you,
stars.
like, but you
What
have
do
no
they call them
script,
people
right?
in the animal suits? Flushies, something like that.
Furries.
Furries.
That's what you're doing here, Boris.
Maybe this is my maybe this was the moment that I transformed into a furry.
Yes.
2020 is full of surprises.
Hey, Forrest, if you want a really fun game that I think people would want to check out around the holiday, is this, there's a Home Alone game.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I just updated. I was super excited because I played the tag game and got like 5 more words in there. But
Yeah, that new Home Alone game. I
Is
think
it
that's
new?
actually low key a pretty fun game. Like especially for families around this time that get suckered into by licensed games. It's actually pretty fun.
Have you seen the Elf game from Funko? Is that
No,
out
I
yet?
haven't.
Yeah.
It's really cool. You drive your sleigh around the board, and you're like, it's actually like not on a grid or anything. It's just however you can angle your sleigh, like and you make a trail. Looked kind of fun.
For all the Christmas stuff, I picked up like all the Funko.
Probably just buy it, check it out.
Yeah. It looked fun. We had them on
Check
for
it out.
BGG whatever video thing.
Before if you need a
Hey, I have a
Christmas
question for you
game
guys.
to
This
wear
is
your
kind of
Grinch outfit in. I'll send you this
No,
one.
I was
what I
just
was
about to say.
Oh yeah, the
I was
Christmas
getting
lights.
ready to admit
I was about to say Christmas lights.
So this is this actually it released today. This is the second
Nice.
edition.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Great.
So the rules are we streamlined the rules based on like all the feedback we had in the first version, and then added another bonus game. So you get 12 bonus games instead of 11.
What did you stream? What did you take out?
It was the sale phase and stuff was a little
Yeah.
kind of like clunky in the first one. The card backs and stuff that you could use in other games, we kind of
Right.
cleaned out some stuff, so the graphic design's a little better.
Okay.
But it's like the turn order is totally different from the first version. But we didn't change. It's all the same bulbs, all the same everything. But
Hey, what's the other one you sent me? What is that one?
I'll send you.
The colorful. What is it? Shit.
I'll send you Cloud Control.
Yeah. What's that?
So today, in addition, so Grant's game is this one. So that's Curmudgeon.
Okay.
And then the other game that came out today is
What's this?
Cloud Control.
Yeah. What's that?
So this one is younger family party game. So you're basically you have a word card and you have a timer, and you basically the words have point values, and you just try to assemble cloud shapes and everybody guesses the word. And if anybody guesses the word, they get the
So you're
point.
drawing a cloud?
As well.
You're sort of drawing a cloud, or
No, you actually there's 16 different cloud like square cards, and you basically grab them and like orient them. You can like animate them. And
so you're kind of making. Yeah, okay, I got it.
But yeah, both of these are actually they're both in the Geek Shop.
Cool.
GeekGameShop.com.
GeekGameShop.com.
Free shipping orders over $35.
Over 35, right? That's like a hell of a deal.
Yeah, it's a healthy deal.
Well, is that what you're doing? What else? You got anything else going?
So these three all came out today. So the new second edition and those two. And then so Tutankhamun will be Q1.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you're reprinting that.
And then
You changing that at all, or is the same?
No, we changed it. So
Oh, okay.
Added in god abilities. So god idols will be in the
Ah,
river. And
okay,
so when
cool.
you trigger one, you pick up one of those, you can trigger an ability to basically let you manipulate the track. Because the original Tut was just
Yeah, it was just a straight line.
whatever the track was, the track
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
That was a good game. I love that game.
And so yeah, just linear path, set collection. So now you can actually manipulate items down the track,
Okay.
pull them closer. You can actually we made this underworld, so you can send stuff to the underworld and pull stuff in the underworld.
Okay.
Just add some
Yeah, is that still
Add a little pizzazz to it.
Pledge?
It's still late pledge. Even the deluxe edition is going to be all wood.
Ooh.
So all wooden tiles, and then like all heat transfer wood, and we're doing like some screen printed. What's really cool about it is, I wish Matt was still on, but so we actually, the box bottom, we're arting the inside of the box, so it looks like a tomb, and then there's a 3D I got
Pyramid.
a prototype, 3D sarcophagus.
Oh.
So when you this is just an old prototype. So the inside of the box, you actually have a sarcophagus that you would just tut. Actually
Cool.
put it in there. And then you've got these canopic jar scoring markers that go around the rim. To score.
Oh, that's your scoring. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And so
I love that game. Did you meet Reiner, or did you talk to him, or?
I just talked to him. Yeah, we never met in person, but
Okay.
just over the email and phone. But super nice dude, like just incredibly nice.
Hey, how's Stan's game coming? Is that coming?
Oh, Matt game. So Stan, I played it today.
Yeah.
It's getting ready to go into art. It's basically done. It's a simultaneous play deck builder.
Mhm.
So it
Yeah.
it's cool. I mean, it'd be fun.
Cool game.
Now I've got next game to come to Kickstarter will be Blazon, which is a heraldic coat of arms shield making game, and it Ian O'Toole's doing the artwork for it, and then like first time designer, on the design piece. But it's like a tableau, build basically assembling your shield, your coat of arms.
Cool.
Oh.
And then of
Are
course
you doing anything for Black Friday?
I can see why you're busy 18 hours a day
I
now.
know, man.
Right?
Putting down some games.
Yeah, and then Kohaku comes out Q1, which tune out with Gold Seal Games for that one.
Oh, really? Okay.
So that one, component-wise, is going to be just sick. So it's going to have these 3D acrylic tiles,
Yeah, the acrylic
like
tiles,
layers
yeah.
to them, so like it creates depth for the water. So the fish are like below the water line, lily pads, and like a star like on top of the water, top of the acrylic. And then on the rocks with Michael Pitry, so his game. So we're teaming up for that one too.
Oh, great.
And then at some point next year, Raw, and then and Knizia game.
Oh, you're doing Ra?
Yep.
Nice.
That's a
Love
good
Ra.
get, man.
Didn't know you were doing. Oh, cool.
Yep. So I can't announce the artist yet. We're still sorting through some stuff, but it'll be it's gonna be cool. So
Wow,
looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love just like really finding ways to like bring the change components around, change art style and stuff. Obviously, we're not going to touch the design on that one at all. It'll just be a pure, physical.
Perfect game.
You're a long way from Robots Love Ice Cream, I can tell you that.
Yeah. That game. I wish I could go back and redo that game because it'd be a lot different. So what was funny? So you and I both were like brand fucking new, right? Like just didn't know shit, both of us. You're like, hey, I'm starting a review channel. I was like, hey, I'm starting to make games, I guess. You like you want it? And you're like, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, God, that was because I remember like research. I'm like, I guess we're both just starting. And
yeah. Like, can I get a copy of a game? Like, okay, sure. Yeah.
But yeah, back when I used to type every word of the goddamn rule book and call it.
that was years ago.
Yeah.
It's been nuts. Like trying to figure out like the path of like where I get games from has been so all over the place.
Yeah,
like
man.
Wars was a Russian game, and that wasn't even. I found that game thanks to Aldi's site,
Which one?
Space Explorers. So I was
How'd you
actually,
find-
so I
how'd
was
you
just
find it?
cruising through BGG looking for space games, just because I was.
Oh, it was a pre-published
Russian, right?
prior to what you did.
Right in Russia, yeah.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. How about that?
So I just contacted the publisher just to buy a copy. I just want a copy of it. That's all. My whole goal was just to get a copy, and I was after I got a way to translate it. The next thing you know, publishing it in English.
Who was the publisher?
What's
Do you remember?
Crowd Games is
Crowd.
the one of them, and Crowd and Modoz, and Modoz, I think is the other name, is the Russian side.
Just random thought.
Cool.
Can somebody help me remember the name of this game? It is a game. Lance, I need you.
Lance will know. Or Scott.
Like,
I need your attention. I need you. It's a game that's not published. It is a game that was invented by a guy who made it for a training exercise for his for work. It was not sold though. Like it wasn't sold. I think somehow he got some people some copies or whatever because he only made so many. He made a board game, and it's supposed to be really fucking good. I can't remember the name on it, and I did see it on BB once, and I can't remember
the name of it either. I'll find it. I know an article.
Hacker or like the disaster recovery one.
I just can't remember. It's not Sarah's Vision. It's not Sarah's Vision. Sarah's Vision is one of them though, like one of those.
That's the disaster recovery one, right?
Yeah, I just can't remember this one, and it was like about efficiency and like any work, and I was just like, this sounds so good. Because I was talking to a publisher about finding games, and I was like, this game, I cannot remember the name of this design at all because I bet you if you could find it, then I blanked out, and I was probably also drinking too. So there you go. For what it's worth.
So it's not Sarah's Vision for sure.
So it's not Sarah's, right?
It's not. Okay.
It's not Sarah's Vision.
That's what I thought it was.
Not Sarah's
so
Vision.
no, I don't know what it is.
I just can't remember. I know.
Any other
I'm
aspects?
trying to remember who even told me about it. I want to say it was like, and that was another thing. I blanked on the video that I saw that explained the game like in great detail. And it was a content creator, but I'm subscribed to like 300 different content creators, so I have no idea which one it was. And they like spent like a good 5 minutes or so on each title, and I was just like, that is a very interesting game. And then I didn't save it or anything. I just didn't BGG at all. Like I just didn't do anything BGG other than look it up that one time. Years
Add
ago.
your wish list. All kinds of things you can do.
Yeah.
All these have tools.
Yeah. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat. Rich and compelling. Thank you. As I was, right? As I was.
Jeremy, do you find like the solo game, the table space is getting bigger and bigger? Do you find that to be a good thing or a bad thing?
Just depends on what I'm looking for. I'm a little different because I don't come in with set expectations on a lot of things. So like I allow the game to say like, this is what I am. And then I decide whether it is doing what it needs to do for me. Like you can have a game that's big and sprawling and it can be just an absolute waste of time. Like, but at the same time, it's trying to show me this presentation. Well, I'm beyond the presentation. I want to see like, what is this game about? And then I'll kind of go back out from there. Like I just got done doing a playtest like that. I was like, I want to see this mechanics. And then if it's thematic enough of what I'm doing, then I'll pay attention to the theme. Right. So it's like, that's a thing. Like here's a good example. This game here. Tidal Blades. This is a big ass game. And it's a big game for no reason other than they want to show that there's these different lands that you are on. Like if you were in Star Wars and there was like a Olympics of different stuff, like pod racing over here, saber battles over here, Like it's trying to do that. Like you're doing these performances. That's what you're doing at performances. and you also want the elder to watch you doing it, so it gives you another bonus. I'm fine with that if you care enough about the mechanics. So it's like, for a solo player, that's great, but it'd be irresponsible for me to also tell you to play it, and then you would possibly be playing a 4 or 5 player game and you have no space on your table and have a 4x6 table. I need to also not just be selfish and talk about solo experiences.
Was it Ricky Tata? Did he make it? Is that the name?
For
Ricky Tata. You know him?
Excuse me.
You know his name?
the guy?
He made Coup. He makes team building games, actually, like one-offs. I was wondering if that might have been it.
What's the game?
He made
The designer name is
Hurley or whatever.
Ricky Rikiotata is his last name. Tata. Ricky Tart. I think he says Tartar, but
Nice guy, super nice guy.
Tata. Oh my god, he's the best. I wish I was local to him to talk to him more. He's kind of a genius too. Like,
Yeah.
Interesting guy.
Yeah, but
I don't wonder if he did it.
But I'm just looking for, like, I love solo games I can take with me in my pocket. I love button shy games, like just games. 18 fucking cards. It's not that hard, guys. Like,
Yeah.
it's not that fucking hard. Like, I'm serious. It's not that hard. And then it's also like, I enjoy that big sprawling game. Like, I play Kingdom of Death Monster by myself. Like, notebook out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much like an omni gamer. It's really about, do you prove your worth at all? Like, why? Like, sometimes you don't need to do all that to have fun. The playtest I just got of, I told him, I was like, I don't get rid of abstract games generally for my collection, just because abstract games, even just like the true abstract games, they don't try to be fun. They're just this design, like a tight design, right?
Yeah.
And then when you take a game like Reef, or like you take a game like Reef, it's really kind of an abstract game, but it has to try to be fun by adding cool components and all this other stuff. And it's like, then there's like Azul. It's like, other than the art design, it's just a straight abstract game, but they still had tried this much to give you a theme. Like, it couldn't just be like blank, orange, blue, whatever. It had to be design tile. So it's like, you got to find that.
Like the days of like Othello, just black and white circles. Over.
But I would only counter that with Yinish. Yinish sells a shit ton. Yeah. It's just fucking. It's just a big.
Even like Shobu, for example. I think it's an awesome game. Like it's also rocks, and then it's got wood and a rope. And
I mean, Onitoma is the same way. Like, all I can tell you is I'm friends with the guy who does Arcade Wonders. I had to ask him how much they sell of it. He's like, you don't understand how much we sell of Onitoma. The Air, Land, and Sea game I just played at lunch today, 18 card game, 2-player game. Like, I want everybody to have this game. It is literally like one of the most fun games you can just take with you anywhere. Okay, we got a little bit of table space. Let's just do this real quick. And I can't believe how many they sell of this game. Like,
it's always sold out.
Fun is not hard. They're always sold out.
It's always sold out.
Yeah, he gets a print run. He's like, I try not to be overdone about it, but then like we print run, they pre-order it, then it sells out. He's like, I bought a whole bunch for Amazon. They're gonna be gone. Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like I just don't want people to get try hard to be too innovative. Just make some good stuff. Don't overdo it. Make it fun. Fun before everything. Fun.
See, when I think of a solo game, it's like Friday or Otome, or it's a smaller thing, Whereas I think of like multiplayer games that have a solo variant, I think I'm in a different category. Sort of,
Yeah, they kind of are.
Like the biggest I noticed. What was it? Wartime? Was that solo game about being soldiers? I think it was that one, but it had
trust me.
And a pretty decent sized board, but most of it was just card placement. I was like, do you really need all this table space?
It's tough though, because everything is getting bigger as a whole. Yeah. like even card games, like you're saying, publishers will add playmats to it. It's an add-on. I mean, sorry, that's sales. It's sales. You have to have add-ons. It's just like when you worked at Best Buy. Like attachment rate is important. It's important for profit, and like I understand that element. Like they're not needed, but they are needed. I'm a businessman. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing.
I'm not talking about like the mats and stuff.
Like we're having fun games, but this is a business.
I was just talking about like they came with the board, not talking about like the mats and all
that.
Is
like even for card games that you can even build out and just say, hey, like this is my map. I'm building out a route with cards.
Yeah.
Like, hey, throw a playmat in that.
Yeah.
Hey, let's put a board. Well, if you don't want a board, throw a playmat. Like it's making it bigger production than even it used to be.
Yeah.
So it looks bigger. Like even if you had a Euro board, like they'd be like, well, instead of standees, put these big ass miniatures on it. Like it gets bigger in presentation. It gets physically bigger.
I guess is what people are looking for now.
Yeah, it's just what people are looking for now.
Like to a point. Then of course, once you get too high, if you're trying to ramp up a game that doesn't have the depth, just people overproduction. You overproduce it to the point so you can get a $39 price point. The only difference, I mean, the margin is always the same. It's just dollars change when you get up to $39 versus a $19 game.
You couldn't convince them. You couldn't convince them that part of the business. I just talking about that before. Like I think the customers are more not savvy, but more like aware of some business elements of what goes on their Kickstarter now, because so many people have shown their hand through good or bad business, through transparency, or also just making a shit ton of mistakes. But I think there's still a lot of things that like are simple that they just don't understand. Like there are certain parts of business, like even just subsidized shipping. It's like, how much do you expect a publisher to take a hit on shipping? Like that. They won't make any money. Do you understand that? Like, like I understand you just care about your game. You don't give a shit, but it's like, you don't understand. Like, they're not going to make any money.
Yeah.
Like, they're not selling 15,000 copies of this game, and that's still not going to make them a ton of money, just depending on what the game is. It's like, so that's the thing. That's the thing, man. It's like you walk a fine line as you try to upgrade and like, say, hey, like I want to put out a bigger box game now, like I watched Daily Magic do that. And I'm just like, when they started to go bigger and bigger, I was like, oh boy, I don't know. Like it's tough. It's a tough line. It's a tough line to walk. You want to have the best artists. You want to have the best components. You do want it to look cool, but it's like, it's such a fine line. And people will crush you. They have no, they don't let up at all. Backers do not let up at all. So they want everything. They want everything for $10 less or $20 less.
Yep.
They want everything for $10 or $20 less.
Yeah. And they also, they see it they see what they can get in some campaigns. Like Lance's stuff at Gray Fox, right? I mean, Gray Fox are, the Awakened Realms stuff, they're printing, 10, 20,000 unit print runs. Your economics of that game are drastically different from a 2,000 print run from a small publisher. What you can
also
buy.
Return customer.
Yep. I mean, like what you can put in a game for a 2,000 print run versus a 20,000 unit print run is night and day different.
Yeah.
But at the same unit cost, right? You're like, well, this game I'm getting all this for whatever for $40. Well, I'm only getting whatever from you for $40. Well,
right.
Volume, economies of scale. It's a real thing.
And I often tell people, it's like, I don't think any publisher should have to show you their whole pocketbook to understand that this industry is small and the gains are not as high as people would think. And I remember the one example I thought about this year was Role Player Adventures. $100 flat. Okay, $100 flat. And if you know anything about Keith, who is such an awesome guy, that is like his full on like okay, I'm going to do this. This is me. That dude, that is his life. He decided to be a board game publisher full time. He'll tell you his whole story. I'm not going to tell you his business is not important, but like that is it. Like he said, I'm putting my whole hand in my deck. Like I'm playing all my cards. You know, fuck it. Sevens going in, right? And and shit. And people question him the whole fucking way. And he was like, it is just me. It is me and my sales guy and my other guy, and that's us. And we are, you know, the shipping maybe this and that. And I'm thinking like he had to explain all this stuff of how he earned all this and da 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 da. I'm like, he had to explain like role player, he had to explain lockup, he had to explain cartographers. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that is crazy. He's giving so much, and then he's packing so much in this box. 100 flat. 100 flat, not a new designer. We're talking like what, 6 Kickstarters deep?
Yep. Well, the cartographers went straight to retail with it,
Those are some good
and it goes up for the spiel. You know,
Make good games are easier. It gets easier to sell the next one.
What's that?
Make good games. It gets easier to sell the next one.
Yeah.
always.
Because you're always looking for the. I mean,
you would think, but that like there was resistance to this. I'm like, as many as you motherfuckers over role player, you gonna reject this now? Like, you know, like.
did he have problems?
No, he just like he got some grief about it. And I was just I'm looking at him like I'm watching all these comments. And on the first day, I'm thinking to myself like, what are you guys talking about? Like, what are you talking about? But everybody has a, you know, you got to ask. You're about to throw $100 towards someone. You can always ask questions, right? Like before I pay $100 to go into the state fair, I want to know what the fuck I'm buying, right? I get it, but it just sucks. I at least understand the other side of it when I watch publishers and designers sit there and like listen to someone tell you your game is not valuable. It's not worth X amount of dollars to them.
Well, it is also, this industry is still at a level where, like, as a consumer, you can speak directly to everyone at the company.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I there's no way I'm gonna talk to someone at Samsung about my TV.
Right.
Yeah.
Like as I say, the board game industry is still hugs and handshakes.
Yeah. But I can sit and critique directly to the person who designed the game, illustrated the game, graphic designed the game, edited a rule book. I can call them out. Like, you suck, you know, whatever, like directly to their face.
I could even be like, Chad, I play tested this game with you, and you ain't even fixed that shit, man. Like, you still got the same shit in there from what I talked about. That was the worst part of the game in front of everybody. Like, it's crazy, you know. And like you would have a conversation with me, like you're not a Samsung employee, you know. You're Chad, you know. I know you. We have to talk, you know. That's crazy. It is crazy. And as people say, like, it's getting bigger. I'm like, in most ways, it's not. It's not. Like, shit. Even Asmodee people, they used to work for somebody else, so we know. You know, I can go talk to them. You know, it's not like, ooh, Asmodee. You can go talk to these people. Like, you can go talk to the people. You know.
I mean, you wouldn't want to.
You wouldn't want to. I agree, but you do know these people. You know who those people are, unless they, you know, maybe come from a different country. You just haven't met them yet. But yeah, small industry, man. Small industry. And
Which is great. It's also great too. Like,
I think that's why people are so expressive, is because they know that, like I said, they're more in the know, more interaction, more response directly to the emails. I talked to Isaac several times via email before I even met the guy.
Yep.
When I met the guy and I said to him one part from my email, I think it was like a stupid joke I made or something. Within all those fucking emails he got from Gloomhaven, I must have made, yeah, like, like, first of all, he should have been hiring people right out the gate. But just like you said, Chad, that's how he started too. Like, it was him and his wife. And I can't believe they answered all those emails from Gloomhaven in the beginning. But yeah, man, it's tough. Like, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. You got some wholehearted fans, and you also got some furious ass haters, petty ass haters, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's also, I think, because the industry is so open book as well. people
I can't believe they answered all
will make assumptions about things too. You know, they'll like, well, you can just add this. It's only going to cost whatever, you know, or and they because they've backed a campaign and saw something or someone said something they think they know, and they give you grief for it. But like they don't really understand the ripple effects, you know, of well, I can't just add something to a game and throw the cost off at that level.
Yeah, and then also like
Their box sleeves are pretty good.
Stretch goals
an
actually
add-on.
your
goal.
gains. Like people don't get it. It's like I've seen stretch goals like basically make it so you're just operating at a loss at that point. Like it's just not enough. It's not enough extra. So yeah, it's just stuff that, like I said, people are more aware of those things, but they're not. It's like they're not understanding before they click. It's like you know. So it's just an interesting conversation.
Yeah. But it's also like great, like to be able to just talk to people who enjoy your product or bought your product and want to ask questions about it, to be there to help support that and be firsthand there. Like it's awesome. Like you don't get that in industries I worked in before this one. You know, to have that like direct level of communication with people, bless you, is it's awesome. But like there are some bad apples, of course, ruin some of that too. But
I would think it'd be cool to have someone, like, you have several games over this year, and it's got to be cool when you're at a convention. Somebody says like, I own all your games, or, I have these games, and now I like your stuff, so I want to buy the rest of them and things like that. I'm like, that's a kind of feedback that rarely would happen in a business industry. Like, it's just like, I mean, even like at a boat show, like I'm sure it feels great for a guy to be like, hey, I have your boat, and then I'm coming back to buy a bigger and better boat. And I'm thinking to myself, like, then there's that. And then you go to like CES and it's like, hey, I bought your last Samsung phone. And they're like, that was actually 2 phones ago, sir. Sorry.
Right.
That's
I'm loving this new iPhone 8.
And we also have a new tech where you don't need a screen. Like, so I feel you on that, man. It's just a different, like there's different levels to that kind of stuff, man. So.
Yeah. No, I mean, plus, well, especially if you're like the fulfillment side of a Kickstarter is always just the worst part of it, right? The logistics piece on the shipping and cargo.
Oh, yeah. Giant pain in the.
So all you get during fulfillment is just emails about shit that's just gone wrong. The box was dented or whatever and lost to this. Where's my shipping? Where's my package? Where's my email? So all you do is just get shit on like nonstop. But then occasionally someone will be like, well, we're just make a comment. Hey, I got the game. I played it and my kid loves it. Or they'll show a picture online. You see a kid playing a game, and smiling. And then it makes the 100 other things you dealt with that were just taking a shit on you. Like that one thing you're like, all right, that's why I do this right there, And then
sometimes it seems those come few and far between.
They are. Like they help carry you through.
Rodney Smith said something, and it helped me like as a content creator. And I think it applies to a lot of things. He's like, when somebody gives him a negative comment on his work and stuff like that, and he said it's so easy to get sucked in and like you kind of micro or whatever. Or he's like, even if you get 2 or 3, and then you look at the video and it has like, 100 comments, 50 comments, 20 comments. He's like, it's got so many likes and this and this and that. He's like, you're just doing a disservice to all the people who really enjoy your shit, enjoy your stuff. Shit is me. He wouldn't say that. But like you're kind of doing a disservice to people who really love your stuff. Like that person's reaching out to you. Those people could be, they're just upset with the process, but they love you too. But it's like, you got to hang on to that stuff, man. Like there are those people that are like, hey man, they wrote a letter. If it was back in the day, they would have strongly wrote you a letter. You gotta realize the email is the new version of the strongly worded letter. And hopefully that hits you. Bring you some electric relaxation for a little bit. Just be like, all right, star that shit. Look at it, man. Star that shit. Look at it, and just go. This is a fucked up
Negativity
day.
bias is hard to break through though, because that's just the human nature.
Yeah, it is.
Right? I mean, you're giving way more weight to a single negative comment than 100 good ones.
That's exactly, yeah. And that's what he
It's
said. He
rough.
was like, there's so many other people that are spreading so much positive stuff. And then you go back and you scroll to the one that's negative. Like that,
Yeah.
you go find it. Like, that's the thing. Like that's how you're attached to that negative energy so much. You go find it and skip past all the positive feedback. My boss did that too. I said, man, I'm getting all this positive feedback from my fucking evals. I want to find some people. I was forcing people to write comments. Like, because I figured if they wrote them, they would have to find something to say. He's like, stop chasing that stuff. Like, just work at getting better. You know, work at getting better. Like, you don't have to wait for somebody to shit on you. Just work at getting better. That's actually what you should be doing anyway, you know, and that stuff is out of your control. I know, but you can't not respond to it. I know you can't, but it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Make sure you keep the good people in your mind, man. Keep them in your mind.
I mean, everybody's trying to do the best they can. Like,
Right.
Like across the board. Like, you're trying to do the best you can with the design.
Unless you're Golden Bell, you're always trying to do
Golden Bell. That's true.
It's Golden
Unless
Bell.
you're Golden Bell, you are trying to do your best. Let's be clear.
I mean, I still never saw the People's Court episode. I want to watch it though. Like, when your shit is so bad, you get on the People's Court. Like, you know, you done fucked up.
It's fantastic.
Oh right, I remember that now. Did that ever air?
I remember that.
Did that actually air?
Yeah.
Shout out to Gerald
It
King.
did.
It did.
I don't know what happened to Gerald King, but he sat in the room with that man for an hour and a half.
He did that one video. Holy shit, you're right. I completely forgot that interview.
And I think it may have crashed his career. but
Yeah, what happened?
But I actually found like, put like this. I don't feel sympathy for people who push back like that. But I do feel like you definitely want to hear somebody's perspective. And we do have an industry sometimes where people just don't get a chance to share their perspective, especially if they made a mistake or if they're part of something negative, right? And he got
Does everyone know it? Everyone knows about the Golden Bell thing, right?
Yeah. So I was like, it's good that somebody actually had the balls to be like, hey man, I'm gonna let you speak, you know. And I know Gerald's raw enough to just say whatever the fuck he wanted to say, right? So I'm sitting there listening to this guy, and like the one thing that I came away with really big was from him is that like, yeah, I mean, I've been angry because people have been like threatening my family, and I think he had just had a kid.
I saw that. Yeah.
And he was like, I had to leave where I was living at because some of those comments were coming from like right around where I lived. And I was like,
they're pissed off because they're getting charged $10 more for shipping, you know, whatever.
But it was also due to a lot of his own money mismanagement and other shit that he was doing, which was he tried to do like he was trying to send all their games because that game is a certain size through media mail to save money, which is the dumbest thing ever. So a lot of people are getting like cash on delivery. You got to pay whatever, right, to get it.
Right.
Plus, I think like if you send this shit to Canada, like they don't even take it. Like they just hold it and send you an email and say, hey, like we're not delivering this until you pay like $25 and then some other
They
stuff.
tried to claim it was media mail because they stuck a piece of sheet music in the fulfillment box with the game.
Jeez.
There you go.
What company was this?
Post office is
Golden Bell.
bigger than that.
It was for the Unbroken Kickstarter.
Yeah. By the way, good game. Good game.
Which is like so sad for the
It's
designer.
so sad.
Be
Good
nice.
guy.
And no one is blaming him though. Like you always see people defending the designer. You know.
Artem. Artem's good.
Artem, because he got stuck in a predatory contract and just.
But that was bad because after that, at least for me, I was like, all right, I understand this dude's angle, and he got pissed off. You ever back a dude in the corner, you come between me and my family, like you can get all this heat. So that was fine. But then after that. Dude, after that, man, he was like, he was starting to sound like Rambo, like John Rambo. he was trying to go off the grid with it. Like he was
Well, the
talking.
People's Court thing was more around, nothing to do with Unbroken. It was a different designer. I forget her name. But like, basically, the contract they were putting in front of designers had clauses in it that said basically any future game you design, we have the rights to it.
Yeah.
We can basically get rid of it, or we can pass the rights if we don't want it. But all games we have first right of refusal on.
Yep.
All designs before you pitch them to anybody else. Like weird stuff like that.
He also has weird weird IPs that he holds. That he has. Like he had Heathcliff. I think he had like Garfield or something like that. He just had like these random. It was.
The world needs a Heathcliff game, obviously.
Let me just. I'm gonna see if I have an OBO well tucked away because he had some pretty interesting. I was like, that is a weird roster.
What was the? You know what the world needs? Not Heathcliff. The world needs a Fritz the Cat game. That's what the world needs.
Felix the Cat.
What was the? Was it Fritz? What was the?
He's talking about Fritz.
cartoon?
What's that guy's name that did Fritz?
Oh man,
I know who you're talking about.
it was like an old '80s cartoon or something, or like '70s. I mean '70s.
Yeah, it was '70s. Shit, I can't remember the guy's name.
Is that People's Choice or People's Court episode out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to check that out. How do you?
1972
on the People's Court like YouTube channel.
R. Crumb.
Yeah, Chrome. He also did what? Keep on Trucking and all that stuff like that.
Anyway, yeah, the People's Court episode is definitely out there. I'm sure it's available somewhere.
I'm curious because I remember reading about it. I want to see it.
Stop.
What?
Oh no, I'm looking at my email. I'm looking at the Golden Bell email right here.
Oh, for his IPs?
I have I'm looking at this old one here. I'm trying to pull up the one with the full catalog though. Because I have one with a full catalog. Let's see here. Mark Goldner. Wow, there's some crazy ones in here. Let's see here. Press.
Is that People's Court? Was that the recipe game, chick?
Something like that.
Yeah, I haven't found the video, but I found an article about it. Oh, it even says a notorious company, Golden Bell Studios.
Yeah, the recipe game.
Yeah, I have to find the video.
All right.
Site is down.
It's almost 2 a.m.
I think his site is down.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
gotta go flip my bird and it's brine.
A what? Bird in a brine?
I'm brining my
You're
turkey.
brining?
I gotta go flip it.
You gotta
What are you cooking it? You gonna oven it, or are you gonna fry it? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna oven it.
I gotta figure out what to make my son. He just like looked me sad dog in the face and was like, Dad, are we gonna have a Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow? We were not gonna do like anything. He's like, well, I really want like a Thanksgiving and I want to have everything be special. And I'm like, oh fuck, you're an only child.
Oh,
I don't want him to have to tell a story about how mom, dad. Oh boy. Ugh.
I found the video. I put it in chat.
Oh, thanks.
Is that the full video?
I think so.
Cool.
Alright.
Full video for what?
People's Court.
People's Court.
People's Court.
Oh, the publisher guy.
Done.
Brum, brum, brum.
We're watching that tonight.
Yeah, it's saved.
Cool. Well, everybody have a
Oh,
happy
the recipe
Thanksgiving.
game, yeah.
Cool. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Check
Yep.
out Sea Rovers.
Oh, if you haven't seen it, Dr. Sleep is very good. I watched it the other night.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
I have to go into it. I was
It's
like, it
damn
was
good.
3 hours.
Yeah.
You know what I watched instead? Mandy.
Man,
Is that good?
Nick Cage movie?
Nick Cage,
I want
baby.
to see that. It looks so crazy, dude.
Nick Cage, baby.
It's like full on Nick Cage too. Like
It's full Nick Cage. Like the first half is like a kind of like a trippy movie or whatever. The last hour is just prime.
it's crazier than like the ambulance movie he was in.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, it's crazier than bringing out the dead. Like the last is like literally like Rambo, Army of Darkness, everything together. It's everything together. There's a chainsaw battle where it's a small chainsaw, like the length of a knife chainsaw, versus like a chainsaw like the length of Excalibur. There's two chainsaws. I'm like, he's trying to get this chainsaw started, little old chainsaw, and the guy comes up and he's just like
a lumberjack chainsaw. Like,
and they battle it out.
I need to watch
your jujitsu movie.
Oh yeah, I'm watching jujitsu ASAP.
Good?
Yeah, I can't wait till that comes out. It's coming out later on this year.
That's not the one with Hayden Christensen, is it?
No, it's a Nick Cage movie. It's called Jiu-Jitsu. It's coming.
Oh, there's a new Nick
watched
Cage
that
movie, I
preview.
think, with like Hayden Christensen.
I mean, if you guys want to watch the trailer, I'm down. I love movies. I love all kinds of movies, but unfortunately, my favorite actor is Nick Cage. I love him. He is like my slum movie guy. I love how his acting range. I don't even know if he can reach the upper part of his range at this point. But goddamn,
what was the first one?
Good, bad, or ugly? Just good, bad, or ugly.
I think Raising Arizona was probably my first.
Well, Raising Arizona is my favorite Nick Cage movie. It always
probably the first one that put him on
absolutely
the map.
hilarious. I love Con Air is one of the greatest movies of all time. Hair plugs. That's it. It's just because of the hair plugs. It just to have a man walk around like that, just know that's not his hair. And take it so damn seriously.
Like what Scott said, they're like Dr. Sleep.
Yeah.
Well, you would think like a Shining sequel, you'd be like, oh, it's gonna be garbage. But
yeah.
Like actually, I almost want to read the book. Whatever. I mean, it's good.
The movie was really close to the book, if I remember right.
Oh,
I read the book like 4 or 5 years ago. It's been a while, but yeah, the movie was pretty close to the book, and I don't think they mess with the ending like they usually do nowadays with Stephen.
It's like an ultimate
yeah.
version. So I watched that one. Like it's like 45 minutes longer or something. But I don't know what was.
Oh, I don't know. I saw it in the movie theaters when it came out a couple years ago.
There is like an extended version of it.
Yeah, I didn't see that then.
But it's surprisingly good. I was not expecting much, but it was cool.
All right, I was serious though. It's almost 2 a.m.
Okay, yeah.
Like, happy Thanksgiving, y'all.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for tuning into the Boom.
Bye-bye.
Dad, thanks for joining us tonight, brother.
Appreciate the invite, y'all.
Anytime.